to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. I am Sean. I'll be here till 10. I promise, I think. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How are you, my friend?
I'm freaking great, Sean. There's nothing I love more than watching Framber go Framber 1.0. The Framber decide. Remember when Framber wanted to wear his own pitch comm and call his own plays?
I had forgotten about it till last night.
He wanted to be Peyton Manning up there on the mound. He wanted to be able to just basically direct the entire game, like a NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
He decided last night that he was just going to do. He was just going to go against the game plan that was working so well and throw sinkers and he ended up going from Framber 2.0 back to Framber 1.0.
Yeah.
He Frambered in the bad way last night.
Yeah, he did. If you missed it, if you went to bed, you're just waking up. The Astros lose last night, 9-7 in a game they had no business losing. They were up 6-1 in this game. The bats looked good. They were doing what they needed to do. Up 6-1 in the fifth. This looked like against a bad team. Right? They're going to just take the ship into the shore. And then as Seth touched upon, things just completely imploded in the fifth inning on Framber Valdez. He was cruising along, winning 6-1. He had a couple guys on base, but you got to work out of trouble. Gives up a 3-run homer where you go, okay, now it's 6-4. This is why you built a big lead, so you got a little cushion, but it's a little tighter now. Then he puts a couple more guys on base, allows another 3-run home run, and then another solo home run on top of that. And as Seth touched upon after the game, Espada kind of did a small drive-by on the fact that Framber went off script a little bit. Framber admitted to basically just starting to shake off Yainer Diaz in the middle of the fifth inning for whatever reason. Like it was working. Yeah. And for whatever reason, they were running off tackle the entire time, and for whatever reason, Framber decided to start slinging the ball around the yard. You know, that was a quarterback equivalent.
When you're having a romantic interlude is what men do sometimes. I mean, you're in the middle of a romantic interlude and a woman says that she enjoys something that you're doing, and you decide, hey, I'm going to get creative.
Right.
That's what Framber did. Yeah. Framber tried a swirly move or something.
That's not my move. Boom. This is my move.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Yeah. Keep doing what's working, man.
Absolutely.
What the hell?
Yep.
What the hell, Framber 2.0?
Yeah.
Don't do this to me.
No.
It just.
You know what
annoys me? This is why it annoys me. Because there is some part of, I think, Maldonado that probably was good at going out and telling Framber, hey, Framber, what the hell? No. Where Yainer is calling the game plan that they had talked about beforehand and that Espada thought was best and that was working. But he doesn't have that probably wherewithal right now or the confidence to really be authoritative about it.
But Seth, he was working on it in spring training, I'm told. His leadership skills.
Well, I know, but no, there's only so much you can do when you're the little brother compared to the big brother.
I know.
Like Maldonado's a big brother.
I know.
He's just got that power and that confidence over. And it's not Yainer's fault.
No.
It's Framber.
Yeah.
Again, and this is why you have to be very, very concerned about the fact that Framber did want to wear his own pitch comm and call his pitches in spring training, because there's that part of him that just can't leave well enough alone. He knows this. He's got to double down on the sports psychologist. He's got to just, stabilize and come back and figure out a way, be a professional pitcher, and don't absolutely need to have Caratini be your catcher. It's okay. You can do it with various people slapping their mitt out in front of you. Damn it.
Why then? Why now? Why? You're up 6-1. Just get through 6 innings and get to the showers, man. Like, what are you doing? Here's what Yainer Diaz said after the game. Joe Espada, Framber, this is from Chandler Rome on Twitter. Joe Espada, Framber Valdez, and Yainer Diaz all said that Valdez went away from the game plan in the 7-run fifth inning. And Framber said himself, Yiner did a really good job calling pitches. I was the one that decided to try and change the game plan. I had to deal with the consequences. So this is not he said, she said. Like, Framber is admitting he messed up. So we should say that. Kudos to you for doing the mea culpa. Here's what Yiner said. I could try to force him to throw a certain pitch, but he knows how he feels and how his pitches feel. He makes the decision. This is the first time this has happened, but maybe me as a catcher, I should have forced him more to throw certain pitches, end quote. I get what you're saying, Seth, about the big brother thing, and Maldonado certainly would have had the cachet and the pelts on the wall to walk out to Framber and go, why are you shaking me off, of all people? What are you doing? It's just disappointing, two things. One, yes, this is one of the things Yiner said he was working on in spring training was to try to be that guy.
But
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. But it's disappointing that it hasn't taken roots yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not something that you work on. You go to a seminar and then boom, all of a sudden,
I know.
You're telling all-star pitchers like, nah, this is the way it's gonna be, pal.
I know. I'm just a little disappointed. That's all. I get it.
I'm not whatsoever. I'm disappointed in Framber. You're letting the terrorists
No,
win here.
I'm not. I said there were two things. Let me get to the second one.
There can only be one.
This is ridiculous that you would do. Why would you do this when you're up 6-1 in a game? And I know it's maybe you're working. I don't know. There's no excuse. I was about to say maybe it's the Angels and you're up 6-1 and you want to work. No, you got to win baseball games, man. That was a bad loss last night. Like, I'd rather lose 9-2 than lose the way that they did. You're up 6-1 on the Angels, and then the bats go silent for the last 5 innings too. We can't ignore that. I mean, they scratched a run together in the 9th inning to try to make it interesting, but.
Bregman had an impressive flyout to end of the game when he could have
popped up again. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Could have popped
impressive
up.
Impressive fly. I would say it was about 15 feet short of the. Well, it was 15 feet. It wasn't impressive. Never mind. It was about 15 feet short of the wall, which means it would have had to be even further up.
It was better than all his pop-ups that he's been hitting.
It was better than a pop-up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. It was a nice sack fly.
Yeah.
But it was there were two outs.
Yeah.
That was the problem. That was the biggest problem. Okay, so remind me again, how many home runs did Framber give up?
3 in 1 inning.
Okay, so he had not allowed more than 2 home runs in a major league start before Monday night. The ultimate ground ball inducer. He'd allowed 2 homers total in his first 6 outings, and he had induced ground balls at a 68%.
Well, that's the other thing. He's giving up bombs. Okay, let's get to the Espada half of this thing, okay? Did Espada leave him in too long? Like, when should Joe Espada – because let's point out, he was at 80 pitches when he gave up the first home run.
Yeah.
So, the tendency nowadays, especially with pitchers like Framber, where a home run's an anomaly, it's not a trend, as you just pointed out. The tendency would be like, all right, it's Framber. He's probably messing around out there, made a bad pitch. He's a workhorse. Like, he's somebody you count on getting 105 pitches from in an outing.
Yeah.
Do I burn a reliever here to come in the 5th inning? The answer ultimately was yes, he probably should have at some point.
I think that, right, except that, remember, you're still in this stretch of 3 weeks with 1 day off in the entire 3 weeks.
Yes.
That I think you got to rely on the past, and that Framber had gotten a lot better at pulling himself out of these potential emergencies. Yeah. And, this goes all the way back to last season where, okay, sometimes with Framber, maybe the pitch clock in situations like this especially it's really challenging for him, because one of the things that sparked his turnaround several years ago was when he was able to step off the mound, breathe through his eyelids, talk to his maker, whatever he does to calm himself down. Everything just kind of spirals out of control a lot faster now. So I don't blame Espada. Ultimately, this is on Framber. He's just got to get back to doing, staying the straight and narrow. Honestly, with him, his emotions and his decision-making as a pitcher, it feels almost the same way somebody that struggles with substance abuse has to constantly remind themselves, okay, I got to stay on track. Okay, no, yeah, I get that. That's tempting, but I can't do that because I know where it leads me. And whatever Framber's routine is and whatever it is with his sports psychologist and everything else like that, he's just got to be sure in the next 5 days that he gets that back on track, because he tried to veer from the course.
Yeah. I was fine with him leaving Framber in after the first 3-run homer for all the things I just said. He doesn't give up a lot of home runs, maybe a bad pitch. You're still up 6-4 at that point. It's Framber. You hope he works his way out of the inning, and then he gets the next guy out. He gets a comebacker to the mound, and now you got 2 outs in the 5th. Now you just got to get one more out. when he put a couple guys on, I'm like, all right. And then, like after the second home run, you yank him. You take at that point you're not even leaving him in for 5 innings to get the win. Like, unless the Astros take the lead in the bottom of the fifth, he doesn't get the win in that situation. He's given up the lead already. You're down 7-6. There's no reason there should have been a third home run in that inning. That's my point. Like, fine, if you want to really stretch things and say, man, he's just got to get one out. It's Fromber. Puts 2 guys on. If he gets a ground ball, we got to play at any base. He can get out.
Leading the league in double plays.
Yeah. They didn't need a double play at that point, but I get your point. Like, it's just just get out of the inning. He should have been out once they went down 7-6. There should not have been a third home run in that inning. So Espada messed that up. Do the Astros need Jose Abreu to get to where they want to go? Here's Joe Espada before the game. Joe Espada with a ton of Jose Abreu questions in his pregame availability. Here was Joe Espada on Jose Abreu.
Jose Abreu is part of this team. Like, we cannot get to what we want to get to without Jose Abreu. So we're going to need all hands on deck. And he's a really good player when he's healthy, when he's moving right, when his swing is right. So we are looking forward to getting Jose Abreu back.
I don't know why. I don't know why they still. I mean, I don't know why they still just keep standing for Jose Abreu. Why the hyperbole? Like, why?
Yeah, we can't get to where we look. Let's see. You had won 9 of your last 11 before you started spouting off about how much you need Abreu, and you managed to do that with Abreu. Without Abreu, Abreu can come back to do what exactly? I mean, because if he's not hitting well, what are you going to use him as a pinch hitter? He's done it like twice in his entire career.
That's not an exaggeration. You can count on one hand how many times he's pinch hit in his life.
What's he going to be, left fielder for you? No, he can only play first base. Singleton made a play last night, scooping up a throw that I know for damn sure Brady wouldn't have made. How much? You know what? That's another thing. How much are they working on his? How much fielding? Are they doing to cure how much he sucks as a first baseman? Like in West Palm Beach.
Yeah.
Is he able to handle? That's at the very least. He might not be facing even future major league pitchers right now, but he can handle a whole bunch of errant throws. That's exactly it works. It works for the best in West Palm Beach. You're not going to get Jeremy Pena level throws.
Right?
How's he doing with there? Is he not going to be atrocious at first base? Are we really going to let him out there instead of Singleton?
That's actually a good question. Is he working on that? He's been horrible in the field this year.
He's going to come back and be your DH? Like what?
Well, that's a big problem because that's how you're getting guys at bats right. You've got too many bats right now.
Right, and there's no part of me that needs however they want to help Jordan work through his issues. That's. I don't want Abreu to take a single at-bat away from Jordan Alvarez.
God, no.
It just, it's frustrating, man. It's somebody that continually tries to tell you over and over again that, a bad purchase that they made is actually good.
Yep.
Oh, no, this is going to pay dividends in the long run. This will pay for itself in the long run.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. OTAs, we get a look at Texans OTAs today, this morning. And Cody Stutz actually had a really good piece for Houston Football. He had 11 questions about the Texans heading into OTAs. Now, some of them I am very hot on. Some of them I can put on the back burner. But there's a few in particular that I've got, and hopefully I will be able to return with answers to these questions after attending Texans OTAs. The offseason really, really begins here at OTAs, and we will discuss that coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. He fixed my snoring.
Apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Texans OTAs get going today, 9:45.
Hey.
Yeah. What?
You're getting better with the days of the week.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Good job.
I nailed it. You and I were talking some dates during the break, and you're like, it's the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of such and such a week. And I'm like, oh, the 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
You need to maybe just write down the day of the week in front of you, because a lot of times what happens is you're trying to line everything up that we're about to talk about while also saying just the day of the week. And as we know, nobody's actually good at multitasking.
Right.
So it seems in your mind you think it's simple enough, but it's actually kind of a big deal.
I appreciate that's my first ding that I've gotten since we started using the bell.
I'll try to do it more.
It felt
you have
good.
a lot of areas. You have a lot of opportunities for improvement that we could use positive reinforcement on.
I like that. Thank you very much. Our friend Cody Stutes, Houston football.
Your friend Cody Stutes.
You like Cody.
Nobody dislikes Cody.
No, I know.
It's almost impossible to dislike Cody.
He's awesome. He does a great job with his YouTube and his Substack, Houston football. He had 11 questions for OTAs, which let me just off the top say that kudos to him for finding 11 questions about OTAs, because it's not it's not as intense as mini camp or training camp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. And yet they're perfect. It's perfect to ask these questions because there's not a lot of questions you can get definitive answers to.
Right.
So it's like he asked some in minicamp, or during OTAs, because there's no contact, there's no games, anything like that. So Cody does a really good job with all of this stuff. He also does a really good job if you subscribe to his Substack. You have to type out the W's. www.
He fixed that.
Oh,
it's
he did?
Fixed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he fixed that. Yeah.
He's like a computer programmer as well.
I don't know if he fixed it, but somebody fixed it.
HOUfootball.com.
Yeah.
And you can subscribe to his Substack, get your daily newsletter. He has really good stuff and digestible because he does things, a lot of lists, like these 7 things you need to know, these 11 things you need to know.
It's my kind of content, man. It is it's numbered.
Yes. Spoon feed it to me, Cody.
It's numbered. Each paragraph is 3 sentences tops. It's great. So he has 11 questions. I kind of group them, though, into the ones that if I'm going out there, I'm kind of hot on. I've got medium, and then I've got meh, whatever. Meh.
Oh, okay. I'm going to tell Cody about how you label them meh.
Hot, medium, and meh. There's only 2 mehs, but there's...
So you're saying this should have been 9 questions. If you're Cody's editor.
and Cody, I don't know if he gets paid by the word. He pays himself.
Right.
To be fair, hot has the most, so he did a good job.
Yeah.
Five questions I'm hot on here. Number 1, what does Kenyon Green look like? What does Kenyon...
just even just anatomically.
Physically look like. He doesn't need to get into any drills or anything. I just need to know what he looks like walking onto the field. Is he in shape? Does he still have the baby fat? How's he moving?
Does Sean come back here in the morning saying hey, look, I'm as I'm as straight as a flagpole, but wood. Yeah. Yeah, does he look like he's kind of become an adult male?
Yeah.
He's always kind of had this look of almost still adolescent almost.
Yes.
Just doesn't quite look like he's grown into his body yet. And he's the thing is, he really hasn't been able to work out consistently because he was injured almost all the time. So after getting his body right, and Vandermeer and John Harris were telling me that he's in the building every day over there, like in January, February, March. All the times where there's not that many players around, he's been there working his butt off. So, yeah, that's a good question.
That's good, yep. Second one, and this is different than how does Kenyon Green look, but how does John Mechie look? Because we know that C.J. Stroud, with the evidence being really just workouts against air, and workout, I don't know, maybe they got some stand-in defensive backs when they're doing these workouts out in California and throwing the ball around here. But C.J. Stroud was very complimentary about how John Mechie had been looking in the private workouts that C.J. had been doing with his wide receiving core. Does that match our eye test to John Mechie?
Right. And, John Mechie getting all that time in working with C.J. Stroud, it's kind of like what Julian Edelman did when he was a young – was he undrafted or late round pick?
I think he's a seventh rounder.
Seventh round pick.
Yeah.
Whatever he was, like he was low man on the totem pole. He just, every single time Tom Brady needed a workout partner, Julian Edelman, by stalking him, was there.
Yes.
He was he got an apartment near where Tom Brady was working out in the offseason. So, because look, like as it was with Julian Edelman, not the best athlete or anything like that, but formed this relationship to where the timing, the communication, all of that was so good that Julian Edelman became a much better player than you would have projected by his physical skills. And I think that's what John Mechie needs to be able to do because, he's not the most sudden of athletes.
Right.
And especially if you're going to be used in a slot capacity, you gotta be really on point with reading defenses, with getting your routes perfect, all that stuff. And that's where I think, given CJ's comments on John Mechie, maybe they're forming that type of relationship.
Yeah, that'd be great. He's seventh rounder, Julian Edelman, by the way. So he's seventh rounder. Number 3. So we got Kenyon Green. How does he look? John Mechie. How does he look? Number 3. And you and I talked about this either on the air or off the air yesterday. I can't remember. Is Stefon Diggs one of the players that gets fed to us at OTAs today? Do we get to hear him speak as a Houston Texan?
You know what I would accept? I would accept even if he stood up at the podium with his phone and did like an Ask Me Anything line on Reddit, where like you could ask a question and then he would text back a cryptic answer. Just give me cryptic answers.
Something.
I don't care. Yeah.
At this point, yeah. He's got to be one of the guys that meets with the media. Well, I guess the bigger one would be maybe feed into another question I have as a hot question is who is at OTAs? Who's there?
Right, yeah. These are not mandatory.
Yes, we need to point that out. It's not mandatory.
And we're past the days of mandatory, not mandatory, where like, it's not mandatory, wink, wink, but we hate you if you don't come here.
Right. That's the DeMeco. We've got evidence now of 1 year that DeMeco is not, he's not hot about guys having to be veteran guys at least. Yeah.
Honestly, I'll be surprised if Diggs isn't here because like so much of him being on a 1 year contract, B, he's got a reputation as a guy who practices his butt off and really wants to compete and everything, and wanting to put his best foot forward because he's a free agent at the end of this year. I'll be surprised if he's not there. I
will too, and especially because it looks like he's been in Houston. According to Twitter at least, like according to all the trouble he's having getting around town, he's been here.
He knows about the potholes.
Yes. Yes, he's been here long enough to know about that. So
like back, when they in a war movie when they suspect somebody might be a spy, they'll be like, well, who won the World Series in 5 years ago? Back when people cared about baseball, they used to do this stuff. But it was. You could ask somebody like, okay, how many potholes did you hit on the way to work this morning?
Right.
And if it's anything less than 7, then they're lying.
He's lying about being here. Yeah. So he's been pretty public about being in town. So I would hope to see Diggs out there. But we'll definitely be taking attendance for sure, just to see who's there. The last one that I'm hot on that Cody had is if they do some one-on-one matchups for things, how will the rookies fare? Like if they throw them out there and do some, they're not going to hit. But, like, when there's no pads, it is fun to watch wide receivers go against DBs. Like, that's fun.
Right.
And two of your key picks are Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. And it'd be fun to see how they do it in some one-on-one drills against this receiving corps.
As well as Cade Stover.
Cade Stover, too, yep.
Cade Stover a lot of his transition as a tight end has a lot more to do when he's in line, when he's lined up next to the offensive tackle and he has to block and all that stuff. That's where he's got a lot of work to do because he's really only played the position for a couple of years. But as a route runner and as a receiver, he's got soft hands. Like I think in OTAs where the contact is completely taken out of it, I think he's probably going to have some good moments. And he already has a relationship with C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
He obviously – I was watching a clip of him. The audio is awful because there's all this background noise and everything. But I was watching this clip of him talk about C.J. Stroud a couple years ago and just marveling at how soft the touch is on his catches. Like, he's like – he said he never had a pass from C.J. that hurt his hands. It was always like – it was always the perfect speed, the perfect placement, and everything like that.
Yeah, he's something else, man. The ones I'm medium on, so those are the ones I'm hot on. And a lot of them are just, hey, is this guy going to talk to the media? Hey, who's there? Hey, what does he look like? There's no hitting going on. So I'm medium. The questions I'm medium on. Will Titus Howard be ready to practice? Mm-hmm. I won't be shocked if they're holding Titus out of things just to hold him out of this stuff. Is not.
Yeah, pretty much any of the veterans, especially with the offense. The NFLPA has gotten super strict about how much physicality you're allowed to have. Yeah. So, I mean, on the one hand, you could say, well, if it's not that physical, then why isn't he out there? But also, like, even if he is, because there's almost zero physicality on the offensive and defensive line in the no pads practices, he's not necessarily getting a lot out of it.
Yeah, what's the payoff?
He's not getting as much out of it.
What's the payoff in having him out doing that stuff? So I'm not, it'll be interesting, but I'm not that. Similarly, will Tank Dell be working out? I've seen enough of the videos of Tank working out privately where if he's not working out at OTAs or if he's doing stuff off to the side because of the gunshot wound, if they're just taking it easy on him. He is coming off a broken leg as well. Yeah. We should point that out. If Tank is not doing stuff the other receivers are doing, thankfully with that video that we've seen, I will not be all that concerned about that. Tank looks just fine to me.
Right. I'm fine with Tank Dell workout videos, unless I find out that he's actually just posting videos that were taken 2 months ago or something.
Yeah, I need the timestamp and the date stamp.
We need somebody. Yeah, those videos we saw were done at an indoor facility. Yeah. I need something outside where somebody can go in and do that thing they do where they figure out what the angle of the sun is by the shadows and everything like that.
Yep.
Be like, oh, yep, this is verified. This was done in May.
Yeah. The other two medium questions for me: what does the defensive tackle battle look like? And who is the cornerback opposite Stingley? Like, these are all things that are going to get worked out in training camp, I think. I don't think there's anything guys can do in OTAs to restack the depth chart or anything like that.
Yeah, I guess some of that might just be, all right, who's going in?
Who's with the ones?
Who's it? Right, and then when they're in nickel,
like
which guys are they looking at is that they project to be the better pass rushers and everything. DeMeco Autry is going to get a whole bunch of time working at defensive tackle, I would imagine, when they're in their pass rush packages.
My two meh questions. These are Cody Stutes' 11 questions. Cody, you did a great job on this stuff. Who is a factor on the interior offensive line? I don't think we're going to be able to tell anything from OTAs about what it's similar to the defensive tackle thing we just talked about 30 seconds ago. There will be a bunch of bodies there, and it's all going to get hashed out come training camp. The last one's interesting, but I just don't think we're going to learn anything in OTAs. It's an important question. I just don't think we're going to learn anything about it. Did Damen Pierce get better this offseason?
Okay, this is where sometimes OTAs can work against a player and a team, and it's this. Because there is zero physicality in these practices, especially with the running backs, obviously. Nobody's going to thud up a running back without getting potentially cut, depending on what their draft status is. Mm-hmm. Last year, and I would include training camp in this because there's not that much physicality in training camp anymore. A lot of times, guys who lose weight because they want to be sleeker and faster, they look awesome. And I think that's what we got with Damen Pierce last year. He lost some weight so he could be more of a factor in the passing game. But then, but the downside of that was, man, his calling card is his physicality. And even on his good runs last year, he didn't finish them the same way he did his rookie season. Yeah, he wasn't just bulldozing guys his rookie year, the guy that eventually made the tackle was often punished for making the tackle.
Yes.
Last year we really didn't see that. So I think for Damen, I think some of it's got to be, look, man, this is You are a power running back. You are a brute. Like, take your biggest – it's good to work on your weaknesses, obviously, but never forget what butters the bread.
Okay.
And, like, for him, it's his physicality.
If I'm hearing you correctly, and I think I am, Damen Pierce should actually be among the hot questions right alongside Kenyon Green in how does he look? Has he put some of that? Has he put some of that rookie year weight back on?
Does he look a little bit beefier?
Okay. I like that. All right. So now a majority of the questions, Cody, are hot questions. 6 out of the 11. Good job, Seth. Got Cody over the hump.
You and I workshopped it. You know, we kind of looked it over, and How
can we get Cody? How can we get to where 6 of the 11 for Cody are hot questions? So that was good. Hey, I'll be out there today. And DeMeco meeting with the media. It just says on the press release, players meeting with the media. So we'll see which players we get out there today. But, man, it's happening, and it's going to be hot out there. Boy, it is going to be hot out there today. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, man. We still got a ton to get to on the show here today. Let's lay them out in headlines here. Astros headline, bad night last night over at Minute Maid. Going to get even worse later this week. We'll talk about that. We've got some Texans news. We've got a little NBA, a little Rockets news in the NBA, a little good news for the Rockets. So we got a ton of stuff to get to here in headlines on a busy Tuesday here on Payne and Pendergast. Stay there. But before you go anywhere, talking to you guys.
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. The Astros, they lose. They lose a game they had no business losing last night. This is bad. Against the Angels, they used up their mulligan. 8-2 is what I wanted on this homestand. They got to win these last two against the Angels to get to 8-2 on the homestand. I would have been fine with them losing in like 9-2. Yeah, you just have a bad night. This is a game where they were up 6-1. Framber Valdez is cruising. The one run he gave up was in the first inning, and it was largely on soft contact. Two guys get on an infield single and a ground ball, seeing eye ground ball, and then, a sac fly brings home a run. Okay, that happens. And then he didn't give up another run for the next 3 innings. He looked great. And then in the fifth inning, with a 6-1 lead, he just starts going off script. He starts shaking off Yainer Diaz.
Yeah.
And all parties involved, including Framber Valdez, have admitted that's what he did. Like, hey, yeah, I just, I shouldn't have done it. With there's quotes from everybody in this whole thing. He gives up 3 home runs in the fifth inning. He had never given up 2 in a start before, I think is what you said, Seth, right?
Right, yeah.
He gave up 3 in 1 inning, and it's a 7-run inning. And now, all of a sudden, the Astros are losing 8-6. They wind up losing 9-7. And, look, it's still early in the season, but, man, these games count. And that was they had no business losing that game last night, man. None.
It was Espada could have pulled him earlier. I don't know if I'm torn on this one just because we've seen Framber make just the 400% improvement from young Framber to current Framber, where he's been able to work his way through difficulties, and I think maybe since it seems so clearly, like with Shanuel, however the hell you pronounce his name, when he gets up and in his first 2 at-bats, he'd been throwing him sinkers. Framber had been throwing sinkers. He shakes off Yainer's call and throws a changeup, and boom, 3-run homer.
Yeah.
I think maybe the thought was, all right, if you just get him back into the game plan or get him back on track, he'll be okay. And I think it went off the rails for him. Probably in the way that Framber used to Framber back in the old days, there was a little bit of that. Because it wasn't simply a matter of losing location or anything like that. He just went away from the game plan. Now maybe the fact that he admitted to it afterwards tells me it wasn't just completely like that he felt like he had lost his sinker or something like that. He just felt like he needed to change things up by throwing a changeup. Yeah, lost
his head. The big loser on all this, at least in terms of the opinions, where people are weighing in. You can weigh in the chat on our YouTube and Twitch channels. You can weigh in on the text page 713-572-4610. Is that not just Joe Espada should have taken Framber out when he started giving up bombs, but with the intel now that we have that Framber was essentially going into business for himself in the fifth inning. Is that as soon as Espada saw that, he should have come out and gotten him. Like, hey, what are you doing, man? Like, if you want to be disappointed in somebody besides Framber, how about Espada take him out after he goes off script? At what point does Espada, these are separate texts, what point does Espada have the cojones to pull him from the game? Another text, I think the manager should yank him when he realizes he's going off script. It's like a consequence of going off script. That's how you teach a kid.
Right, yeah. And by kid, this is an all-star pitcher. This is so that's the bind you find yourself in, is just exactly at which point do you stop making excuses for Framber himself. And okay, should have Espada handled it differently. At some point when you're a manager, you got to trust your players, especially your horses and your hosses. When you're in the middle of a 3-game stretch or a 3-week stretch where you have one off day and where one of your starting pitchers, your best pitcher, Blanco, is suspended, that you got to trust that this guy can pull himself out of it. And that's so there's multiple parties that are to blame here. And I guess like Espada's got to understand that situation. I guess if Framber's not your normal all-star pitcher.
Yeah.
Framber's just sometimes Framber needs to have some tough love.
Puts Yainer in a tough spot too. Like Yainer's probably looking over the dugout like, hey man, like what's this guy like looking over, he's shaking everything off. What the hell am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do here? What am I supposed to do here?
Yainer's got that, like whatever the opposite of resting bitch face is. He just always looks like the calmest, most loving and accepting person on earth. And maybe there's a part of Yainer that needs to tap in and go water boy sometimes, I think. We're just start imagining that the pitcher, when he's disobeying you, is like the bully from high school or something. And you got to go, you got to tap into your psycho a little bit.
Yep.
I don't know if Yainer has a psycho he can tap
I don't know
into.
that he does. All evidence is he's the furthest from the polar opposite side of the spectrum from that.
Yainer and Dubon are the two guys that, like, if you have to judge by faces alone, those are the two guys that you want picking your daughter up for a date.
For sure.
Like, oh my gosh, she's going to be a better person for this. She's going to come home and, like, oh boy, I want this kid to be the example of what a man should be that I never was.
Dude,
yes.
How about the look on Dubon's face when he got that swinging bunt single that rolled and hits third base? And he's just standing there, like, just cackling about the whole
I was
thing.
hoping he was going to flex.
That would have been funny.
You know what he did, though? You know what he's doing there, Sean?
What's that?
A perfect example of drilling a pilot hole, because he ended up he drilled the pilot hole with that, and then later he had a home run.
He had a gusher.
Pretty much down the same alleyway. Yeah,
he had a gusher.
He just grooved it and unfortunately he grooved it for a lot of Angels left field home runs as well.
Yeah. Chas McCormick will be back with the team very soon, according to Joe Espada. Jose Abreu might as well, and that is not fun. We'll talk about that more in the 7 o'clock. Joe Espada had some wild things to say about Jose Abreu's return to the team that we'll get to at 7:20 today on the show. Texans OTAs have begun. We'll get eyes on them today as media today, and then one more session next week. We'll get a look at the Texans. We just did a segment.
They have multiple OTAs. It's just the media is only allowed this week and next week, and then for the mini camp. Yeah.
Yep, 3 per week, and we get to see one of them. So that's the deal. I think they were back at it yesterday. So we'll see him today, and give you a full report on that. C.J. Stroud, Seth, just to answer a question you had yesterday about C.J., did he get near any heavy machinery as he was helping people get out from underneath the aftermath of the Thursday storm last week? Because we saw footage of C.J. helping people kind of move tree branches, tossing the pigskin around with the kids in the neighborhood. He got close enough to a chainsaw to autograph it. There's a guy, one of the guys that CJ was helping out had a chainsaw. It would have been badass if he autographed it while it was running. Like CJ, just like, yeah, sure, calm, cool, and collected, running
that
chainsaw.
That would not have been badass, Sean. No, that would have been, he needs to stay the hell away from any of those.
You kidding me?
Those tiny little blades that go at thousands of RPMs. No.
Oh, it would have been stupid. But it would have been badass. Like, oh, man, that's no, I'm assuming it was not running. But, yeah, it was pretty funny. Dude's holding a chainsaw. It's got C.J. Stroud's autograph on it. So that was pretty good. Okay, do we believe this story here, that Antonio Brown has filed for bankruptcy? I Googled it. He tweeted it out yesterday on his CTESPN account, his Antonio Brown Twitter account, which has had some controversial and sometimes funny stuff. But on CTESPN, this is Antonio Brown. Says NFL legend Antonio Brown has filed bankruptcy today. He will be a first ballot Hall of Famer in 2027. He will be releasing new music this summer. He's also the founder of the most trusted source in all of sports, CTESPN.
Yeah, so there's no way of knowing one bit whether this is true or not, because that whole account is just all about just putting anything and everything out there. Sometimes true, sometimes completely made up.
Like anything off of that account, or really nowadays any account that I'm not sure is real, I go and Google to see if reputable news outlets have picked up the story.
Yeah.
And I'm looking here now, and there are several, like Athlon Sports. There's a couple other websites here that are taking that tweet at face value, saying he's filed for bankruptcy. I guess it's easy enough to find out. It's public record. I don't know.
I don't
Would it
know.
shock you if he filed for bankruptcy? I don't know.
It's and depending on where you do it. I think the privacy rules are different depending on where you do it.
Oh, really?
I would imagine he's Chapter 13 bankruptcy at least, because he's got income coming in. Like Chapter 7 is where you're like, I am destitute and I got nothing going on here.
Yeah.
Where Chapter 13, they're like, okay, we're gonna restructure your debt for you.
Yeah.
We're gonna go tell all these debtors exactly what you can and cannot pay.
Yeah, like when I saw just the headlines on Twitter of like aggregators and stuff, it didn't shock me. Like Antonio Brown files for bankruptcy. I'm like, all right, that seems about right. And this is somebody who doesn't like paying people, Seth. He's got a long history of not paying people.
Yeah. I mean, for him, it might be Your best hope, if you're dumb enough to ever go into any kind of thing where payment is accepted later from Antonio Brown, and I'm not even talking about banks. I'm saying the caterer that gave a $13,000 dinner and then just couldn't collect the bill, or the moving person, or any of those
Alex
people.
Guerrero.
Not only do you not get your money, sometimes you get assaulted, allegedly. So, I don't know whether this falls into the category of I don't know whether to believe it, and yet nobody on earth is surprised if it's
No. Yeah, it was definitely worth digging into. Last thing here in headlines, Amen Thompson. Congratulations, second team All-Rookie yesterday. Victor Wembanyama, unanimous All-Rookie. Chet Holmgren, unanimous as well, first team All-Rookie. They announced the All-Defense team today. Wembanyama is expected to be first team All-Defense. He finished runner-up behind Gobert for Defensive Player of the Year. And it wouldn't shock me if he made either first, second, or third team All-NBA, Wembanyama. If he does that, he'll be the first rookie since Tim Duncan in 1998 and before that David Robinson in 1990 to pull off that trifecta. I hate the Spurs. I hate the only three people to do it in the last 35 years.
Yeah.
San Antonio Spurs first overall picks.
The Rockets are in this position, which is strange, the Texans have been through this before too, but where they're lucky enough, and in the NBA it's way even more about luck because you have the lottery, but they're lucky enough to get a much higher draft position than the probability would have told you in the draft lottery. And yet they can't get Chet Holmgren. They can't get Wembanyama. This year they get a high selection, but there's not necessarily anybody all that alluring. It's like when the Texans have had the number one overall pick in a couple of drafts where there was no viable, really good quarterback.
Yes.
It's frustrating.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. We're going to get to Jose Abreu and Joe Espada's comments on that at 7:20. Coming up next, Tank Dell's personal wide receivers coach that he works out at, his private coach, spoke yesterday. I really like this guy. I need more of Delphonte Diamond, and I think Tank Dell needs more of Delphonte Diamond in his life. You will not want to miss this advice audio to Tank Dell. Best advice that all of you should heed, by the way. We will get to that coming up next. But West Point Lincoln, here's advice for you. Get to West Point Lincoln and get your next vehicle, especially if you're in the market for
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Delphonte Diamond, that is the name of Tank Dell's private coach. And there's other receivers. I saw on social media yesterday, there's other Texans receivers that work with him. I think I might have seen Mechie in one of the group pictures they had of, like, you know, after a workout, everybody takes a group picture together, you know. And so Diamond and Tank have both been posting videos of Tank's workouts, and Tank looks really good in these videos. This is where I am confident that these videos are from very recently and post the shooting in Florida, because these were the words of advice at the end of one of the videos that popped up on Twitter on my timeline last night. Words of advice that Delphonte Diamond had for Tank Dell.
Everything happens for a reason. Slow you down. That's all that is.
Yeah.
You know, you already know Uncle gonna keep you 100 with you. Stay out the way.
I'm out the way, but you ain't gotta worry about that.
Money, take care of your moms.
Yeah.
We can be at the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm telling you, dog, we ain't got time to be no more setbacks, because from the perspective, you already know what you need to do. You at Walmart, the camera on. So that, what happened in Florida, that's a sign, son. Stay away from Florida. But you look good today. Stay focused, but also remain angry. Remember that.
All right, so there's some good stuff in that 20 seconds.
Stay away from Florida.
Stay away. Well, okay. Now that's advice for everybody out there, if we're being honest.
What's this? A COVID take? I tell you what, now I'm triggered.
Stay away. That was a solid 25 seconds of audio. There was a lot of stuff in there, man. Take care of moms. Right? That was at the very beginning. Take care of moms. Yeah. And Tank nodded his head and said, yeah, absolutely. He's putting his stuff back in his bag. He says, yeah, absolutely. Wrong place, wrong time. But remember, when you're at Walmart, the camera is on. You know, like, so you're being watched. Everybody's watching you. You know, you're a target. Right? The big one, stay away from Florida. That's big. We might need a stay away from Florida hotkey, Ben. I don't know. And then stay hungry. Stay angry is what he said at the end. Stay angry.
Yeah, stay angry.
It's even better than stay hungry. Stay angry.
This is what I worry about with Tank and stay angry. So I agree. Like, everybody should stay away from Florida unless you're super into meth. But the stay angry with Tank, I worry, because Tank has that in him where he plays like he's proving that his size is not an issue all the time. Mm-hmm. And like the play where he broke his leg, you know, personally watching that play, it seems to me that he wasn't supposed to be as deep down into the core as he was, but because Nico was blocking the guy that Tank would have been blocking. I think Nico perhaps should have worked up to the guy that Tank ended up trying to block. Whatever. I don't know what the play call was or anything, but like, Tank has that in him where he's got that chihuahua in him, you know, where like he wants to prove that just because he's small, he's not scared, to the point where he's way braver than just about anybody else on the football field.
Yeah.
This is what I would do, because, you know, DeMeco's big into the teach tapes.
Yeah.
I would say go back and watch the Colts from the Peyton Manning era, where either Reggie Wayne, who's a smaller guy, or Marvin Harrison, who wasn't big but wasn't small, those guys were almost like avowed, I don't want to say this word in case Marvin Harrison hears it, but in a football sense, they had a strategic cowardice to them that they did not take hits. Like, remember how frustrating it was when those Peyton Manning Colts he'd complete a pass and those receivers had a sixth sense about when to go down to the turf. They just didn't take hits. And those were normal-sized guys. There's no shame in that. Like, the number of hits that you take over the course of your career as a receiver, the bang for the buck that you provide is on the huge chunks, not on typically that extra few yards. You know, and I think there's something to be said for, like, just be smart. Don't put yourself in harm's way more than you need to.
Well, and I think the other team I think of when you talk about, it's a great point, is the greatest show on turf, those Rams teams.
Yeah.
Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt. Those guys would always go down or go out of bounds, and it's no coincidence that 4 of the top 15 receivers yardage-wise, because you need good quarterbacks. You got to stick around for a long time as well. You got to be available. Are those 4 guys: Wayne, Harrison, Bruce Holt. You know
what he should do is he should watch old videos of T.Y. Hilton and specifically watch the ones where he's destroying the Texans while following a strategy that he claims provided him stretches of months at a time where he didn't take a single hit.
Yeah.
Like T.Y. Hilton was talking about that on that In the Trenches podcast with Zaire Franklin.
Yeah.
Not the ND Kalu Greg Cook joint, but Zaire Franklin has a podcast called In the Trenches. And T.Y. Hilton was on with him, and he was talking about how, like, he was just really good at preserving his body.
Yes.
And for any other position on the football field, I would say, like, come on, it's football. But with wide receiver, it's a little bit different, man.
Well,
availability, the best ability is availability.
No doubt. Well, ironically, in that same episode, T.Y. Hilton was going off about what an amazing combo Tank and CJ are.
Right.
Right. So stay away from Florida.
Stay away from Florida.
Yeah.
I like really, like when you say wrong place at the wrong time, the lesson you take from that, you hope that young people take from it, is that, yes, even though it's not specifically your fault in a given situation, like that something happens bad at a place, you could have avoided it altogether just by simply not being there. It's like defensive driving, like you get into traffic situations. Do you want to be right and dead, or would you rather be alive? And, so that's when you learn, like, all right, I'm just going to just bypass this whole scenario. I'm just not even going to address this.
Yep.
Like those simple things you can do to where nothing bad's going to happen.
Yep.
But again, I don't know what the situation was that night at that place. I mean, it's a private events place. If you go to their website, it's at a marina.
Yeah.
Like it's not. It's during the day. It's a restaurant. So who knows what the nature of the crowd was there that night? But you got to develop that sixth sense almost. Or like, all right, man, there's a bad vibe. There's a bad vibe here. Just not my place tonight. I'm gonna go play Halo for a while.
That's probably the hardest.
I'm gonna go shoot imaginary people.
Yeah, that's fine. Nobody gets hurt doing that.
Yeah.
That's probably among the hardest pieces of advice to give to somebody is to say, hey, look, we know you grew up there. Don't go there. Like Tank's from Florida. Stay away from Florida.
You go to mom's house,
Yeah, I guess.
You go to mom's house, you hang out, you sleep on the couch, whatever. There's a lot to be said for that, and it's one of the things that even as a minor celebrity these days that you got to be conscious of.
Yeah.
And there's always, because that's the other thing that happens in situations is sometimes situations turn bad just because a notable person shows up and all of a sudden there's 3 or 4 dudes in the place who feel like they've got to prove something. Like that they're just that's like, all of a sudden they bow up a little bit.
Yeah,
because
that never ends well. Yeah.
In their minds, like a perceived higher status person is there, and it alters the ecosystem a little bit it's not technically your fault, but again, just like defensive driving, you got to give up a little bit of like, hey, the pure ideological route of like, well, I was doing nothing wrong. But stay away from the people who would do wrong.
Yes. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Aziz Al-Shaair was at a Texans community event yesterday. Good to see that. Hadn't even played a snap for the Texans yet, and he's getting his feet wet in the community. He was at a Scholarships for Champions event, a bunch of kids getting $10,000 scholarships from Reliant and the Houston Texans is what it appeared.
Where was this?
This was, I don't know where geographically it was, but it was here in Houston. It was,
It was not in Florida?
It was not in Florida, no.
Okay.
No. Nor is it in Nashville.
It would be a weird place to put it, but I would tell Aziz Al-Shaair. All Houston Texans, stay away from the state of Florida.
Yeah, all of you. That's what I'm saying. And by Houston Texans, we mean citizens of Houston that call themselves Texans. Stay away from Florida, everybody.
I hope when they play in Jacksonville this year that they stay in Charleston, South Carolina.
I hope they
bust down. Yeah.
I hope they lobby for a neutral site game in Athens, Georgia, or something like that. Just stay the hell out of Florida. Aziz Al-Shaair actually spoke to the media at this event. Here was Aziz Al-Shaair on why he signed with the Houston Texans.
For me and DeMeco, he's like a father figure to me. He was my position coach in San Francisco. Also my D coordinator. Me and him have, literally laughed together, then cussed each other out and everything in between. So I think just off the bat, just that connection and relationship that I had with him and some of the other coaches that are here, guys like Jimmy Ward, who I played with for 4 years as well. But I think when I was playing against them, just seeing it on film and seeing the videos and stuff. A lot of it just felt a lot like how it was for me when I was in San Francisco. And I felt like he brought that same enthusiasm, that same confidence, that same swagger with all the guys. So then finally coming in the building, and, it felt like seamless. Even being around the guys now, I felt like I've been around them for 6 years, even though I played against them all last year talking crap, and now we're all on the same team.
Yeah, it's the beauty of football. It's like tribal warfare, where all of a sudden, you decide to switch allegiances, and all of a sudden you're fighting savagely against somebody that, I like that Al-Shaair, when you watch him on film, you would think that, wow, this guy's scary. This guy, I don't know if this guy might, he looks like a brute. And then you see him away from football, and Mark Bruner was like this. Mark Bruner, you watch him on film, and you're like, gosh, this guy probably beats up nuns on the weekends. But then you talk to him, you're like, oh, wow, this was just a pleasant young gentleman. Mm-hmm. That's what Al-Shaair seems like to me.
I am very anxious for the first session of Aziz Al-Shaair cussing DeMeco Ryans out.
Yeah.
We've cussed each other out before. That's the first thing I wrote down. I'm like, ooh, that'll be fun when they curse at each other at training camp this year. And I will tell you right now that the weather in Houston, way more conducive to guys getting in the frame of mind of cussing each other out than whatever they were working out in the Bay Area in the summertime.
I'm glad he said that, though, too, because, DeMeco, maybe it was when he was on with Rich Eisen, was talking about how, he tells his coaches that there's no demeaning language, you don't insult players, all that stuff, treat your players with respect. But that's another little bit of those division of things where you got to realize that, things can get heated, but you can have heated conversations without going personal on things. And I think in the NFL, especially more so than high school and college, obviously, your guys are on equal footing a little bit more, coaches and players, and you do get into arguments. But it's always got to be just like an argument with a friend, you don't go certain places. And that's where DeMeco can have a heated conversation with a guy or a coach aggressively, while at the same time being respectful. And it almost it's easier to have those heated conversations in that way. He's just he does a good job of finding that balance.
If you're looking for a reason why or evidence of the Texans and the type of offseason they've had, I think in any of the last probably 3 off seasons, probably going back to 2019 when they traded for Laramie and they did all those big moves, the Aziz Al-Shaair and DeMeco Autry would have been the 2 headliners in this influx in this season. Like 2 good players, right? Aziz Al-Shaair, good linebacker. Yep. DeMeco Autry, really good, productive defensive end. Neither of them are Pro Bowlers or anything like that, but they're good, above average, solid players. We've talked about the 2 of them hardly at all this offseason because you went and got Danielle Hunter and Stephon Diggs, Joe Mixon, and that headlines everything right there.
It was one of the things where last year Christian Harris made a lot of progress, and, Blake Cashman gets these great PFF grades and all of that, but the linebackers were an issue last year. Part of it was because of injury, and you're having to shuffle guys in and out and play multiple positions and all of that. But you look at those San Francisco defenses, one of the engines that drove that defense when DeMeco was there was that they had 2 really good off-ball linebackers, a really good and a Mike and Will linebacker. And you didn't have that as a group last year. Mm-hmm. And that's one thing that Al-Shaair, has played for DeMeco, started off playing a lot of Sam linebacker, filled in for Dre Greenlaw when he got hurt, and elevated himself up into somebody that was deserving of a good contract. And he's just more of a complete linebacker than Blake Cashman was. Yeah. Where Blake Cashman was very athletic, he could do a lot of good things in coverage and against the run, but also wasn't like a classic lunch pail guy, wasn't just a blue-collar guy in the way that Al-Shaair is. So I think Al-Shaair brings a blue-collar, old-school linebacker mentality that I don't think Blake Cashman necessarily had. And that's not a criticism of Cashman. They're different types of players.
Yeah, this guy seems like he's perfectly lined up with DeMeco Ryans. We got a few people pointing out text message. That guy sounds like he's going to run through a brick wall for DeMeco Ryans there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and DeMeco kind of, I don't want to say made him, but DeMeco recognized him. DeMeco took this undrafted rookie free agent and gave him or recognized. I don't want to say he gave him the opportunity. He recognized that Al-Shaair was deserving of the opportunity and gave him that chance. So yeah, I think he probably feels like kind of indebted to him in a way, and very appreciative of it.
And now he gets paid on the back end with DeMeco Ryans in the building here. He got 3 years, $34 million. He got life-changing money from the Houston Texans.
DeMeco bought him a house, basically.
Pretty much.
I always think of that when I'm walking around my house. I'm like, thank you, Dom Capers.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom Coughlin.
Hell yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's get to Joe Espada here. The Astros lose last night to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, California. 9-7 was the final score. They had this. This was a frustrating one for me. This one might even be more frustrating for me, Seth, than some of the ones at the bullpen, like the late inning guys blew earlier in the year.
Yeah.
Because Framber was cruising. Like some guys come in, like Josh Hader comes in, he gives up a home run in the ninth inning or he gives up a lead, and it may just be a day where he didn't have it. Like it's one inning. You don't have a huge sample with closers or with setup guys and things like that. Framber Valdez had 4 innings of evidence that things were clicking, and he voluntarily unclicked them. Like if you're not up to speed on the story, Framber Valdez gave up 7 runs in the 5th inning. They were up 6-1, the Astros were, and gave up 7 runs in the 5th inning on 2 3-run homers and then a solo home run on top of that. And after the game, all parties involved corroborated, including Framber, that he just basically started going into business for himself, started changing the pitches, changing the game plan with Yainer Diaz. And Yainer Diaz was kind of like, okay, well, he's Framber Valdez. He knows what he wants to throw, so I guess I'm going to, we'll go with what he's calling here. And it didn't go well at all. Gave up a 3-run homer, made it 6-4. Gave up another 3-run homer, made it 7-6. At that point, if I'm Espada, I think you got to come out and get him at that point. He didn't. Tax on another solo home run on the very next pitch, and it was bad. It was bad, and the Astros lose a really important game to a team they have no business losing a game like that to. I'm not saying, Seth, that you shouldn't lose to the Angels. It's baseball. You're going to lose games to inferior teams over the course of 162 games. You had no business losing that game to the Angels. 6-1 with your ace or one of your aces on the mound dealing 4 innings into that game.
Right. And where the offense was hot early. The offense built you enough of a lead that with Framber Valdez pitching that you should have won that game.
Yes.
And that part is very frustrating. Yeah. So the biggest villain here, I guess. Yeah, let's call him a villain for now.
Yes.
My wife's going to be... she's going to have words with me after the show. She does not like when I get frustrated with Framber. But Brandy, come on.
Come on.
I mean, come on. He went into business for himself. Yes. He decided, just like he did versus spring training. Who amongst us thought it was a good idea in spring training when Framber decided that he wanted to experiment with calling his own pitches by having his own special Josh Hader pitch count?
Raise your hands.
Who thought that was a good idea? I was freaked the hell out.
Yes.
I didn't poop for 3 days thinking about it. Mm-hmm. And so he abandoned that, thank God. But he decides to, after having just fine success with his sinker and everything else, to shake off Yainer Diaz and throw a changeup, and boom, there you go, 3-run homer. I don't know what you do if you're Espada. I don't know what you do if you're Yainer. Yainer was calling the game plan. I guess maybe this is one of those moments where he has to take that next step and say, look, all right, you're young, you're doing all the right things in terms of learning the strategy and everything like that, but sometimes you got to be the a-hole. Like sometimes you gotta go out and just be like, listen, man, whatever, whether it's tough talk or giving him a hug or whatever it is, whatever works to get Framber back on track and to listen to you, that's what it's got to be, because it wasn't with the pitch selection on Yainer Diaz's fault. It was completely on Framber deciding to go off the reservation on this one.
Yeah, do something, Yainer. Like, even just going out to the mound to find out why he's shaking him off all of a sudden. Like, just have a conversation with him. Don't just sit back and let it happen, maybe. And I'm not
put some rosin on your left forearm?
Right.
Would that help?
Would that help you? Yeah. I'm not mad at Yainer. I'm just, I sound like Lopez. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Like, I'm not angry with him. But we know this is something he was working on in spring training, and that's the thing that disappoints me, is that he let Framber push him around a little bit.
Well, and then Espada, too, is, all right,
yeah,
you're in that bind where, look, okay, we've got a lead. You're not looking like yourself all of a sudden. You did give that up. They gave that homer up early, which is, is rare enough for Framber, but he's given up a couple home runs in games before. But... yeah, do you let him figure it out, or do you say, like, all right, no, well, I don't know what's going on with you, man, and I know that we've had issues with your erratic decision making before, that this is about to turn into a potential dumpster fire, and just yank him.
Yeah, and I say pull him out after the second 3-run homer, but I started to kind of replay it in my head. That stuff all happened so fast. I don't know if they had somebody warmed up yet to come in and take over. I mean, that happened. Like that, they had nobody warming when they had two guys on in the fifth inning. Like, you expect Framber, especially with a 6-1 lead, if he gives up a couple runs, so be it. At that point, when you're up 6-1, the number that you're more worried about than anything is getting Framber to 100-something pitches, so you're not having to burn any bullpen in a game like that. Yeah. And now all of a sudden he's given up 7 runs, and you're into the bullpen in the 6th inning, and Montero comes in, he gives up a solo home run. So it wasn't a great night. It was fine for a while, and then it wasn't.
I am enjoying, though, this is where I'm trying to find a silver lining in last night. I'm enjoying that the Astros, given their current situation, have gotten to a point where it feels like a football season. Like every loss really, really hurts, because you're making progress. You win 9 out of 11. And it's a lot harder to chalk it up to a 162-game season anymore, when you still, you're on pace for 70 wins or so right now, which is way, way better than it was a couple weeks ago. But, man, you've still got a lot of ground to cover to get back up into playoff contention. So when it's a loss that feels like you really just let one slip away, it really hurts.
It hurts.
This was not a result of a superhuman effort by the Angels or anything.
Right. Yeah, and that's like losing, for the football analogy. I mean, that's like losing to the Titans or something like it. Like some team that you're clearly better than them. Yeah. It's like coughing up a 2-touchdown lead to the Titans. Joe Espada, not a great day for Joe Espada overall. He did some pregame media as he normally does, and the big topic, Jose Abreu, who is down at West Palm Beach, getting at-bats in rookie games. He's 3 for 14 in the 3 games that he's played in. The reports from Jeff Bagwell have been sparkling about all the timing and the things that he's been able to fix and whatnot. I don't trust those reports one bit. Not because I think Bagwell is being duplicitous or anything like that. I just think Bagwell is too emotionally attached to this situation to give a completely rational assessment of this thing. But he's been the eyes on Abreu down there. So those are the reports that Espada is getting. Espada has been able to watch some of the video himself as well from West Palm Beach. How is Jose Abreu looking right now?
He's actually had looked really good. I kind of saw the videos and reports for our coordinators, and I like the physical adjustment he's made to his swing. His at-bats have been also really pretty good, competitive, hitting the ball hard. So the plan is for, if he clears the next couple of days, he'll play a few games, and then, like Dana said, if we're going to lose good, if we can join us this weekend.
Okay, he's coming back. I mean, I don't think there's anything that, aside from injury, I don't think there's anything that keeps him from coming back to this team, it sounds like. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, unless this is all just, my conspiracy theory is that they're trying to scare him into, like, asking for some kind of a buyout settlement so he can retire or something. Like that. I hope that, or they're just trying to make it if there is any chance of Abreu coming back at all, they're going to be as positive about it as possible and give him all that positive reinforcement and everything. You know what it makes me think of, Sean? It's going to be a really weird comparison, so bear with me a little bit. Jose Abreu right now reminds me of Tim Tebow, the baseball player. And this is the thing with Tim Tebow. You talk to a lot of scouts and everything that were watching him at the time when he was in the minors, and it was that, look, you know what? There's something there. The kid's got something. The problem is, I can't remember. He's like 29 years old,
right.
And you gotta figure out what you have in him, and you can't spend 5 years doing it like you would with a 19-year-old. Yeah. So everything's compressed and accelerated, and you kind of just got to throw him into the fire and see what happens. Abreu is right now. I look at him. He's Tim Tebow, the baseball player. I don't. You make a decision. You got to make a decision. You can't wait around forever for this to happen. And he's Tim freaking Tebow. Yeah. He's Jose freaking old Abreu. I'm not optimistic about it.
No, I'm not either.
I'm not optimistic.
I'm not at all optimistic about this. And I get sprinkling some sugar on it, and he's looking. Now, somebody points out here, really good point, actually. The word actually is the point here. Key word there from Espada at the beginning, actually. Play the very beginning of that same cut, Ben, one more time.
He's actually had looked really good.
Okay, stop right there. Actually is something you say when you go, something you say when it's unexpected. You know, actually, he looks really good. Maybe
he actually looks really good.
He actually looks.
When he's
I know you'd
going
be
against players who almost all of whom will never make the majors.
Right.
He looks really good, and he looks really good. He's not actually hitting the ball well or anything, but process. That's where I go back into. Like I said yesterday, we're not at a point here with Abreu where it's like sending somebody down to a rehab assignment in AA.
No.
Where you can go down. If Yordan Alvarez went on a rehab assignment down to Corpus Christi and he hit 220 or something, I'm not going to be freaked out about it because I know he's just working on stuff. He's not scouting the pitchers all that much. Yeah. No, Abreu is not at that point right now. He's at a point where he needs to work his way back up through the minors and show that he can actually play competent baseball versus increasingly better baseball players. I don't have any appetite for, his bat speed is 0.9 miles per hour faster than it was when he was up here.
Yeah. This was the biggest BS statement of the whole thing yesterday from Espada. This is one that I got heated just reading, and then I listened to it. This is just insulting to anybody's intelligence who's a baseball fan. This is Joe Espada with, to me, the biggest BS statement of this whole Jose Abreu ordeal.
Jose Abreu is part of this team. We cannot get to what we want to get to without Jose Abreu. So we're gonna need all hands on deck. And he's a really good player when he's healthy, when he's moving right, when his swing is right. So we are looking forward to getting Jose Abreu back.
That's flat out dumb. That's just a dumb. It's an idiotic statement, and it's disingenuous to say you can't get to where you want to get to without a guy who's been the worst everyday player in baseball for the better part of a year and a half. Here's the thing. There's guys way better than Jose Abreu on this team that you could lose and still be a contender to win the World Series this year. Baseball's not a sport where one guy on a team like this with this much talent just craters your season. Not in this division, it doesn't.
Right.
And so to say that Jose Abreu is a guy like that is it's flat out insulting. It is evidence that they're for whatever reason they're catering to a guy who doesn't seem to have the ego that needs to be catered to. The one good thing I'll say about Jose Abreu is he does seem very self-aware through all this that he sucks right now.
Right. It's been really hard for him.
Yeah, if you're feeling like you need to say stuff like this, it's for one of two reasons. You either feel like Jose Abreu needs to hear something that stupid, which is just dumb, or you actually think that, which is really concerning if you're the manager of this baseball team. If you're the manager of this baseball team and you think Jose Abreu is the key that unlocks a World Series for this team, you're in the wrong job.
Well, I guess there is that part of it, though, too, that you got to remember, for somebody like Jose Abreu, there's very few instances in his career where he's gone through anything approaching this.
Yep.
It's not the same as a slump, because this is a mega slump.
Yes.
And it's been largely for a year and a half, other than his good performance in September and October last year, annoyingly. It's that might have been his dying gasp as a baseball player. But I think that there's two things here, Sean. Okay, if they are actually going to try to genuinely salvage something from him, than helping him, because it has been hard for him, because he does take accountability for it, then showing that support, I think, is the best way to go about it. But now saying there's no way we're going to get where we want to go without him, I don't think that's actually making it easier for Jose Abreu. I think that's stacking extra stress on top of him.
That's a good point.
If you were to hear that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Well, the other thing it's doing, too, like this is where, like, the credibility of Jeff Bagwell and the credibility of Joe Espada are dangling from a noose right now, and they're waiting for the stool to get kicked out from underneath them, because they are losing all credibility by having all these flowery things. If he comes up and he looks like the exact same Jose Abreu that went down to West Palm Beach, then I've lost all faith in Jeff Bagwell to evaluate anything.
Well, this is why it's hard for organizations. A lot of people listening right now have been through this with their own companies. It's really hard for organizations sometimes to recognize and move beyond a sunk cost, because what's best for the organization is to understand, we spent a lot of money for him, but man, it's actually actively hurting us right now. We got to move on from that and just write that cost off. The problem is there are individuals within the organization whose pride, reputation, and sometimes careers are hinging on whether or not that sunk cost works out.
That's right.
So you got individuals in the organization that are just concerned about proving their decisions correct or proving that they were right. And it's hard to, that's where it's on Jim Crane ultimately. Now, it's not, signing Jose Abreu was not Dana Brown's problem. Maybe some of the decisions made along the way, we don't know what happens internally. Maybe Dana Brown feels invested in it personally now too. But really, like Jeff Bagwell and whomever else really perhaps stood up on a table for Jose Abreu, their either reputation or perhaps even their job status might hinge on that. So they're not going to let go of that sunk cost.
No.
And that's when it comes down to the CEO or the owner, whomever else, to realize, like, okay, well, you know what? I got to kind of set aside this guy's opinion for now, because he's too personally invested in it.
I don't know if this trend or this human tendency has a name yet. We may have to call it the Bagwell or the Crane or something like that. But it is a human tendency, and I'm sure I've been guilty of it in my everyday life, and you have, and we all have, is that, to your point, when you invest a ton in something, probably overinvest in it, and it's a bad investment, the human tendency is to throw even more resources to try to make it look good. And it turns into something that it just compounds, and it's doubly bad in the end. And that's what's happening with Jose Abreu.
Espada saying that they can't get to where they want to be without Jose Abreu feels like if somebody were to tell me, like, well, we're not going to get where we're going to need to be unless this lottery ticket comes through. As long as we hit the lottery, we'll be okay. Like, great. Yeah, I guess I'll go pray for 12 hours.
Yeah,
that's
it is, man. Like, this is the key. Then we may as well just fold up tents. Like, why play the rest of this? If this is the key to doing anything significant, Jose Abreu, guy in West Palm Beach right now, batting against 18-year-olds.
Who are the X factors that are actually the more important and more realistic than Jose Abreu when it comes to, like, okay, without this guy, we can't get to where we need to be? Like, I would argue that obviously there's no one single person, but Chas McCormick, that's more valid for Chas McCormick than it is for Jose Abreu.
Yeah, probably.
Like, that's where we are. Like, that's more valid for some of the fringe guys or the guys that are, competing for time right now than it is for Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
Because it's more realistic.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, Chas it's more realistic that Chas comes back and goes on a tear and it's the summer of Chas or something than it's Jose Abreu.
Yeah. I don't know. There's
not that I would feel awesome about that being the situation either. But
no.
If that's what you had to have.
There's only look. I don't think there's any one guy in the Astros where literally their World Series chances are sunk. But there are guys on this team that if they do go down, it feels that way. Jose Abreu ain't one of them. I'll tell you that. But for example, when Jordan fouled that ball off his knee a week or two ago, and he fell down in a heap. He looked like somebody shot him with a tranquilizer gun. Like he was just on the ground, same fetal position for a good 5 or 10 minutes. That felt, and I know Jordan wasn't even hitting that great at the time, but we know what's inside Jordan. That felt to me like that was this is the season kick in the gut right there. We don't know what it feels like with Kyle Tucker to have that because he just never gets hurt. But Kyle Tucker, probably the same sort of I would say Tucker, Jordan, and Altuve are the three guys that fit that bill for me, where if they go down, if they foul a ball off their foot, if they slide into a base the wrong way and they're down, you do feel like the season is hanging in the balance.
Right, yeah. And even then, though, you already know from watching sports your entire life.
I agree.
No one player. And I know you're acknowledging that. But by the way, too, with Jordan, I feel like it would take at least 2 tranquilizer darts. You don't come at Jordan with one trank shot and think like, oh yeah, we're good now. Like if you're gonna shoot Jordan from a helicopter with a trank gun and then perform dentistry on him or something, like just go ahead and don't be stingy. Use the second dart.
I like to think the first dart makes him get that look on his face when Singleton hit that upper deck home run. And then you hit him with the second dart, and that puts him down. Right?
Get him dazed a little bit, and then put him to sleep with the second one.
What was that? Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So frustration, the word for today with the Houston Astros, on and off the field, I would say. All right, projected spreads on all 17 Texan games are out. I've got 3 games for the Texans that I would bet on, and I may bet on, right now. 3 games on their schedule that I would bet. You're going to get Sean Pendergast 3 middle of May best bets on the Houston Texans coming up next. But first, here's a bet for you. This is 1,000%.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. So there are, what a country. There are spreads on all 17 Texan games right now. It's May 21st. And if you'd like, sir or ma'am, you may bet on any of the Texans' 17 regular season games right now. Spreads and totals on all of them. Now, I'm not going to go through all of them, but I do have 3 that I would bet on right now, and I may bet on these right now. I'll tell you what they are in a second, but just a few little factoids here. The Texans, and I think this is kind of symbolic and emblematic of the schedule that they're playing here, where you look up and down the schedule, and you go, man, even like the bad teams on their schedule, looks like there could be some dogfights. So the Patriots maybe not so much, but like the Titan games will be, that's a division game, and the Titans did some things this offseason. Those are not going to be, those I would suspect not. I wouldn't bet on them being blowouts necessarily. I think the Texans should win both games. But like Minnesota, a lot of pieces on Minnesota. That's one of the worst teams the Texans play is the Minnesota Vikings, and yet they've got pieces on defense. They've got Justin Jefferson, we think, on offense. They've
got John Grenard.
They've got John Grenard. And I say that to say the biggest spread of the season is the home Titans game in Week 12, and it's only a 6-point spread. The Texans are favored by 6, so they're not more than a 6-point favorite in any game this year. Their biggest underdog spread, not a surprise, the Saturday game on a short week right before the Baltimore game, that Kansas City game on December the 21st, the Texans are 4.5-point underdogs. Not a major underdog in that game.
Yeah. They, the biggest one, the biggest thing that jumps to my mind in that game is Chris Jones, the defensive tackle for the Chiefs, more so than Pat Mahomes. Because, look, I guess last year you saw the fallibility perhaps of the regular season Chiefs. That, man, they really, like, every single year now, as they'll have to, they have to figure out a way to fill this roster in around the quarterback who's been paid. And Travis Kelce was not the same guy in the regular season that he was in the playoffs. Rashee Rice this year might, who knows how many games he'll play for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
But the Texans still have a lot of question marks for their interior deep offensive line. And they've actually, they've had some surprisingly good games against Chris Jones, but I'm not going to sit here and act like in the fourth quarter. This is the problem about having a good game against Chris Jones. Sometimes Chris Jones doesn't really genuinely show up until clutch time in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And that's where he earns his money.
Yes.
So if it's a game that you're losing or what have you, it's not necessarily that big a deal that you had 3 good quarters against Chris Jones. Figuring out center and left guard is the biggest thing for me right there. If you want to be competitive against the Chiefs, look, I think that you make some improvements defensively, do better against the Chiefs in the regular season. Yes, great. But you got to figure out that interior offensive line.
No doubt. So that's the biggest underdog the Texans are this season is a 4.5-point number. I mean, remember 2 seasons ago? Remember the Culley season where they were double-digit underdogs in almost every single game during the year? So this is, obviously.
In the a lot of these, obviously, this will all change as the season goes along. But on paper, this is what happens when you, quote-unquote, win the offseason.
Yeah.
On paper, you look awesome. And that's where, now I'm really starting to get to the point where I'm starting to get nervous about looking so good on paper.
Yeah.
Because, man, so many teams that win the offseason get their comeuppance. And it just
hits me that way, too, sometimes, man.
And
yes.
DeMeco and Caserio both know that very, very well. They're going to start – in their coaching and GM minds – they're going to really start worrying about guys reading their press clippings a little too much and starting to feel like they've accomplished something before they actually have. And you got to try to manage that without being negative about it or dismal about it. You got to manage guys perhaps getting a little too far in front of themselves.
Or without being phony about it. Like if all of a sudden DeMeco is this different personality this year because he's looking at the season through a different lens. Guys are smart. They'll pick up on that. So you still need to be yourself. Texans are favored, obviously not by a ton, but favored in 7 of their first 8 games. So that matches up with the things that have been said about the Texans schedule, which is it is set up for them to maybe get off to a fast start. Gets harder as the season goes on. So they're favored in 7 of their first 8, favored in 11 of their 17 games overall. So of the final 9 games, they're only favored in 4 of them. But obviously they're all within a touchdown here, as we've pointed out. Now these, Seth, are the 3 games I would bet on right now. And you tell me if I'm crazy. I'll give reasons for it. Week 2, the Texans are only a 3-point favorite against the Chicago Bears on Sunday Night Football. Now, keep in mind, this is a Bears team that has not been good the last couple of years. They did draft Caleb Williams, but Caleb Williams will be playing in his first road game in his NFL career. I think the stadium that night is going to be electric. I think the atmosphere is going to be phenomenal. That's the home opener for the Texans. And 3 is basically you just need to win the game. Like I know you can win by 1 or 2. If it gets up to 3.5, then I'll start to, I may back off of it a little bit. But 3, I'm thinking at worst I'm pushing on this thing. I just love the situation that the Texans are in right there. I don't think there's a bad situation for them coming off of week 1. If they lose to Indy, then I think they're going to be super incentivized to win that game because they don't want to start out 0-2. I think if they beat Indy, they go into that game with a ton of 1-0 momentum in that game.
Yeah.
So I don't care about week 1 and how that impacts things. I think I love the Texans -3 against the Bears.
The Chicago has a lot to look at on paper right now that looks good, but it's a bigger leap of logic for whether or not it's going to work out. I almost feel like C.J. Stroud's success in his rookie season, his skewed perception about how easy or hard it might be to take a young quarterback and get productivity out of him. Just because they've got 3 really good wide receiving options for him. They stocked up the offensive backfield. They've done some really good things, but they were abysmal in a lot of ways last year. So to just assume that because they've made these improvements that all of a sudden they're going to be – I mean, that's in Chicago?
No, it's here. Sunday Night Football.
That's here. Yeah. Okay, that's right. But, I would feel good about that right now.
Yeah, I like that one. Week 6, this is my second best bet. Texans minus 4.5 at New England. New England is going to be a really bad football team this year. I know they were good defensively last year. Bill Belichick was also the head coach last year, I'll point out. He was the head coach. That is one of those teams where it's still hard for me to wrap my brain around the fact that they've got a first-year head coach, that we don't really know anything about Gerard Mayo yet. I just think the Texans are just way too talented for the New England Patriots. I think they're going to struggle big time offensively this year, the Patriots are, regardless of who is at quarterback. New England's not an atmosphere at a noon Sunday kick without Tom Brady and without Bill Belichick that scares me. It's 6 weeks into the season. I haven't looked at New England's schedule, but my guess is they'll be something like 1-4 at that point. So I'm getting the Texans for under a touchdown against a team that could be picking first in the draft this coming season on a noon Sunday kick. And it's not even cold weather. It's October the 13th. Give me the Texans minus 4.5 right there in New England.
Which quarterback do you think we see?
I would guess
Week 6.
Week 6.
Jacoby Brissett is that classic bridge quarterback that might be too good to, I think sometimes you think we'll have the bridge quarterback and then we'll slide in the first rounder. But then all of a sudden the bridge quarterback has you playing 500 football or something.
I'll just put it this way. Neither of those guys scares me off of minus 4.5 in this game. Brissett.
I have knee-jerk fear of Jacoby Brissett.
That's fine.
Given his success versus the Texans.
Understood.
I've gotten too cocky against Jacoby Brissett far too many times in the past, Sean. I'm not going to fall into that trap again.
Last one. So I've got Texans minus 3 against Chicago. I love that. I love Texans minus 4.5 at New England. I like Texans plus 3 at the Jets on Halloween night. I like that game a lot. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to be playing in that game, for one thing. I know last year they lost to Zach Wilson badly in New York. That does factor into my handicap. I think whatever DeMeco has in his coaching, the chapter in his coaching manual of revenge games, he will be pouring out in this game in New York. Remember when we came here last year? I don't think the Texans are going to come in, off guard. They're coming off of a home game against the Colts that week, so they'll be coming off a tough division game. I just think they're going to come in ultra focused. They're getting 3 points there. I think it's at worst case it's a close game, and the 3 points ends up getting me a win or a push right there. But I really like that game on the strength of the possibility there that Aaron Rodgers is injured by the middle of the season, and or the Texans, the revenge factor in that game against the Jets. So those are my 3. Chicago game minus 3, minus 4.5 at New England, plus 3 at the Jets. All the spreads are out on the games. All right, the 8 at 8. Let's get into the Astros. We got last night's game we need to get into. Bad. We've got Abreu news that we need to get into. Not great. We've got Texans OTAs. We got a whole lot more. We do it in the Ocho, the 8 at 8, coming up next.
If you've been thinking about getting a Ram pickup, 3-time Motor Trend Truck of the Year, then go to Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena, not only because they have an incredible selection, so whatever you
Supplies last.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get into it. The 8 at 8, the Ocho. Here we go. All right, let's start with the Astros. Framber Valdez, what was that in the fifth inning last night? The Astros built a 6-1 lead against the Los Angeles Angels, and everything seemed well in hand. It seemed like a game the Astros are going to tack on a few more runs. Framber gives you a few more innings. You hand it to the mop-up dudes who've been awesome this year, and you go home with like a 9-2 win or something like that. Instead, the bottom fell out of this thing in the top of the fifth inning. Up 6-1, Framber Valdez gives up 3 home runs, including 2 3-run bombs, 7 runs in all, and he walks off the mound trailing 8-6. And after the game, Joe Espada, Yainer Diaz, and Framber Valdez himself said that Framber just started going into business for himself that inning and shaking off whatever Yainer Diaz was calling. He was going against the game plan, is what Joe Espada said. Framber admitted it, so everybody's on the same page here, but why Framber? I'm going to take out of Andre Ware's why Brock, why? Like, why Framber, why? And you know what? That's an appropriate analogy, because that would have been like allowing Brock Osweiler to call his own plays at the line of scrimmage last night.
Right.
What Framber was doing.
Yeah, I think the frustrating thing about this is that every now and then something pops up that reminds you of back in Framber's more erratic days before he had all of a lot of these things figured out about how to calm himself down or to stay the course and all of that. But then I guess usually you can say, all right, yeah, but he's going to reel himself back in and it'll be fine for the next game. And I trust that he will be. Yeah. But I don't want bad Framber to pop up again like he did last night. And by pop-up, I mean that literally, except that they weren't pop-ups. They were fly balls. For a ground ball pitcher who had never let up more than 2 home runs in a game before to just get shelled like that aerially, it was frustrating to watch. And then to find out afterwards that it was partly because he just decided to go against the game plan. And then it puts more suspicion on Espada. And why did you not yank him? Why did you not handle this properly? Yainer, who was calling the right game, but I guess needs to take that next step to where he can be a little bit more of a hard ass and go out and get Framber back on track. Or a shoulder to cry on. Whatever it takes. However you need to handle Framber. Whatever Maldonado would do to get Framber back on track. Yainer's got to figure out that part of being a catcher. Yeah. And I'm not blaming Yainer for it specifically, but that's his next step in his evolution as a catcher is like, all right, yeah, look, you're not just a strategist, you're a psychologist with these guys, and it's hard. There's a lot to learn as a catcher, but that's one of the things, one of those steps that he's got to take.
This is way more on Espada than it is Yainer Diaz. Like, if Espada's watching this unfold in front of his very eyes, he either needs to send the pitching coach out there to say what the hell is going on. I know eventually the pitching coach did go out there. After a lot of the damage was done, the pitching coach went out there. But if he's going against the grain, and we don't know like exactly when it started, was he doing it that whole inning, or did he just start doing it when maybe a couple guys get on base? I don't know. But this game went from 6-1, Seth, to 8-6 in 1, 3, 7, that's 10, in 13 pitches. This game went from 6-1 to 8-6 in 13 total pitches.
Yeah, you got to be willing to burn all your mound visits with Framber. Dude, you can't.
All three home runs were on the first pitch.
Yeah,
all three.
It was painful. It's just like it's extra painful to watch Framber go through these moments.
Yeah,
and then it's extra painful with any loss right now because you're still trying to dig yourself out of this hole.
Yep.
And they've got a long ways to go in terms of being on pace. They're around 70. They're on pace for 70 wins, give or take, right now, and that's not enough to make the play. Even with the expanded playoffs, that's not enough to win the playoffs. So to lose a game, you're going to lose some baseball games along the way. You don't want to lose them like that.
No,
you don't want to lose these ones that should be gimmies.
Yep, not ones you're losing 6-1 with Framber on the mound against a bad team. No. Chas McCormick will join the team very soon. Joe Espada mentioned that in his pregame availability yesterday. He could be activated as early as today. He was in the dugout. He's with the team right now. He's ready to come back. This is going to be pretty interesting, Seth, and this is independent of Jose Abreu coming back and however he gets deployed, because, God, if he gets put in as a DH at any point, that's ridiculous, and that affects way more than just first base at that point. Yeah. But we'll talk about Abreu in a second. But Chas coming back, even without Abreu, creates a very interesting dynamic in this outfield where you've got Jake Myers playing the best baseball of his career, Mauricio Dubon, one of your most reliable players and consistent players in the mix for left field or center field. Joey Loperfito's hitting .333 on the season, thereabouts right now. Yeah. Strikes out a lot, but we knew that coming in. Yordan Alvarez, if you're going to use somebody at DH other than him, has to play left field for you. So Chas is coming back to a crowded situation. I don't know that there's a spot he just gets handed back to him at this point.
Right, no, gosh, no. Yeah. Not with Myers playing the way that he's playing.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there's still, you could make the case that, okay, Myers hasn't been as good against lefties as the other two, but but playing the way he's been playing, it's a whole different scenario. I think that leads us right into number 3, which is
Jose Abreu.
Jose Abreu comes back, and we've already got a spot of talking about how you got to figure out ways to get all these guys at bats and keep them sharp because there's so many guys that are playing well. And then you add this into the mix. Yeah. They're like, oh, but by the way, we also need to squeeze in an Abreu here or there.
We need to squeeze in the worst hitter in baseball. We need to find a spot for the worst hitter in baseball to inject himself into this situation. Joe Espada was asked about this before the game. Why now to bring Abreu back?
He has checked a lot of the boxes that we want him to check. Number one, his swing decisions, his swing mechanics. He's hitting the ball really hard. He's moving well. And he's been able to repeat that swing every single day, every at-bat. So he looks like he's in a much better offensive position and also mentally. That's also another area that we wanted him to just kind of clear his mind, kind of reset, and we feel like he's getting close to that.
Dude, I caught a glimpse of a couple of those Abreu West Palm Beach videos that were floating around. You probably saw them too, where he strikes out in one of them, he hits a double. I was watching that. I'll be honest, my prevailing emotion was sadness watching this. I'm like, this guy was an MVP a few years ago. This guy was a really at his worst was an above average first baseman as recently as 2022. Mm-hmm. And he's down there right now playing in simulated games against teenagers where, instead of chewing tobacco, they probably got zit cream in the dugout or something like that. It's just, I was sad watching those videos.
One of our listeners asked us, did you guys not see Jose Abreu in the playoffs last year? Yes, I feel like I bring it up, at least a couple times a show, as by way of showing that it's almost dangerous right now that he did have that in September and October last year. Because it was the last month of the regular season as well. He was a different player. But remember, it's baseball. And also, I don't know if you've paid attention, the Astros right now cannot weather a performance like last season's Abreu from April through August. Yeah. Okay? It's a different spot. They cannot have that Abreu. And to have that one nice stretch in the playoffs is different than it doesn't allow you to ignore all the other time. Every single month before and after that. It's just a matter of looking at the players you have right now and what they're providing versus what can a guy who, guess what? People get old and people stop being as good at sports as they used to. Have you not watched sports at all and seen what happens to guys in their late 30s? They tend to, with very few exceptions, they tend to fall off the face of the earth, okay? Yep. Some guys play on into their 40s, and that's awesome. Those guys are literally one in thousands with it make it like that. Jose Abreu is following the timeline that aging great players do. Yep. They're awesome, and then they're not.
Yep.
4.
OTAs have begun for the Houston Texans. I'll be headed out there after the show. Keep eyes on some of the players. We talked about this earlier. I'm more interested in just seeing what Kenyon Green looks like, off a full season of hopefully being able to get into an NFL weight room, get his body right. John Mechie, C.J. Stroud gave glowing reports on him a few weeks ago. How does he look out there? Do we get to talk to Stephon Diggs today? I'll take attendance and see who's out there. But OTAs have begun, and also C.J. Stroud. Fully expect him to be there because he was helping out Houstonians on Sunday, including signing a dude's chainsaw That might be the coolest bit of memorabilia. Like if you had a man cave and you have all the standard stuff like pictures and posters and helmets, baseballs, footballs, whatever. Dude, a signed chainsaw by C.J. Stroud with a picture of him above it, maybe like carrying a big branch that just got sawed off with that chainsaw. That is unique memorabilia right there.
It's unique memorabilia, but you want to use the chainsaw too. I don't know.
Dude, I would buy a new chainsaw.
Hang it in my. Well, no, it's better. It's more badass if you keep using the chainsaw, I think.
Okay.
A chainsaw is meant to be it dishonors the chainsaw, Sean, if you don't continue to use it. And frankly, it dishonors CJ himself. Yeah. All right? That's you're out there with extra cutting power with that thing.
Do you think the chainsaw guy now goes out in his front yard on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays looking for things to chainsaw that Hank next door walks up? And he's like, oh, and he powers it down. He's like, hey, Hank, how you doing? He's kind of waving it so Hank can see the C.J. Stroud autograph on the side of it right there.
You're friendly. Yeah, there's nothing. That's how you know you're in a nice neighborhood is when there's just nice people walking around with chainsaws in their hands approaching neighbors they haven't met yet. Hey, I got a chainsaw if you need me. You got any downed old trees or corpses, anything you need chainsawed up.
Dude,
I got it for you.
Yes, that's how you keep using it. Just walk around and offer things. Do you need me to saw this down for you? Yeah.
People love seeing a guy with a chainsaw walk up to their front porch.
Hell yeah.
They're like, oh, okay, let me open the door here so I can talk to this guy with a chainsaw.
Totally normal. Yep.
5.
Amen Thompson, second team all-rookie. A lot of Rocket fans upset about that yesterday. They thought he should have been first team. Either way, getting some recognition. Cam Whitmore got a few votes as well. If you're a Houstonian, probably the most frustrating thing about this is that Victor Wembanyama, unanimous, and he deserves to be unanimous all-rookie, probably going to make the all-defense team. He was runner-up in Defensive Player of the Year, Wemby was, and he's probably going to make one of the 3 all-NBA teams, which would make him the first rookie since San Antonio Spur first overall pick Tim Duncan in 98, and San Antonio Spurs first overall pick David Robinson in 1990 to accomplish that trifecta. Bleep off San Antonio, that's what I say. Yeah.
That's it's I don't know why there's something about that I just try to close it off from my brain that they've had that much success with number 1 overall picks. And yet it's part of hailing certain various coaches and regimes as the geniuses of all geniuses. It's just sometimes you need a little luck in life.
You need a little luck. You got to win the lottery sometimes.
6.
Or 3 times, as it were. Hey, there's reports on Bryce Young. Apparently he's doing just dandy in Panthers OTAs and offseason activities. This is David Canales, the new head coach of the Carolina Panthers, talking about Bryce Young.
Deep ball, short intermediate, he's a really accurate passer. I think one of the things that I love is I can really focus in on his footwork and his base and the mechanics of where his eyes are at when I know the ball's hitting the receivers. And so, for the last couple of weeks, been throwing on air. I don't have to worry about where the ball's going. He's very accurate. Andy, the same thing, and I know they're pros, right? So people have this expectation that quarterbacks are accurate, but I know that some guys are more accurate than others. So I think it's the ability of Bryce to be able to throw to different body types, different speeds, different quickness at the top of routes. So I'm really impressed with that part of it.
So now Dave Canales, quarterback whisperer, Seth, he helped get the best out of Geno Smith 2 years ago in Geno Smith's resurrection, and he got easily the best season out of Baker Mayfield last season.
Let me read this. Let me read this quote from minicamp about Bryce Young. There was a lot of information, with the new offensive process. This is something the signal caller was more than comfortable processing, which resulted in a complete command of the huddle and tremendous timing, despite almost no familiarity with his pass catchers. This quote was from 2023, to be clear. So the glowing reports out of Panthers minicamp continue. Bryce Young wins every damn OTA and minicamp,
he's
Sean.
He's a Tom Brady of minicamps. Hell yeah.
I'm reading this article about Bryce Young in the 2023 Panthers minicamp that, my God, it's very clear why he was so much better than C.J. Stroud last year during OTAs and minicamps. He it's just really nothing more you could ask for other than actual performance in actual games. But, man, OTAs and minicamps.
It's got it going on, man. It's got it going on in minicamp.
7.
Devontae Parker is retiring, wide receiver, drafted by the Miami Dolphins, spent some time with the Patriots. signed with the Eagles. He's going to retire at the age of 31. Seth, he wants to spend more time at home with his 4 kids, and he's not really sure what the next step is going to be. Is this a recipe for Devontae Parker enjoying retirement?
It makes me nervous.
Yeah.
It makes me nervous because it's a tough. Whatever your expectations are and whatever your plans are for stepping away from football, they usually change. Even if you have a great plan, sometimes guys have they have everything laid out, and then they realize, like, oh, you know what? I actually don't like this business at all. Sometimes it works out smashingly well. I guess it's something you want to be really sure about because, as we talked about yesterday, even when you've got your budget all set and everything, sometimes a little bit of shock to the system when there's not that expected, when you realize just how hard it is to make more money. Like, you might just realize at some point, like, oh gosh, I wish I would make like $20 million more, but my UPS store isn't quite doing it for me. I guess, let's see, what do I do? Oh, I got to open up 50 UPS stores. Well, that wasn't the retirement I planned.
No, that's crap. A lot of work. Okay. But these blueberries and toilet paper are not going to pay for themselves.
It's hard because guys make so much money now, and sometimes they're set and whatever. So there's the financial component, but there is also that element. Sometimes you don't really appreciate how awesome it is to be able to play football and make just good money, regardless of how astronomical it's gotten. Like, how lucky you are to be able to do it. But that also, I think you don't appreciate necessarily that, man, if you manage your time right as an athlete, even if you work your ass off by athlete standards, you have so much time with your family. Mm-hmm. You have so much time with your family compared to the average working person.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes guys don't appreciate that. And this is another thing. Sometimes being financially set is fine, and that's great. But there's a lot of time to fill in the day. Yep. And a lot of times guys don't realize that, man, hanging out at home can get depressing as hell. And sometimes it can push you towards substance abuse and everything else.
Yeah.
Having structure in your life is important for most people. And just for the benefit of your kids watching their parents go off to work, or they watch their dad go off to work or work at a job. It's not the dream life that people would try to push on you. It's just be careful, Devontae.
Yeah,
Parker.
no, that's good stuff.
Stay in shape is all I'm saying.
Yeah, you may want back in. Real quick on the last one, Simone Biles went after people on social media over the weekend. Yeah, she did. She was Houstonian legend, Simone Biles. She was at a gymnastics event in Hartford, Connecticut. Jonathan Owens, her husband, Chicago Bears safety, was there. Pictures of them kissing before her round, probably the floor exercises or whatever.
Yeah.
Apparently a bunch of Simone's followers started going after her because they showed Jonathan Owens on the broadcast, and it said Simone Biles' husband, and that reconjured all the images of Jonathan Owens on the Pivot podcast, jokingly saying that he was the catch in the relationship.
Yeah.
That got people triggered last year that loved Simone Biles. To where Simone had to tell people to back off. She had to do it again, and she wrote on her Instagram stories, I'm quickly going to address this. The joke was never a joke. Y'all are blatantly being disrespectful to my relationship and my husband, so I'm going to go ahead and say this one time. Respectfully, F off. And she put the word out there.
Ooh.
The word had to be blurred out on many outlets. Yeah, or she may have blurred it out. I don't know. But we know what she was saying right there. Telling her followers to bleep off.
I think it's easier for, my advice for athletes, when they start to get angry on social media, all that is like, hey, if there's something that's making you angry all the time in your life, just go ahead and cut that out of your life. Whether it's a person, a social media platform, or what have you. But it's tough with gymnasts, especially where a lot of the money they make and everything is it's social media based. Yeah. So it's really hard for me to give that advice to somebody like Simone Biles, because I'm sure it's very profitable for her Instagram and everything. But I don't know. You got to try to limit it somehow.
I agree. All right.
Certainly don't have people in your life who relay the hateful things people say about you to you.
Speaking of advice, yes, those people are bad
Sean.
people. Just read a text, that's all. So Tom Brady had some advice, and it involves social media. Brady's advice to rookies, do we feel like C.J. Stroud is heeding Tom Brady's advice right now? That is next.
If you are looking to build a custom home, you know that finding a home.
Entries.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Tom Brady. I'm really enjoying retired Tom Brady. Tom Brady was with Jay-Z at a little kind of gathering for some of the rookies. Looked to be about like maybe 10 or 12 of them, including Drake May, the soon-to-be New England Patriots quarterback.
Just like you did last year with C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, and who was the third one that was there last year?
I don't remember. That was at Michael Rubin's place, right?
Yeah.
So this year, I think it was Michael Rubin again, but it was Jay-Z.
It was Anthony Richardson last year.
So Jay-Z and Tom Brady meeting with some of the rookies. Brady, I thought, had some great advice here. Listen to this advice, and I'm assuming he gave the same advice last year. Do we feel like C.J. Stroud is doing a pretty good job of checking the boxes of Tom Brady's advice to rookies?
When you have 53 guys on the team and you think it's about you, it ain't about you, it's about us. And the biggest problem I see with a lot of the young players today, you guys are making it too much about I and me because of social media, because of branding and all that. It's fine, you're not going to win. There was a difference between being a star and being a champion. Every day of practice is important. You know why? Because when I was on the Patriots and we had 20 years winning, every day was a big day. I treated a preseason game, I treated a regular season like it was a Super Bowl. So when I got to the Super Bowl, it was just another day for me. There should be nobody in your life that should have higher expectations for you than you.
All right.
Every other clip I hear from Brady anymore, he sounds like such a grumpy old man. He does a lot. I know. No, but he really, it's like, he's old enough to be that guy.
Yeah.
It's not like he's a 32-year-old who's just retired. He talks a lot about the kids these days. And he was there too, where he started to see the generation gap between himself and the younger players and the effect that social media had. You know, when Brady came into the league, it was at that point where I didn't like that guys were starting to play games on their phones connected to each other instead of playing cards on the plane. So when you're on road trips, instead, like, there used to be a lot of card games, which is a good time to bond. You know, like a lot of times you end up, hanging out with guys that you didn't hang out with in the locker room or elsewhere. I felt like they lost some camaraderie. And now I'm guessing that it's just completely everybody in their own little tunnel and on their, just in their own little online world. It was probably hard for him to see that transition. And he probably also associates it a little bit with some of his worst seasons at the end there. It's really easy. Like, that's the first thing you blame, right? Is you're like, it's the kids these days. That's
young guys.
Problem.
Yeah.
It's not me.
Yep.
It's the kids these days. Remember all the tantrums he was having on the sideline last season in Tampa?
Oh, yeah.
And it is true. It is true. There's just more athletes are more comfortable, like, promoting themselves. And also, I think sometimes because I think guys just have more... They've got more people on their team now. I don't want to call it an entourage, but they've got, like, their personal trainer. They've got their nutritionist. They've got their PR person. They've got all these voices coming at them who don't give a damn about the actual team. So it's like you got to put that much more focus on teaching the player to be focused on the team, because he's got a lot of people pulling him in different directions than he used to.
I feel good about CJ after hearing that, like following the advice of Brady. Look, if you're going to follow advice of anybody, follow advice of the guy who won 7 Super Bowls. The social media part is interesting, because CJ's got a big Instagram following and he's on Twitter. But I think what Brady's referring to there is wasting your time on social media, going back and forth with people, doing things where because he says right after that, you're not going to win. You're not going to win, which is the back and forth. Because CJ's on social media, but it's to promote stuff he does for Fanatic. It's probably stuff that contractually he's obligated to do for outlets that he endorses. I think Brady's probably referring to the time that gets wasted on social media.
I thought he meant literally you're not going to win, and that, like, okay, you do these things to help your brand, but that's not going to help you win football games.
That could be too.
Like if your focus is, you can't serve two masters.
Yeah.
You can't focus on only doing the things that help you win, but then also focus on being a social media star. And that's the trouble with social media is a lot of the things that are best at making you a social media star are completely destructive to winning football or creating a team atmosphere, because it is all about you. Yeah. Some of the things are actually pretty good. I don't like the fact that I think social media has allowed a lot of these guys on opposing teams to actually become friends and like each other.
Yes.
I miss the days of guys just flat out hating guys that they didn't actually know because they just there wasn't all the connectivity that there is now.
I really liked what he said about treating every practice and treating every regular season game with the utmost urgency, because when he got to the Super Bowl, that was just another game. I thought that made sense to me, actually.
Well, that was one thing that was really interesting about the way the Patriots did things. You've heard multiple people from the Patriots talk about this, was that they were very mindful of not feeling like you had to go above and beyond in your preparation when you're in the playoffs, because the philosophy was, you should be doing the right things to win that week every week of the season. So that to all of a sudden think that you got to go above and beyond means that your process before wasn't the right way to win that game that week.
Yeah.
And that you really got to, because then you start wanting to go above and beyond, and then guys start playing outside of their responsibilities, or they're not getting enough sleep at night, like even on your coaching staff. Whatever amount of sleep was good for them during the season, then don't all of a sudden think you got to go 22 hours a day in the week leading up to the Super Bowl, because then you're an idiot on game day.
Do you think that Tom Brady gave Joe Burrow advice on his new hairdo?
I said that. For
those
when I sent that, I was a little freaked out. It looked like that Timothy Chalamet character that they're always talking about these days.
I don't know who that is.
He's that kid that's the hair with the curly hair or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what his full name is.
Joe Burrow's got long curly hair, his hair's wavy and down to mullet level along the back of his neck.
He looks like Sir Lancelot.
Yeah,
he looks like Sir Lancelot.
A lot of
remember Brady when he went through his long hair phase?
Dude, that's yeah.
And let's be honest for a second too. All right, Brady, can it a little bit. Let's not act like you weren't let's not act like you weren't all over ads and going to the Met Gala and stuff too when you were a player.
That's true.
Maybe you had a better way of drawing the line or what have you. But let's not act like you weren't into the glory of it all.
Right.
Or come on.
Yeah.
Let's back off a little bit on acting like you stayed chubby, ugly Tom Brady from your rookie year, okay?
That's true.
You glammed it up a bit, okay, pal?
Bit.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow is getting a lot of Anakin Skywalker love right now. Or not even love, probably more like hate. He looks like
Anakin the one that became Darth Vader?
Yes, yeah.
Spoiler alert. Okay.
Yeah. In episode 3.
Is he the one that kissed his sister too?
No, that was Luke, Anakin's son.
Oh, the hero is the one that kissed his sister.
The hero,
okay,
yeah, kissed his sister. They're both heroes, a hero and a heroine. They kissed each other at one point. To be fair, they didn't know they were brother and sister at that point, but with the Force and everything, they should have been able to sense it at least, Did
Chewbacca ever?
Not on camera, but there's probably deleted scenes of him with, I don't know, like a Wolverine or something like that. I don't know. But no, Chewie never did. But yeah, but Joe Burrow, if you take Anakin episode 3, Revenge of the Sith version, that was the one that was immediately turned into Darth Vader. He looks a lot like this version of Joe Burrow. It's the resemblance is uncanny.
The picture was done. I mean, it's like a professional picture, so he's got that smoky look about him and everything.
Yeah.
And I mean
Does this haircut
the young ladies in Central Ohio are a little bit distracted right now? Is all I'm saying.
The Bengals season win total is 10.5. Based on this haircut, do you go over under 10.5 wins for the Cincinnati Bengals this year?
I go under. He looks even more fragile.
He looks softer, doesn't he?
Yeah. It looks like he can't withstand punishment.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Even more so than before when he couldn't withstand.
2 out of 4 years hadn't been able to finish the season. 2 out of 4. Now, one of the 2 seasons he finished, he made it to the Super Bowl. But yeah, Joe Burrow, man. Joe Burrow getting hair advice from Tom Brady.
I see Vert on Twitter replied, "Ladies, I understand now."
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's Timothy Chalamet, man. Yeah, that's what he looks like. I'll show you Timothy Chalamet pictures. I've got a whole folder in my computer.
You do?
After this.
Yeah. Okay, just send me the whole folder. Just send me the whole thing. Someone said, Lou said, "Oh man, that was a real picture of Burrow." Damn, I think it was.
I think it was.
Yeah.
I think that's his hair now.
Yeah. Brady's statement Brady's statement to those rookies is a hockey player's mentality, and that's a good thing. Love you guys. Thank you. We love you too. Is that a hockey player's mentality? Probably, yeah. I guess.
We're getting one soon, by the way, a hockey team.
You think?
So multiple hockey players, yeah.
Oh.
I was talking to my brother. You know, my brother lives in Denver, and one thing he said that was interesting was that there's a lot of basically because they've I don't know, I can't remember the exact reason, but basically a lot of oil and gas workers who used to work in Colorado or for some of the big companies are now having to work in Houston, and that and they won't allow them to work remotely, so they're basically stuck here in Houston. But they're huge hockey fans, and they tell my brother how much they hate that there's no hockey team here. So I don't know. I don't know how many oil and gas workers it is who've been displaced out of places where there's hockey and they're jonesing for hockey. But at least that's one extra crew of people with money that might pay tickets for hockey.
That's fair because the tickets cost a lot. All right. So
the other part is just that the NHL, they don't have a hockey team in the fourth largest city in the country.
Yeah, you need one.
And they would like one.
It's a big market.
Yeah.
Do they, when they go back and report to your brother, these people that live in Houston that are disappointed there's no hockey, do they just say they're disappointed there's no hockey, or they're like, I listened to your goof brother on the radio and he never talks hockey because there isn't a team here?
My brother's always kind of shocked that I'm not talking about that we're not talking about some huge story in hockey that I've never heard of at all. So hey, did you talk about how Leonard Lenoir took on Chenko Kaczynczyk, or I don't know. Yeah, he mentioned some Czech and some French Canadian. Yeah, we're all over that, Dan. we haven't stopped talking about it. I had to start a blog about it.
We might have to do a segment on the Stanley Cup Finals, and it rolls around.
Hey, what'd you think of the draft?
Two guys.
Well, I don't know. It's in 3 months, right? No, the NHL draft.
Two guys who don't know squat about the NFL or the NHL right now do a segment on the Stanley Cup Finals. We might need to do that just for Dan.
I don't like that they call it the National Hockey League when it's clearly two nations.
It is international. That is true.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Did the Texans get screwed by the NFL? And does a former and current C.J. Stroud teammate have a big difference of opinion with him on one key piece of the upcoming season? We've got that for you next.
Mokaram Law, if you have been in an accident.
3. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, did the Texans get screwed by the schedule makers?
I look for objective sources on this.
Yes, you did a good job.
I don't like to go by our own little limited scope of what we have here in Houston, where we're very, very fixated on us and us alone. And you just like when you're watching a game and you feel like the officials are out to get your team. I wanna go and look for outside sources, and lo and behold, I found somebody that says they have at least the third most screwed season of all the other or schedule of all the other teams in the NFL.
They do. His name is James Dator, D-A-T-O-R, and he writes
James Genius is what I call him.
He writes for SB Nation, and he said that the Texans were in the top 3 of NFL screw job schedule-wise.
I'll tell you what. I'm glad I read this article. Because frankly, it makes me feel better about the Texans' schedule. Don't throw me in with these scrubs like the New England Patriots. Don't throw me in with the desperate Pittsburgh Steelers, because that's who he has as the number 1 worst NFL schedule.
Their schedule is brutal, dude. He laid it on.
You're the Steelers. You know what? Okay, have a losing season once in the last couple decades before I start crying 3 rivers for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Oh no, you have to play all your divisional opponents all at once. Oh dear. What is it? They've crammed all of the divisional games on from week 11 through 18.
Yeah, week 11 through 18. They have all 6 of their divisional games, and the other 2 games are against the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. So, that's
I don't know. The Philadelphia Eagles, they got to prove it to me.
It's in Philly, if that helps.
I guess. Yeah, that's the last time I saw the Eagles, I was just wondering what the hell is wrong with the Eagles. And they made some good moves in the offseason.
Yeah.
And obviously Saquon Barkley. The key is this. Saquon Barkley, Gal Sayers, pre-murdering O.J. Simpson, none of those guys would have done well in that offense last year.
Right.
It was a high school offense.
Yeah.
So this year it'll be different with a different offensive coordinator. So yeah, there's a very good chance that it ends up being daunting. But I can't feel bad for the Steelers ever.
No.
You're the Steelers. You always win. Yeah, you always have respectable seasons.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. It doesn't move me one way or another emotionally. It is a pretty crazy schedule, that's all.
The Patriots are the ones that I feel for, just because it feels like the Texans schedule that they started off with in 2020, where you look at it and you're like, oh, okay, this little experiment that Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby just pulled off with trading away DeAndre Hopkins. That was a tough way to start that season. They open up the year versus the Bengals, Seahawks, Jets, 49ers, Dolphins, Texans, Jaguars, Jets.
Yeah.
That feels like that's not like any of the super heavy hitters, but it's like a string of there's definitely no layups there, depending on how Aaron Rodgers plays.
Here's where I can't get behind the notion that New England was screwed in this whole thing.
Yeah.
They suck. They're a bad football team. Like the Texans.
That's a good counterpoint.
The Texans in 2020 had expectations. They'd been to the playoffs. They had that big lead on Kansas City. They made a bunch of moves. Bad moves, but moves nonetheless. They thought they were going to be something good. And the Patriots, it's a bad team. The schedule's going to look hard for a bad team. That is not easy, though, to open the season with. I will say that.
I would say, though, too, this argument that it's the second toughest schedule or second worst schedule or biggest screw job by the Patriots, that's not. When he said that they started off with this onslaught, I'm like, okay, well, I was expecting to see Ravens, Chiefs, and 49ers. And the only one of those teams that was in there was the 49ers. There's other respectable teams, but nothing that feels like, oh, how are you going to win that game?
Says this about the Texans, who he has number 3 on the screw job list here. We knew the Texans' schedule was going to be brutal based on their opponents, but there are some features of how this schedule was constructed that's going to make this season a real battle. They've got a ludicrously late bye week, week 14. This means they have very little room for in-season retooling, and the key restructuring week around the league will happen after the NFL trade deadline. So they can't really do the thing you like to do, where it's just get a guy in the building and then have a bye week. That happens after the trade deadline. It says there's also the 3 primetime games in a row, weeks 9, 10, and 11. and then of course there's the Christmas stint at the end there.
I think where the late bye week could end up being a blessing in disguise based on pure luck with injuries. Like whatever it maybe you stay relatively healthy up until that point in the season, and then man, it's really nice to have that break as guys might start to get injured. But that's all offset by the fact that you've got this threshing machine right in front of you of like, oh yeah, hey, have a nice break. It's like giving somebody R&R before D-Day.
Right,
you know, you're like, yeah, hey guys, you're gonna get extra cigarettes tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Why is that? Well, we got that. It's different.
Sending them off to like the best like hospital and rehab institute, and then the first thing they do when they come back is they've got to jump the Grand Canyon on a motorcycle or something like that.
I was watching that miniseries on HBO, The Pacific, which is about the Pacific Theater in World War II, and it's like they're having R&R in Australia after they've just had this like one of hundreds of incredibly awful experiences, and then, like the whole time you're watching them in Australia, you're like, oh god, they got to go back. Oh, they got to go back. Oh, it just doesn't, man. It's almost worse now. Seeing them have fun and relax and everything. Now they got to go back. And that's exactly the same thing.
Same exact thing.
Exactly. Not even an analogy. Exactly the same thing.
3 in 11 days. Same thing. Same thing.
Hey, old man. I appreciate your story about Guadalcanal, but let me tell you about Pat Mahomes. Yeah.
You know who is joining the Texans at the exact wrong time for this schedule to be the schedule that he's playing in? Is rookie tight end Cade Stover. Where did you unearth this audio from, Seth, from Cade Stover?
This was an Ohio State production of Marvin Harrison Jr. and Cade Stover interviewing each other. Okay. They were sitting down with suits. I'm guessing it was before some banquet or something. But they both had pieces of paper, and they were having like a back and forth interview with each other.
Okay.
So Marvin Harrison asked him what his favorite part of game day is.
Tell you what's not my favorite.
Okay, what's not your favorite part?
When you have a night game and you got to sit in a hotel all day and wait to play. It's terrible. I'm here to petition for all noon games.
All noon games?
If anybody.
The thing about the night, I do like watching the other college football games.
Right, it's great, but like
you are in a hotel just all day doing.
But like if I was just like if I was a fan, it'd be awesome. I'd be like playing night games. It's cool, fun, but when you're waiting in a hotel all day, you have like 6 walkthroughs in one day. It's just.
Yeah, he hates it. He's here 2 years too late.
Boy.
He could have been here for the golden age of noon games at NRG Stadium, which was the last couple of years when the primetime games had completely abandoned us.
He would have loved being a Texan in 2022 and 2023. Would have loved it. He's going to love the first 8 weeks. First 8 weeks are great for Cade Stover. It's a very Cade Stover-friendly schedule. 7 out of the first 8 games, noon starts, no sitting around. And then 3 straight weeks of just sitting around all day.
You know what's funny is I've watched a couple of interviews of him where they interview him out on his farm, on his family's beef farm, and it's really cool. Like people are gonna love him, man. Like one of the other questions in that interview was his favorite class at Ohio State, and he said he took a welding class. Like he is. And there's another clip where he's talking about his dream is that there's a 400-acre farm near his family farm, and that's all he wants to do when he's done playing football is just be around his family and be on his farm and all of this. And it occurred to me, I'm watching this one video, and it's really well done, and he's talking about how that's his dream is to buy that farm. And at the very end, the graphic pops up. Beef, it's what's for dinner. So I realized, the beef council paid for this. Like, this is an NIL deal.
Yeah.
And he probably bought the farm already. I was sitting there thinking, there's a guy that just wants to make some money in the NFL, then go buy a farm and live on the farm. He probably already bought the farm with his NIL money. Good for him.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We don't have to worry about him. This is what you have to worry about with the farm kids. This is what I thought growing up, is everybody thinks like, oh yeah, good, get good and strong, working on the farm. Like, well, it's not really like mass building exercise that you're getting on a farm.
No.
It's like being out in the heat or just, sweating your butt off, baling hay and everything, and you get a little fatigued. But now he's just, I would hope he spends all of his NFL money on automating everything at his farm.
Yeah,
as much
there
as
you
possible,
go. There you go.
You know?
Yeah.
Just so you can ride your tractor and everything, but I don't need you out there stacking hay by yourself or something.
Get a baler, yes.
I gotta imagine, but it's probably hard to find kids to go stack hay for you these days.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
With the internet and the lack of, that. Yeah.
Got to be a machine that does it, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll send you. Oh, yeah.
Baler, right?
Well, yeah, yeah. No, nobody's had like hand sewing bales together. The baler makes the bale.
Okay, I'm not going to take the hickey on this one, man. Like, I don't know why. Like, I've never worked on a farm.
Okay, gotcha. No, so usually, like, for a long time, so create a bale, kicks it back into the wagon, then you take the wagon, then you stack it in a barn. But now they have these incredible machines that like stack it automatically behind you, and they're going like 25 miles per hour through the hayfield. It's incredible. That's what Cade Stover needs to get.
Yeah. Okay, send me the video. That sounds cool.
I'm going to send him some farm. You know who sells farm equipment is our listener Splitty.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Splitty sells farm equipment.
That feels like it's on brand for Splitty. Splitty feels like a dude who would sell farm equipment, and I mean that in a good way, Splitty, because I know you're listening. Yeah.
Everybody at home, do yourself a favor. Go Google sometime during a break, like right now. Just self-stacking hay. I don't even know what they're called, but it's amazing what they're doing.
All right, Joe Espada, why you doing? I have two whys for Joe Espada today. Why in the game last night, and why before the game last night. We'll get into that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Ugh, man, Fromber got me on Prize Picks last night. I just needed him to get more.
condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of people asking why to Joe Espada today for two reasons. We'll get to the Abreu reason in just a second, but probably the more imminent thing and the thing that impacts the standings more as of right now is the loss last night to the Angels. A game the Astros had no business losing last night. You're up 6-1. Framber Valdez is dealing. The only thing that can undo it at that point is Framber Valdez going into business for himself, which he decided to do in the fifth inning. In calling his own pitches, and Yainer Diaz, Joe Espada, Framber Valdez have all corroborated and agreed with each other that, yeah, that was an issue last night. Framber started going off script, going against the game plan, and it did not go well. Gave up 3 home runs in an inning for the first time in his career. He hadn't given up more than 2 home runs in a game before, let alone 2 in an inning. He's a ground ball pitcher. Framber Valdez gives up 7 runs in the fifth. The Astros go from up 6-1 to down 8-6 within a time frame of 13 total pitches. 7 runs on 13 pitches. I guess probably a little more if you're counting the 2 guys that were on base that came home on the first home run. But as far as like runs going up on the board, it happened in a 13-pitch span, which I guess, Seth, my question would be, what should Joe Espada have done last night? Like, what if you were Joe Espada and you're watching this thing spin quickly out of control, what should he have done differently last night?
Well, I mean, there's at the very least, mound visits, if only to get your relievers warmed up. Since it was just like at that point, you've got such a healthy lead, and it was a blitzkrieg of awfulness all of a sudden that you got to just go out and try to stop the bleeding ASAP and be sure that you keep it where you at. Like, keep this healthy lead as much as we can. But also, I guess, I mean, it's kind of like trying to figure out when Framber's going to old school Framber and exactly whether or not he can pull himself out of it. It's hard to, I guess it's hard to anticipate. It's just, it's sometimes when you're dealing with something that's erratic, you're just got to accept that there's not necessarily a proper way to go about it. I understand people being upset at Espada not yanking him, but there's also a part of me that's like, yeah, look, this guy's an all-star pitcher, and he's one of your horses, and you're in a stretch of games where you have 1 day off over the course of 3 weeks that you got to just trust and rely that he's going to dig himself out of it somehow.
Yeah.
So should Espada have yanked him? In hindsight, yes, 100%. But, like, first and foremost, it's why did Framber decide at that moment to just start ignoring the game plan and shaking off Yainer Diaz, and which he admitted to afterwards? Like, why did he Framber? Why did he, like, Framber the verb? Why did Framber in that moment and figure it out? And it's just this isn't the teams we've been accustomed to where you're already in the playoffs when Framber's doing it.
That's right.
You're at a point where you can't afford to have him melt down, old school style.
Can't give away games, man. Can't give away games. I understand leaving him in after the first home run. You're still up 6-4. He's had 2 great starts in a row, so you chalk it up to, okay, put a couple guys on base and made a bad pitch to Shanwell, and you're still up 6-4 at that point. And more importantly, he's only at 80 pitches at that point, if I remember correctly. Mm-hmm. And he's your workhorse. Like, he's the guy, as you're looking at the way your starting rotation lays out, and you put your bullpen next to that, and you're looking, you're going, okay, I need this much from that guy, this much from... You're penciling Framber Valdez. Like, I need 100 pitches from Framber of all guys. Like, he's our workhorse. He's led the league in innings pitched over the last couple of years. And so at that point, still up 6-4, you chalk it up, you write it off, and you hope that Framber gets out of the inning. He gets the next guy on a comebacker to the mound, so now you're down to you're 2 outs. And then, the next hitter works Pilar works a 7-pitch single, and then a first pitch single. That might have been Pilar. It was, and the Ward was a single before that. Either way, 2 guys get on base, and now all of a sudden, home run on the first pitch, home run on the first pitch, and you're down 8-6. 7-6 would have been when I would have gone out there and got him, provided I feel like I've got somebody warmed up enough, or I would have tried to waste enough time to get somebody warmed up. Like it probably never should have come to that third home run, but it never should have come to any of this. What are you doing, Framber? Like, why? Why are you doing this?
Why, Framber? Why? Right, yes, the Andre Ware drop.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
I guess the silver lining, or not, it's not a silver lining about last night, but I do feel like Framber's going to come out and have a great next start.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he's demonstrated that he's able to get the wheels back on the wagon before his next start. We're at that portion where you're on pace for 69 or 70 wins right now, and every single loss hurts, but especially so when it's against a bad team that you didn't need to lose.
Yeah.
If that pitcher that's the other part of it that stings too, is that the Astros went out and pounced on a starting pitcher who had been struggling for the Angels, and then the offense fell off too. I don't want to crush them too much because they produced runs in the game. They should have won that game based on the offense alone from the early innings. But it's one that stings. It's a classic. Well, we'll remember this in September if they don't make the playoffs, if they miss the playoffs by one game.
Well, and Bregman's little flurry there that he had for a couple games is starting to look a little more like it was just a flurry, because we saw more pop-ups last night. He had a chance to come in with two guys on, down 2 at the end of the game, and he flew out to center field. So that's something to keep an eye on. Jordan looked good last night, something else to keep an eye on. Joe Espada before the game was peppered with questions about the pending return of Jose Abreu. He was asked how's Abreu looking. There were 2 words in this answer that several texters have pointed out, and people in the chat as well on YouTube and Twitch have pointed out. Espada may have a tell here that he's not himself all that convinced that Jose Abreu is ready to come back. Ben, have the ding ready. I'm going to point at you when I need you to ding. Here we go.
He's actually had looked really good. I kind of told the videos and reports for our coordinators, and I like the physical adjustment he's made to his swing. His at-bats have been also really pretty good, competitive, hitting the ball hard. So the plan is for, if he clears the next couple of days, he'll play a few games, and then, like Dana said, if we're going to lose good, if we can join us this weekend.
All right, so the 2 tells in there that Espada may not be as hepped up about Abreu as Bagwell is right now, reportedly.
Yeah.
Actually, he looks pretty good. That was at the very beginning of the cut, as if he knew the audience would be surprised at that news. And then I noticed this too when he says his swing looks really pretty good. Not exactly the ringing endorsement I need for the guy who's going to come completely disrupt this good streak that we're on right now.
That's the guy talking to his wounded and dying buddy. You look great, buddy.
Yeah.
You look great. Yeah, you're doing great. Yeah. You're going to be fine.
Really pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
Where's that letter to your wife that you wanted me to deliver just in case? Just okay, I'm going to pat you down here for a second.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so I'm
You got a 401k or anything I need to know about?
Right, exactly. Exactly. What are you doing with that land? How's Abreu looking? I'm not super convinced from Espada's answer that Abreu is looking all that. I'll be honest, I'm not all that convinced from the actual videos I've seen of Abreu hitting that he's ready to go.
Well, and it's a classic. Like it's to make a very simple analogy, it's like me in a batting cage.
Yeah.
Like I look great in a batting cage.
Yeah.
And just like put me out there versus live pitching. And I'm talking like live pitching versus a little leaguer.
Yeah.
Get my ass torched versus an all-star. But I don't think there's any way to really judge it, especially since the issue that they seem to keep coming back to is the timing. That it's not his bat speed, this, that, or the other. It's all about pulling that trigger and the timing. And there's just no way to tell until he gets up and faces major league pitching whether that timing is for real or not.
Yeah.
I don't. There is something. If I'm going to be like super optimistic about this, and I know I've said that. Listen, I don't want this old school or classic normal situation where you send somebody down on a rehab assignment in AA or something before I start feeling like you might actually be on your way back.
Yeah. To me, this is the most insulting answer of the whole thing with Espada. And I like Espada, seems like a nice guy and whatnot. He didn't need to say this because I think this is 100% false and completely shreds whatever credibility Joe Espada has in this whole ordeal. That Jose Abreu, they ain't accomplishing anything this year without Jose Abreu.
Jose Abreu is part of this team. Like, we cannot get to what we want to get to without Jose Abreu. So we're gonna need all hands on deck. And he's a really good player when he's healthy, when he's moving right, when his swing is right. So we are looking forward to getting Jose Abreu back.
If we're going to take him at his word, and if we can't take him at his word, then all is lost. Seth, by definition, if they lose somebody way more important than Jose Abreu to injury at some point, I'm not going to put a name on it because I don't want to jinx anybody, but you guys can fill in the names that we know are way more important than Jose Abreu. If any of them get hurt, by definition, he can't sit there in front of the mic and say, all of our goals are still in front of us. It's okay.
Right, yeah.
Teams have come back before when losing guys like this. Like, it's dumb. It's stupid what he said. I'm not saying Joe Espada's stupid. He said a stupid thing yesterday.
You know what, though? I think that this is something that happens. I'm always intrigued by this. That everything that leads up to you being hired as a major league manager or a GM or in the NFL, a head coach, whatever it might be, a lot of times you still don't really have that much experience giving meaningful press conferences. And then all of a sudden you're thrown into a situation where you're doing it all the time or way more frequently than you used to. And I think some of that is, like, that's something that, like, Espada might immediately after that and be like, I probably shouldn't have phrased it that way.
Yeah.
Like DeMeco's nails in press conferences, and he never tries to go too far outside the envelope of, saying all the cliched stuff because he's been an athlete forever. Yep. He spent a decade plus doing interviews every day, so he gets it. And some of these guys, we saw that with Culley. Like poor David Culley, part of the issue was, like, he did not have the background or the readiness to be an NFL coach, obviously, a head coach. But he'd also just never been in that situation of having to give press conferences all the time. Yeah. And you end up saying stuff that you realize, like, you learn those lessons, like, oh, all right, there was no reason for me to say that there. And that didn't help anybody at all. I think it was more that I don't think Espada believes that they're not getting where they want to go if they don't have Abreu on the team. Yeah. But I also think that, like, it just he's trying to put some confidence and positivity in this situation, but he just didn't choose the right words.
We got a text message asking, just got done in the previous segment playing that Cade Stover audio where he said he loves the noon starts because he didn't have to sit around the hotel all day. And the Texans have way fewer of those now on their schedule because they're good. Which schedule does Seth like better as a player? Which did you like better? The Cade Stover dream schedule of a bunch of noon starts or the 2024 Texans schedule, which is all over the place?
It's kind of like asking me whether I want to get drunk or not. And that, like, the idea of getting drunk sounds awesome, and yet I've learned it's not the best thing for me. And it's gonna throw me into disarray for several days afterwards. So as much as I'd love to get drunk, it's not the best thing for me, and that's how I feel about primetime games. It's a lot of fun and the experience is awesome and everything, but I'm so, like, as erratic as I am in a lot of ways. I've got some very specific routines that I need to follow. And I was more disciplined when I was an athlete. Mm-hmm. I did not like getting out of my sleep schedule, and I didn't like getting out of my routine and everything. So I would have preferred the Cade Stover approach. If it could be all noon games, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm an early riser too, so I'm an early riser. It's impossible for me to sleep in. So even like I don't. But I think I'm in the minority. I think it might be like me, Cade Stover, and dads.
It'll be
like that.
It'll be interesting to see. John and Landry were hot on this topic yesterday about the difference between last year's schedule and this year's schedule and how DeMeco manages that, how a young team manages that.
Oh yeah,
it's a fair point. I know just from talking to CJ about it at the thing I did with him back in March. He's super pumped to have a schedule that looks like this one.
Yeah.
As opposed, he hated last year's schedule.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've heard a few little interview clips of Cade Stover talking about his relationship with CJ Stroud, and it's always that dynamic of how they're they're different in so many respects. You know, CJ grew up in SoCal. Cade Stover grew up on a farm in Ohio. You know, CJ's much about like the primetime type stuff where Cade Stover have all noon games, and yet they get along really, really well, and they formed a great relationship. So I like that. I feel like we got to get CJ up on the farm at some point. Like, I would love to. I hope the Texans send a crew up to like follow CJ around, learn how to do the chores on the farm.
Well, and Cade might wind up out in L.A. if CJ does that, you know, the little mini camp, his, you know, little L.A. mini camp that he did out there. Dalton Schultz was out there last year with him, you know, so they had tight end representation. So maybe Cade's
yeah, I think that it's different for everybody, but the sleep part of it. I took a class in college and a psychology class, and the professor was like one of the world's first sleep researchers. Yeah. Like long before. So all this stuff that like people are saying like, oh, we're discovering now how important sleep is. Like, no, they've known this since I was young, and that was forever ago. So I was obsessive about my sleep as an athlete. And it helped me a lot, except that it does like you got to figure out, you got to have a strategy for when your sleep cycle will get disrupted.
Yes.
And it's kind of tough because I would work out at 4:30 a.m. every day. Like me and Dan Riley over there in the weight room at 4:30 a.m. Dan Riley came in early so I could work out with him, and then I'd watch my film and everything. I would like try to get a full workday in before everybody else showed up. But then, which is awesome for noon games.
Yeah.
You are ready to go at noon.
Yeah.
But my God, I'm an old man by the time it was 8 p.m.
That's so funny. You were literally first guy in, but you weren't even doing it to impress people. You did it out of necessity. Like,
well, just, I don't know. No, it was the farm mentality. It's kind of like when I was in high school and college, in the summers, I would work at my cousin's farm, and I'd get up and scrape the lot at 4:30 a.m. Yeah. So that was just kind of my natural routine.
Yeah, no, I just think it's funny because on a scouting report, that's always put as a big gold star. Nick, he's the first guy in, and he's the last one to leave.
You know what? It wasn't. It never. I should have been more self-promotional about it because a lot of times the coaches don't even realize that you're in. Because if you're sitting there, you're watching film, and nobody else is there.
Right.
So they gush about the guys that stay late after practice. And like they're like, you know, guys, stick around and watch some film and everything. And I always be like, I watched 3 hours of film this morning. Like,
dude,
I'm
since
not
4.
gonna,
yeah. There's an NFL team actually on the Texans schedule early in the season that is going through something right now. The Texans have not had to go through this yet with this group. When does it happen, though? The house is still happy with the Texans. When does it get a little sideways like this team? We got that for you coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland is the place to go right now.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, so the Minnesota Vikings are right now dealing with an issue that the Texans have not had to deal with yet because of the youth of the nucleus of this team has not quite reached this stage yet. But Justin Jefferson was not spotted at the team's facility Monday for the start of OTAs, and that's because they're voluntary, for one. He doesn't have to be there, but they're in the process of trying to hammer out a contract. And Justin Jefferson he's been the best receiver in football statistically the last 4 years. And by some measurements, his 4 seasons so far have been the best 4 seasons in the history of the league for any wide receiver. He's averaging nearly 100 yards a game in his first 4 seasons. That's never happened before in the NFL. And it's not like he's done it with Pat Mahomes' quarterback. Kirk Cousins, okay. Last year he had over 1,000 yards in 10 games because he missed games with injury, and his quarterback for a lot of those games was not Kirk Cousins. You know, they were piecing it together last year in Minnesota. So he wants a new deal, and he wants north of what A.J. Brown just got in that extension, which was $32 million a year.
And I'll tell you what, the really big kind of frontier right now that nobody wants to talk about, that's becoming more and more of a thing, is the hold-in. The player that, I want a new contract, but, and also, by the way, I have a sore ankle, so I can't practice.
Yep.
And you get into training camp. Last year with Jonathan Taylor, it developed into that type of a situation where you're you've got this showdown between, it's like a showdown between two people who like each other, you know, in theory. Like, I think the Colts and Jonathan Taylor both liked each other. Jonathan Taylor wanted to be with the Colts, and yet he's doing something that, like, at least a while back would have been considered dirty pool, is you faking in. I don't know if that's specifically what he did, but let's just say that players have done it in the past, where they fake an injury, or they exaggerate whatever injury they have at the time. And it gets to be a really awkward situation where they're holding in. They don't hold out because the rules under the collective bargaining agreement have gotten so harsh when you do hold out. And it's hard. You end up losing money on the season if you hold out to a certain. You can't get back some of those fines that they levy. So, will it develop into that situation? I kind of hope so, because the Texans play. When did the Texans play the Vikings?
Week 3.
Week 3, yes. I hope they have a hold-in. I hope Justin Jefferson. I am adamantly opposed to the hold-in, except in this situation.
In this situation.
Yes, I think Justin Jefferson should exercise every right. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. And that's why I will stand by players, because I'm joking, obviously. I am opposed to players doing that, but I wouldn't be upset if Justin Jefferson did it this season. Like, when players hold out and they don't have a contract, I'm always 100% okay with that. Or when players try to get a renegotiation or a new contract, whatever, I'm fine with that, because there are penalties, and it's stacked against players with the CBA. But teams do it all the time. Mm-hmm. Teams, go to a player and say, either take a pay cut or we're going to cut you. But that's all when everything, for the most part, you can conduct yourself honestly in those situations. Yeah, it's dirty pool for me when players start faking an injury to do a hold in. I just don't. I feel like that's not conducting yourself the way you should in life, and I'm opposed to it, except in this situation.
I'm real interested to see where this receiving trend goes, where this market goes. Justin Jefferson's looking for probably $35 million a year at receiver, and I say that, Seth, because he's on a team that's going to have a young quarterback, a rookie quarterback, who odds are is probably not going to be good. And I'm not saying that as shade towards J.J. McCarthy. I'm saying that merely as that's what the percentages tell us. That most of these guys fail. They get drafted in the first round. And so so then if you're the Vikings, you're paying $35 million a year to a receiver who you have a hard time getting the ball to. At the same time, the position in college right now that is burgeoning with talent, at least it was in this last draft, and the trend in college is way more towards the aerial attack, is wide receiver. You know, is wide receiver the new position that's going to get devalued a little bit, but for different reasons than running back? I think running back is devalued just because the shelf life is so short and teams don't want to pay guys once they fall off a cliff. Does wide receiver get devalued because younger ones are so much cheaper? I know it's not a lock that they're good or anything like that, but that there's other ways to kind of skin the cat in the passing game.
I think I doubt it, just because, for one, all the evidence is that it's, in the last few seasons, it's escalated greatly.
Sure.
I think really, with the way the passing game has opened up, I think that teams are starting to look at wide receiver as, whether it's an A.J. Brown or a Tyreek Hill or somebody like that, that you might get more bang for your buck out of spending big on wide receiver than in drafting a Tua Tagovailoa. That you can take these, if you surround a mediocre or above, let's say an above average quarterback, you surround an above average quarterback with incredible wide receivers, then all of a sudden you've got like an NFL version of Danny Werfel at Florida.
Yeah.
It's that, man, like, oh, wow, he's an incredible quarterback when he's got all the best wide receivers in the country on his team.
Yeah.
So I don't think so. I think, if anything, it's going to keep escalating, and that wide receivers, whether they be veterans or rookies, are just a much hotter commodity now. Because it's like in college, because of the passing, because of the rules in college, and actually because of where the hash marks are, it's easier to play quarterback. I think it's gotten easier to play quarterback in the NFL over the past decade with the rule changes, and because of that, it's easier to find some guy that can be a custodian for almost like a game manager. Basically, a game manager plus can be more effective because of the wide receivers.
This is, this is something. The Texans are still in this sort of, halcyon era here, where they're not having to deal with some of this stuff. Like this. Bobby Slowick didn't leave this offseason. Gerard Johnson didn't leave, so they got their continuity on offense with CJ. They brought a lot of the guys back that they wanted to bring back. They got some new guys. That it isn't always going to be that way. Bobby Slowick's going to leave someday and be a head coach. Similarly, they don't have to deal with any of this hold in or hold out stuff with any guys right now, because the guys that matter on this team either are guys that were brought in and inherently got big contracts, or they're guys that are still not even at a stage where they can hold in, where they can do what Justin Jefferson's doing. And so I got thinking about this yesterday as I'm reading this. I'm like, okay, it's not always going to be this way. The Texans will, DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio at some point will probably have to deal with some sort of contractual dispute with a young player who's trying to get paid. Whether it's Derek Stingley Jr. after this coming season when he's eligible. God, I can't even imagine rooting for a side in a Will Anderson standoff. You know what I mean?
Right.
But Will Anderson, if he keeps ascending the way he is going to be a $34-35 million a year player. In CJ Stroud, we've been down quarterback roads before here. That's. I bet you. I'll tell you what. The first one might be if Nico Collins has a big year this year and he hasn't signed an extension yet, and the Texans use the franchise tag on him. We could be talking about this very thing with Nico Collins next year.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And that's where it becomes it's a completely different job for the general manager when you transition from being a team that's building to a team that's trying to preserve and sustain.
Yes.
And the 49ers have done a great job. The 49ers have been in this mode for a while now, where they've had to let go, they've had to trade away a DeForest Buckner, for instance. They've had to, and that's where I think being proactive is where it really matters. One, on the quarterback side of things, don't go the Cowboys route and wait. Because if you have a player who, like Dak Prescott, who's willing to wait it out even through an ankle, sustains an ankle injury and still gets his last contract, and now he's perfectly willing to push it to free agency, you end up, if you've got a good quarterback and you've got a team that's in that window, that championship window, pay him the best contract ever early, because it's going to go up the next year anyway. And I think the Texans will probably do that. It's with those other players where it's really, really hard, because you got to consider trading away a guy who's awesome on your team, as long as you can do it for a good price. And like the 49ers did with DeForest Buckner, I don't think Nico Collins. Boy, that's a tough one. Nico's going to be polarizing, man, because on the one hand, you're going to have a whole lot of fans that say, "Look, it's C.J. Stroud and it's the system more so than it is Nico Collins," and then there's going to be other people that say, like, "Well, all right, so what?" It doesn't mean just even if it's the system and C.J. Stroud that's the biggest driving force in that. It's not so simple to go out and find another Nico Collins.
No, it's not.
You know, even if he's not physically constructed like a Tyreek Hill or somebody like that, it's not so easy to draft the guy or to sign another free agent or anything that's going to do what he does. That's where the rubber meets the road in these things.
All right, Texans are back out on the practice field in about 10 minutes. Questions I need answers to today at OTAs from the Houston Texans. That is next.
Hey, if you sustained damage in with these tornadoes last week and you're
details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Big shout out to a listener named Florida Tom, if you're still listening. He said, hey guys, yesterday you were bragging on the Astros. Hey Seattle, watch out. He says, shut up. You jinxed the run. I read that shut up the same tone that Mark Vandermeer says, get out. Shut up. Get out. He says, Yankees blew a lead, and then Fromber gets lit up. It's all your fault. I lost $50. And then
I'm
he
sorry,
says,
man.
yeah, he says,
I'll Venmo you the cash.
He says, for real, love you guys. You make living in Florida much more tolerable. He also says he will be at the Texans-Jags game on December the 1st. Finally won't melt into the stands, he said.
We were making fun of Florida, the entire state, earlier, and somebody took that as some kind of a political take, which is odd to me because we've been making fun of the state of Florida for like 10 years on this station.
At least, yeah.
This is a long-standing thing, pre-COVID or anything else. So just don't politicize everything, man. Don't drag that world into our world.
Nah, man.
Yeah, we're just big dumb idiots.
Yeah.
We're not trying to get into some We're not trying to get into these highfalutin intellectual discussions they have about politics these days.
Yeah, that's exactly
where everything's so intelligent.
Yeah.
Leave us out of it, man.
Oh, man,
we just want to talk about sports and sometimes other pop culture stuff.
Yeah, with any conversation with Florida, it's about the meth, the bath salts, and the Everglades, man. That's it.
It starts to happen in an election year, though. Where sometimes people can't separate the two, and they start thinking that if they disagree with your sports opinion, then you must be completely opposite of them politically.
Always.
And trust me, I don't care. I don't care what you are politically.
No,
I really don't. Any of you listening right now, I will hug you no matter what you believe. I mean, within reason, obviously.
Yes, we are a politically agnostic show. So I'll credit Cody Stutes, Houston football, who's probably out at OTAs sweating his ass off right now. He had a piece, 11 questions for OTAs for the Texans, and I intend, Seth, to go get answers to these questions within the next hour and 14 minutes. They are on the field as we speak right now. So Cody had 11 questions. Some of them I'm hotter on than others. It was 5, but Seth C. Payne talked me into a 6th one here as questions that I am hot on, and very little of them have to do with the West Coast offense, or are they running a 3-4 or 4-3, or are they in nickel, blah, blah, blah. It's really a lot about personal appearance and guys talking and being there, actually. Number 1, what does Kenyon Green look like? I am going in home trying to find number 76. And I got to remember, it's number 76 now, not number 59.
Yeah, and we mean this in the most superficial way possible.
Yes.
Which is just, what does his actual body look like? Because in January, it was probably the first time since he got to Houston. Well, he's from Houston, but since the first time he got to the Texans, that he was healthy enough to just do an actual NFL player offseason regimen. So he recovered from his injuries, and he's just had injury after injury after injury since he's been here. Yeah, does he come back looking the way, like with offensive linemen especially, sometimes you really see a transformation over the course of 2 or 3 years. And, they used to say, like, yeah, well, when he gets into an NFL weight room, like, they've got a pretty good strength and conditioning program at Texas A&M. It's more about actual physical maturity and growing into your body and everything. And John Harris and Mark Vandermeer both told me when I was doing the draft broadcast with him, that Kenyon's he's been there every day. He's been the consummate, hungry young player that's working his butt off. So, yeah, I hope that he kind of grows into his body, or at least just in recovering from all those injuries, he's been able to just lift weights, run, eat right, and all that stuff.
God, if he turns into just a viable NFL player, that is found money at this point, because I've written Kenyon Green off, so just psychologically. I'm rooting for the kid.
The big thing about it for me is that in his rookie year, before he had his first injury of his rookie season, he had some moments, especially in that Bears game, where I looked at him and I was like, okay, yeah, this kid's got something to him. He had some manly moments in that Bears game, and there's something there. It's just a matter of, can you do it consistently week to week?
Yeah. How does John Mechie look? I'm interested in that. He's gotten glowing reports from his quarterback, C.J. Stroud, at all these workouts they've had with each other, throwing routes and things like that. He's now in year 2 off of the treatment for cancer from a year ago. And John Mechie, look, John Mechie's in a fight now. He's, we know who the top three are. It's Diggs, it's Nico, it's Tank in some order. That's a dogfight for those other positions right now at wide receiver between Robert Woods, Noah Brown, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson. They brought in Skoranek as well now.
Yeah.
So he's fighting to keep his career going,
Right, and, the time that he spent, just from what we've seen on Instagram, is that he spent some time with C.J. Stroud this offseason working with him. In this offense where it's so much about timing and rhythm, but also for any wide receiver in any offense in the NFL, how do you identify and react and respond to what the defense is showing you?
Yeah.
How are you reading coverages? All of that. That might show up in OTAs. There might be that maybe you start to see a little bit more comfort with C.J. Stroud and John Mechie. And he's not the most sudden of athletes. It's not like he's twitchy the way a lot of guys his size have to be in the NFL. But there are a lot of guys that, because of the relationship with the quarterback and because of good route running, end up being productive. And hopefully that's what we see with John Mechie.
Questions we are hot on for OTAs today. I'll group these two together, 3 and 4. We talked about Kenyon Green. We talked about John Mechie. Will Stephon Diggs speak to the media? He has not yet, since becoming a Houston Texan. He's not yet addressed the Houston media. And I guess beyond that, is Stephon Diggs there? And who else is there and not there? This is voluntary. This is a coaching staff that seems to be a little more amenable to guys, veteran guys at least, that want to get their work in somewhere else. They're cool with that. Is Stephon Diggs one of those guys? Is he there? And if he is there, does he speak to the media?
Well, and I think partly just selfishly, he's delightful in most press conferences.
Yeah.
Things had gotten chippy with him in Buffalo at times, but like this time of year when everything is new and fresh and all of that, I would imagine that if he does get up to the podium, it's going to be a delightful press conference.
Yeah.
So selfishly as a fan, I just want to see that side of Stephon Diggs because people harp on the negativity, understandably so, all offseason, or some people do, all offseason long. I want to see the very best version of Stephon Diggs, which they got in Buffalo for 2.5 years.
Sure. Does he get if he does do media, does he get asked about his time in Buffalo at the end? Should he get asked?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think that's...
Does he give an answer? Okay. Let me ask you, if he gives an answer, will he give an answer that is pleasing to Texans fans but easy for Bills fans to either read into or take the wrong way? Or just flat out, understandably get offended?
I think he's had enough time to think about this. And he's probably, if he's smart, he's probably talked to some people about, how I should address it. Because like you said, Seth, for most of his time in Buffalo, it was really, really good up there until the very end where it was bad. I think he is going to give answers that aren't great for us for content. I think they're going to be very forward-looking.
Yeah.
I'm a Texan now, that kind of thing.
This is what I predict. I predict he's going to be gushing in his praise of DeMeco Ryans, and that will be interpreted by Buffalo fans as a shot at Sean McDermott.
That's a good prediction.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so whether it is or not, because of his history of cryptic tweets especially, I think that anything positive he says about, and it's also, let's be honest, headline writers are going to make it look that way.
Yeah.
Unlike what he said about Sean McDermott, he gushed about DeMeco Ryans, so Bills fans will, and a lot of Bills fans won't be upset at it. They'll just look, because a lot of Bills fans don't like Sean McDermott right now. Mm-hmm. So they'll use it. They'll either use it as fuel against Sean McDermott or they'll get offended by it.
Okay, we need this. We need, if you're listening, if any of you with Texans media have an AirPod in and you're listening to the show out there, we need Stephon Diggs today for content purposes. We need him to do media. If the rookies, this is number 5 here. If the rookies get a chance to do some one-on-ones, and obviously it won't happen with the guys in the trenches. That's very regulated these days. But if there's, look, if the wide receivers get a chance to go against Kamari Lassiter or Kalen Bullock, very anxious to see how those two rookies look. And those are the only 2 rookie defensive backs even in camp. They don't have any undrafted guys or tryout guys that are in camp. Those are the 2 rookies that are playing defensive back.
And Cade Stover as a tight end, I think, would be the interesting one just to see.
Yep.
If CJ and him already have a relationship, so that's going to be interesting. Do you see an accelerated Cade Stover that isn't even necessarily as much based on him blowing it out of the park physically, but that C.J. Stroud's got a relationship with him already, and some of that nonverbal stuff and everything else. I'm sure they probably they got a head start on some of that stuff with Cade Stover coming in as a rookie, to where maybe that accelerates his development a little bit.
Yeah. It's going to be fun. I'm looking.
For those of you who don't know, Cade Stover went to Ohio State.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. It's going to be fun, man. Seeing the rookies get mixed in with these vets. Last one, and I had this down as a meh question. I had hot, medium, and meh. And Cody had the question framed as, did Damen Pierce get better? And I took that as, did he get better, like learning the scheme and things like that? I don't know that we're going to get to see work that necessarily tells us if Damen Pierce can process all the clutter in front of him better this year than he could last year. But I liked your adjunct to this and moved it all the way up to a hot question about Damen Pierce. Is he more beefy this year? Do we see 2022 Pierce out there?
Right, yeah.
A little extra protein on his bones.
Yeah, OTAs, minicamp, and training camp itself can lie sometimes because the physicality just isn't there anymore. You know, there's just very little full pads, like no pads at all right now, but not that much full pads work during training camp that sometimes guys' athleticism shows up and shines, and that's what it was like for Damen Pierce last year because he'd lost a few pounds because he wanted to be more of a receiver. But, man, even on his good runs last year, he lost an element of physicality. Like, he was just not finishing runs by bulldozing people, even on the good runs last year, the way he did in his rookie season. I think he's really got to lean into his strength, which is, man, you're a tough, physical, powerful runner. And that's your calling card. And I think that Bobby Slowick knows that now too. And they're gonna try to tweak the packages a little bit in the play calling when he's in there. So I hope he looks more like rookie year Damen Pierce physically.
That'd be nice. All right, my intent is to get answers to all these questions today out at OTAs, which are ongoing as we speak. John Lopez jumps in studio with us. John, my question for you.
Yes, sir.
You're Joe Espada.
I am Joe Espada.
You are Joe Espada right now.
Joe Espada.
How do you handle that implosion in the fifth inning with Framber last night, where he gives up 3 home runs, 2 3-run bombs, going into business for himself with Yainer Diaz there, calling his own pitches? How do you handle that situation? When do you go out there? When do you yank him? How would you have handled that?
I think, look, the first thing is Framber is a head case. I've seen him be a head case when things are not going well. I've never seen him be a head case when things are going well.
So mad I didn't use that phrase today. Head case is a great one.
Like he blew up when things were going well.
Yeah.
It's one thing like, oh, I'm in trouble, and he gets in his own head. But for that to happen,
up 6-1
was ridiculous.
I didn't use the word the term head case just because it's a little too on the nose. I was like,
he is.
I felt like I can't remember when the mental wellness month is or whatever, but I was kind of in that mode.
No, I mean a head case is not necessarily mental wellness. It's like in that moment he just blows up. So yes, it's on Joe Espada.
Okay, yeah. How would you have handled it if you were Espada?
He should have gotten out there. Look, you're not in the business of he needs to get 5 innings or whatever. No, you're in the business of winning a game.
Yeah.
Get out there earlier. I was really upset by that whole thing. More so at Framber. I know there's going to be a Martin Maldonado reference at some point.
Sure.
That's ridiculous.
I think the crazy thing, this is where the Espada thing gets a little difficult, is I actually agreed with leaving him in after the first 3-run homer. You're still up 6-4. You can write it off as just, hey, things happen. But then everything else happened so fast.
Yes.
All the home runs were on the first pitch.
But the 6-4, I don't agree with you.
Would you have gone? You would have gone and got him at 6-4.
I don't agree with you.
Did they have anybody warming up at that point?
Now that I'd have to go back and think or look.
And if they did, would we have should he have gotten somebody warming up immediately when they put a couple guys on base in that inning?
Well, that for sure.
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I was
already.
almost going to say I would burn up all my mound visits on 4 pitches. I'd go out after
to get somebody warmed up.
Yeah, but like you pointed out, Sean, that didn't even matter because it was it wasn't pitch by pitch. It was after each home run, I would have gone out.
They scored 7 runs in 13 pitches.
Yes.
That's crazy, man. Mm-hmm. It was wild. Hey, Landry.
What's up?
How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man.
That's good, man.
Feeling good. OTA action, baby. We got him on the field. We got him on the field. We got a lot of optimism. We got a lot of takes. Astros doing their thing.
Don't you worry. I got eyes on what's going on.
Oh,
at
yeah.
OTAs.
Yeah.
Don't you worry about a damn thing.
I don't trust you, Sean.
Don't you worry about a damn thing.
I don't trust you,
Don't
Sean.
you worry about a damn thing.
Can you
Do you
keep
think
up?
Sean is too easily impressed?
Well, we just played his David Johnson observation yesterday.
From 2020. When I was the only one out there during COVID.
I've been very scarred by the David Johnson observation, which I think we actually had a promo of on the station back when our imaging sucked.
And I was the only one out there for the station because it was COVID. What would the history books look like if I was the only one writing American history? I don't know.
Oh, my gosh.
He looks the part. He looks the part.
We've got North Vietnam on the rope.
Hey, you want to Seth? You want to hear the breakdown, the Sean David Johnson breakdown? You want to hear the ob? It doesn't travel well. It's fine.
Yeah, I do.
Figgy, let's get the Sean David Johnson observation. This was, and keep in mind, this is during COVID. So in his defense, we're starving for football,
Right.
and we're starving for like some sort of hope that the dumbest trade in franchise history isn't like a complete disaster.
And he is going against the Texans' 2020 defense.
This
as
is
well.
true.
Yeah.
This is
Go
true.
ahead.
Here was the observation
I don't
back
want
in
to
the
hear
day.
this. I didn't hear it yesterday.
And so David Johnson looks, man, I don't want to get myself.
Here we go.
He looks really good. Well, I mean, he already looks in shape. You guys saw that on the Zoom presser, but he looks smooth. His cuts look good. I mean, he's just like the eye test compared to the other guys out there. You go, yeah, that's the guy right there. So I am. He's Landry. He's seducing me, and it's not taking very long either. I'm a bit of a whore for David Johnson.
All right, I feel better.
I did not expect this. I expected a lot.
You know what, though, Sean? You know what, Sean? Yeah. That's perfect because that is the perfect proof of what we were just talking about. Is that OTAs lie? Yes. You know, because the athleticism is rewarded.
They do.
The fact that David Johnson had no interest in breaking a tackle, you wouldn't find out until. Well, I mean, you could have watched this film from the previous 2 years, but you wouldn't find out with the Texans until actual tackle football started.
Oh, man.
I give you a. For that.
Thank you, Seth. All right, we're done. We're out of time. I got to get out there so I can give my hot takes.
Watergate? Nothing to see here.
Yeah, Nixon's fine. All right, we're done. Seth's already gone. Antibodies to you, Seth, wherever you are. All right.
No, I'm here. Antibodies.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Antibodies from Seth. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
This is a day of acceptance. Okay, this is a day of acceptance. The Astros might not be dead, but when it comes to getting to a point where you need things that certain really, really good baseball teams need, I think yesterday, while it is just one loss, and while they still have a massive opportunity to finish off this 13-game stretch we've spoken of, with 5 games remaining with the California Scrubs, I think we need to accept the fact that, one, they don't have a manager that's going to win them ball games when the games actually matter, which you're going to need. And 2, they don't have an ace. And that's not – I know it's easy to blame Joe Espada for a lot, and I think he's an absolute dope. I think he's a puppet. I think he's one of the – I think he is David Culley with inheriting more talent. But I think we've got to realize Fromber's been on a mental roller coaster of inconsistency since last year, and it's time to just accept the fact that while he's a good pitcher, while he's a guy who's got experience, when it comes to having an ace and a manager, the Astros might play themselves into a position to where they're playing meaningful games in August, September, maybe even October. But the 2 most important things that you need, they do not have.
Can I read to you the first 2 things I wrote down in my notes after the game last night?
Please.
The first thing is Fromber is crazy ex-girlfriend.
What does that mean?
He's obsessing over Martin Maldonado. He's in his own head.
Well, he sucked with Maldonado.
I know, but he's a head case.
He sucked with Maldonado.
He's a head case. It's I'm not saying
it was up and down, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, so that's the first thing I wrote down. Fromber is crazy ex-girlfriend, and the second thing I wrote down, Espada is not good. I don't know how bad he is.
He's not good,
but he's
man.
not good.
That's good. He's not good.
He's not good. He's filling the role. He was the next guy in the room. And to not go get, and I disagreed with Sean just moments ago, as you heard, when do you go get him? You go get him when he gives up a 3-run bomb and he still has a chance to win the game. And it's 6-4. That's when you do it. Well, he doesn't have a chance to win the game because you pull him in the 5th. But I'm saying you do it when you have a chance to win the game. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's already. It was very, very obvious. He's shaking off pitches.
See, I don't even necessarily blame him for that. Do you?
I do.
I mean, I think you got to at least visit.
Dude,
though.
the margins.
You got to at least visit, though.
You for sure visit, but the margins are so small for this team. It's what we've been talking about since they went 11, 12 games under 500. Like you can't afford to. Oh, let's see if we can get him a win. No, man. Let's see if we can get a win. And do everything we can. So, yeah, I'm with you. Those were the first two things I wrote down. Crazy ex-girlfriend Fromber, who's just obsessing in his own head case, whatever you want to call it. And Espada, I don't know how bad he is. There's still a lot of season left to go, but he's not good.
Yeah.
That's how I would put it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And I mean, and they still got a big opportunity ahead, but, man, that was a rough one yesterday. For the Astros. You want to get some OTA overreactions? Texans are on the football field.
I have one
I already see two pictures.
I have one.
I think it might be the same as mine. Does it have to do with weight?
Well, no, not that. Go ahead. What's the other one?
We got two. Yeah. Number one, Tank Dell. He's out there.
That's mine.
He's moving around. He's doing his thing. He's warming up. He's stretching. Tank Dell out there, full go. Number two, boy, Kenyon Green looks pretty thin.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Kenyon Green looks pretty thin, and he's in 76. Looks like a completely different guy. I think changing the jersey number does wonders.
It might.
I think he does wonders. I think he had kind of 59 had wore out its welcome with Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green looking pretty good, man. Look at Jared Patterson out there too, by the way.
All right, I like Jared Patterson.
We got a little competition in the trenches.
Yeah, you were giving me a hard time about Jared Patterson. I like Jared Patterson. I like him. Cody Stutes. Kind of boots on the ground over there, Cody.
Yeah, we're gonna call him after. We're gonna get Stutes' observations.
Says Kenyon Green is in great shape.
Well, it's Stutes saying it. I mean, let's be real.
Great shape.
Yeah, it's Stutes though.
Okay, well let's remind him of that when we call him.
But he is right. There's a picture.
He's transformed his body. He looks in great shape.
At Cody_Stutes.
Yeah.
And the comments would tell you that would be a huge addition if he can live up to first-round selection. Looks lean. Love to see it. Yada, yada. The change jersey number big.
Yes.
Big.
I agree with that.
Yeah, you had to change that. You had to change the mojo. Mm-hmm. Get that out of there.
CJ, this is exciting.
It's OTA season, brother.
I mean, CJ's throwing some balls out there. The guys are running around. Kenyon Green's in good shape. And Tank Dell is on the field. On the field,
ready to go. So, rumors about the demise of Tank Dell were exaggerated.
Were there? Were there rumors of that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You never know. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So we got the OTAs going on. We got the Astros blowing it to the Angels. Man, they had an opportunity yesterday too.
Oh, hell.
And now they're 6-2 with 5 left in this stretch.
I got in on the game a little late, and they were already up. And so when I turned it on, I went, woo, this is an official big-time win streak is about to happen. And then it didn't.
And now we got news that Jose Abreu could be rejoining us this weekend, which I know you're excited about. You're ready for him to get back in there and kind of maybe even spark these guys even more.
I'm going to pull a Landry Locker figure. Stop the music. I would rather see James Harden come back than Jose Abreu.
James Harden's still a decent player.
I would. There are at least, I off the top of my head, I put 5 players down that I would rather see come back before Jose Abreu. James Harden, I'd rather see come back. Yuli Gurriel, I'd rather see come back. Andre Johnson, suit up.
Come on.
Andre Johnson, I'd rather see come back before. Yes, hand to God.
Stop it.
DeMeco Ryans.
God. Ignore that God.
DeMeco Ryans.
Ignore that God.
I'd rather see come back.
Ignore that God.
Than Jose Abreu. And, of course, J.J. Watt. I don't want to see this guy come back. Salute, Appreciate your service.
Salute what?
Appreciate your service. He was okay at the end of the year last year. But please don't. I mean, please don't. There's already one head case that we saw this week. On there, and they're talking about, part of the rehab has been his mental state is much stronger now, mental approach or whatever they called it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't need to see any of that.
It's a weird situation. Apparently, Jeff Bagwell's pretty optimistic, is what the word on the street is. Let's hear Espada, though. The previously mentioned skipper for your Houston Astros. Let's hear what old Espada has to say about Jose Abreu. And you tell me if this, what you make of this. This is the Joe Espada breakdown of the status of Jose Abreu.
He's actually had looked really good. Kind of told videos and reports for our coordinators, and I like the physical adjustment he's made to his swing. His at-bats have been also really pretty good. So the plan is for if he clears the next couple of days, he'll play a few games, and then, like Dana said, if we're going to lose good, if we join us this weekend. Jose Abreu is part of this thing. We cannot get to what we want to get to without Jose Abreu.
Okay,
well then you're in trouble.
You're done.
Yeah, then you're in trouble. Hey, man, his at-bats have been really pretty good. His at-bats have been really okay. Who are they fooling? Who do they think they're fooling?
Text line. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Lopez.
Uh-oh. Oh, here we go.
You got to admit that Framber would not shake Maldonado the way he was shaking Diaz last night.
No, see? What did I tell you?
But he was a roller coaster last year. It's not like where he's coming off he was coming off a extremely up and down year in which he had maybe not as bad of an inning, but he was not consistent last year. This is ridiculous.
But the thing is, it's going to be ultimately be about Maldonado.
But it shouldn't be.
And you'll remember this. Weren't his numbers better?
His numbers were better with
Yanner.
Yeah, his numbers were better with with Diaz and the rotation as a whole the year before.
Yeah,
when Maldonado didn't catch was better.
Yeah. But there you go.
It's Maldi, man.
Is
that Dusty Baker?
It's a little, how the heck is Maldonado still haunting this team?
He's not.
Well, all evidence to the contrary with Framber.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
He's not.
Yeah, I mean, it sure did have that feel last night. Why is he shaking off Yanner? 3 times on one at-bat that ended up in a home run.
Because he's a head case. What do you mean, why?
Yes, exactly.
He's a freaking head case.
Yes, and why is he a head case? Does he not have the confidence? Is it just everything all at once?
He's been a head case for a long time.
Yeah. Grow your hair out.
It's nothing new.
Yeah.
You mean grow your hair out? What the hell's that mean?
Grow your hair out.
The hell? What are you saying?
He needs to get his long dreads, his long braids back.
I mean, he didn't grow it. Those were extensions.
Well, whatever. Get it done.
So you want the extensions back?
Whatever it takes.
You think that's the problem?
Whatever it takes. Yeah.
Extensions. Hell is wrong with you?
Figgy's guy will do that, right, Figgy?
I don't think he knows anything about extensions.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No?
That's real hair, man. What the?
No. The one.
Now
the
you're
person
gonna insult Figgy's hair?
No, the person he goes to get his hair done.
Why would he know about extensions?
Because it's a hair person.
Well, first of all, I go to 2 different people.
Oh.
One, the guy that cuts my hair. I got a lot going on, so the guy that cuts my hair don't do that.
I got a lot going on.
Yeah. Okay.
The person that retwists my hair, she could probably put some extensions in.
See, there you go. Get her on the phone. Get her to go see Framber. Yeah.
I just think he's a decent pitcher. He's not he's not an ace. He's not what he is. God, it's nice to see the Texans on the field.
It's happening, man.
It's really nice to see the Texans on the field.
It's happening.
My goodness. Are they going to let Stephon Diggs talk or what? Or is he there? I haven't seen any update on Stephon Diggs.
Doesn't he have to if they request him?
I don't really know. I don't know. It kind of seems like they got him in hiding or something.
Yeah. Why do you think that is?
Absences at OTAs per DJ Bieneme, so this is it. Laramie Tunsil, he never shows up for OTAs, probably training in Alabama. Titus Howard, what the hell are you doing, buddy? Shaq Mason and Stephon Diggs.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, so no Diggs.
Yeah.
He's doing.
What's going on with that?
He's doing push-ups with 45-pound plates on his back.
I've tried to think, what does he just not want to talk? Just one of those guys? But he talks a lot.
Nah, he loves to talk.
Yeah,
it's just he hasn't. They just haven't. They didn't make it a priority to introduce him to the fans. But Tank's out there, man. He's making some nice. He's moving around well.
He looks like it.
Based on the OTA highlight videos, he's doing his thing. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
He might break 1,000.
I'm just glad Gerard's finally. I'm just glad Gerard finally has somebody to coach. When we're doing rookie OTAs, he was just standing around. There were no quarterbacks.
What's So what's Titus Howard up to?
What is that? What is Titus Howard?
What's he up to?
Is he
trying to be Tunsil?
I was just going to say.
Is he trying to be baby Tunsil?
Does he think he's got more pelts on the wall than he does? That he's more of a veteran?
What are you asking? What'd you just ask?
Does he think he's got more pelts on the wall?
Why are you having to ask this?
Well, I'm not talking about his Twitter account, but does he think even in that locker room people look at him like...
They do, though.
No, they don't, do they?
I mean, I don't know. He gets talked about like he's like some...
I feel like he do, man. He got paid.
Well, by Nick Caserio.
Yeah, but I feel like he gets talked about like he's like some proven vet. Titus should be out there, man.
Of course he should.
Laramie, do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Shaq, do what you want to do. Diggs,
all right.
Do what you want to do.
I can accept that.
Titus, get your ass out there.
Yeah.
Let's be serious.
Yeah.
Even if it's on the side, get out there.
Mm-hmm.
They need to see you, man. You got some guys to mentor.
I don't understand. I just don't.
God, I hope that. I hope Fisher's good and can replace one of these tackles in the next 2 years.
Well, I think he's they drafted him in a place where he's going to have an opportunity to do that. That's for dang sure.
That's what I need. I need him out there.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Now he's out there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Get him out there. I can't believe you thought Figgy had extensions.
I never said
news
that.
Here.
I said his girl. It ended up. I said guy, but it's his girl. Could help Fromber, and she could.
Maybe we don't know.
Figgy said she could.
We don't know. He said perhaps.
Oh, okay.
He can't just offer up extensions like that.
Yeah.
She's a hairstylist, so I'm guessing she could, but I don't know.
Yeah, could.
Man, Tank looks like full go, 100%.
Could. Yeah. I mean, that's Pro Bowl stuff right there.
Sure.
Based on the OTA highlights.
I'll go with that.
Which I like to base things on.
I'll go with that.
Big OTA highlight guy here.
Mm-hmm.
Big OTA highlight guy here.
Yeah.
I'm all about it.
Oh, look at Nico. Come on now.
Is he ready?
Yeah, he's running.
Pay the man.
How Damen Pierce looking? Looking smooth.
Can't win them all, man.
Yeah.
You got the cuts.
Mm-hmm. Can't win them all, bro. We'll talk to Cody Stutes straight off the practice field here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. We'll get his take on what he sees, what his observations are, which are the best observations that you can get. We'll talk to him. We'll also try to dive a little bit more into this situation with Jose Abreu. Comebacks you don't want to see. Is Joe Espada, is he incompetent? Is he handcuffed? Or both? Plus the Texans' biggest hater. He's their biggest lover right now. And I don't know how that makes you feel. How does it make you feel when someone that you roll your eyes at 99% of the time finally starts talking good about you? Does it make you more or less angry? We'll talk about that at 11. But coming up next, John Lopez has the hot take of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that Figgy has extensions.
I never said that.
The hot take of the day from John Lopez. He says that the Jags are no longer a threat to the Texans.
This is true.
You can chalk them off the list. He says the Jacksonville Jaguars,
yes,
who were a half away from winning the division last year, who won the division the year before, who are about to pay their quarterback $50 million, they are not a threat to the Texans. Lopez has some explaining to do. He'll do so next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This chair that I'm sitting in has not been a Myers-friendly zone for the last couple of years, but I got to give credit where credit is due. Jake Myers has been excellent the last few weeks. He has been excellent, and he must be acknowledged for that.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Justin Jefferson is so far.
Free Odyssey app.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Texans on the field. My goodness, OTA highlights. You can minimize it if you like. I'm a big OTA highlight guy. Kenyon Green. Let's get some overreactions, some OTA highlight reactions. Tank Dell looks poised for a Pro Bowl season. Kenyon Green, hey, that first-round pick might not have been so bad after all. Looking nice and trim. And C.J. Stroud, 9-1 to win the MVP. Put the damn life savings on it. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez says the Jags are no longer a threat for the Houston Texans. Before Lopez lays that out, let's hear from Dan Orlovsky, the former Houston Texan, talking about Trevor Lawrence and the reports that he's about to get $50 million per season to play quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
There's no way that we could sit here and say he deserves elite money right now. I mean, he's an elite talent, and you would be paying him because you expect him to become an elite quarterback. You would expect him to finally vault into, for the year, in the top 8 quarterback conversation. The last thing I'll say about this is we have to stop saying top 5 quarterback in the NFL. There's way more than 5 really, really, really good ones. It has to become like a top 8 conversation. Trevor hasn't ascended into that just yet. I wouldn't rush and sign if I was Trevor Lawrence. Year 1 never actually happened. This is really my 3rd year into the NFL, and I know there's a ton of pressure on him to live up to expectations. Doug Peterson, I don't know if we could sit here and there's no way that the Jags go elite money. They're 17-16 with him as a starting quarterback. Yeah, and he's got 46 touchdowns, 22 picks. So good, you know what I'm saying? Good, but certainly not into that elite conversation just yet.
All right. So, preach. I think we agree with that. Yeah. Sometimes you just got to do it. We saw the Derek Carr. I always use Derek Carr as the example. 2016-17, highest paid quarterback in the league. No one would have even put him in their top 5. But John Lopez, you're taking it to a new level. It's one thing to say Trevor Lawrence is an elite, but now you're just saying the Jags aren't even a threat. This is the season of overreaction. It is the season of OTA highlights, and it's the season of John Lopez having to explain his damn self for why he's saying what he's saying.
I think it's obvious, man. Let's break this down a little bit. Yes, the Jaguars have some talent. You know, they brought in Eric Armstead. They paid Josh Allen. Trevor Lawrence is good, kind of the Joe Espada of he's okay. He feels the role. But to pay him $50 million at least, they're not going to be a threat long term because of that. Because he's not a $50 million quarterback that can take a team, almost by himself to places they've never been. And I'm going to give you a few examples here in a second. But it's not just about salary cap. You can work with the salary cap, but there's still going to be some issues with that if you sign Trevor Lawrence. They might come up and win 9 games. By the way, that's the most games he's ever won. He went 9 and had one winning record. One winning record as a starting quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. But let me give you what a $50 million quarterback looks like and should give you some confidence. Josh Allen, when he got his deal, he had already carried the Bills to an AFC Championship game and that epic divisional round loss in the final, 13 seconds or whatever it was that they lost to the Chiefs. He had already established himself as a guy that can take a team, all right? Lamar Jackson, when he got his deal, he had already won 2 MVPs and taken the Ravens to an AFC Championship game. Justin Herbert is kind of the closest thing to a Trevor Lawrence. He's probably the best comp, so to speak. But Justin Herbert, and certainly now with Jim Harbaugh, but Justin Herbert was recognized as a guy that just needed more weapons, tough luck, all that stuff, but an elite, type of quarterback. Joe Burrow, when he got his deal, he had already carried the Bengals to a Super Bowl and another AFC Championship game. And then Patrick Mahomes, he's the other $50 million quarterback that recently got a deal. We know the story there. So you got Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Trevor Lawrence? Those are your $50 million quarterbacks? Trevor Lawrence is in that company? Trevor Lawrence has gone to 1 playoff game. He's, I believe, 10 games. The Jaguars are 10 games under 500 for his career. And he has 1 playoff win in a Chargers choke job. That's your $50 million guy? That's the guy that's going to carry you for the next 2, 3, 5, 8 years? Dude, no, he's not. He's not going to be that guy. They might come up and win a game, maybe even win the division one year, but they're not going to be a conference championship threat. Not with and especially when you consider they have 3 starting offensive linemen right now that their contracts are expiring.
No, I mean, it's going to be difficult for the Jags. And look, it's going to be difficult for the Texans once you pay C.J. Stroud, because C.J. Stroud's going to get close to that. It's hard. I mean, it's hard for Buffalo. Kansas City's been able to overcome it. Miami's kind of finding the trouble. Like, eventually it's going to become difficult. Mm-hmm. And if you're talking about a guy who's not a top 10 quarterback, it's going to be impossible. But what about in the short term? Like, in the short term, I think Jacksonville's in the mix.
That's what I'm saying. They might come up for a year or two, win 9 or 10 games. And I think they're putting all their eggs in this coming season's basket, which I would still take the Texans over that and maybe Indianapolis, as we've talked about. But how do you feel about Gabe Davis and Christian Kirk? Those are guys they paid. They're going to be his receivers for a while.
And they lost Ridley.
They brought in Brian Thomas, but he's a rookie.
I think the key to Jacksonville is going to be on the D-line. I don't even know if it's Trevor Lawrence. I think Trevor Lawrence can play the way he has. If Armstead looks good, if Walker takes the next step, and if Josh Allen – D-line version has a season like he did last year, I think that's going to be their key to success. But I'm with you, like on the long-term threat. Is there a situation where I don't want to say that quarterbacks don't go up and down, but look at like Lamar Jackson won MVP his first full year, right? Mm-hmm. Patrick Mahomes won MVP his first full year. Joe Burrow took the Cincinnati Bengals to the Super Bowl in year 2. Josh Allen, as soon as he got through his rookie year, you kind of had an idea that he was that dude.
Yeah.
I mean, we can just go down the list. Like Aaron Rodgers, as soon as he went in for Brett Favre, he did his thing. Like I get that people want to dismiss the rookie year of Trevor Lawrence, and that's fair. But if Trevor Lawrence all of a sudden, like I feel safe in saying, and I don't like speaking in absence, I feel safe in saying, like, we're not going to see a situation. There might be a season or something like that where you line up the stats and you say, oh, well, Trevor Lawrence has played like a top 5 quarterback during this stretch or whatever. But as far as Trevor Lawrence just propelling himself into being one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league, I don't see that happening.
You know what a top 5 quarterback looks like, and he's not one.
And a lot of times they look that way pretty soon. There are natural growing pains. Like a lot of them take it on the chin the way Trevor Lawrence did.
Yeah.
And then they figure it out. A lot of them just come in and hit the ground running. We just laid out the examples.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any scenario where Trevor Lawrence is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
When you look at body of work, and I just laid out what he's done, 1-9-8 record, one playoff win that was really a choke job by the Chargers, as we all know. That's an unforgettable game. His body of work as a starting quarterback in the NFL is closer to Matt Schaub than Joe Burrow. He's a Matt Schaub kind of guy. Good. Maybe has some moments of being elite. Hell, Matt Schaub threw for 4,700 yards or something one year when the Texans were good. But he's not. You know it when you see it, and he's not it. You knew Matt Schaub was really good, kind of borderline top 12, top 15 for a while there. But he's not a $50 million quarterback. He's not a guy that can carry a team to a championship, and that's what Trevor Lawrence is. And then the pushback is, well, he's had a lot of injuries, and he's a real tough guy. Who does that sound like? Matt Schaub. That sounds like Matt Schaub. I mean, I'm not trashing him because he's really good, but he's not that.
You're just talking about as far as reaching the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
Maybe not winning a division this year. I think they're winning the division this year.
I don't think that's a possibility with that contract that he's going to get.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't either. And I quite frankly think the Doug Peterson thing, I think we need to keep an eye on that. I know people want to talk about the Super Bowl and they want to, I mean, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Philadelphia got rid of him after he'd won the Super Bowl. Like it's been a little bit of time. A little bit of time has gone by since that. So I would keep an eye on it.
And the fact that everybody is arguing, does he deserve $50 million, tells you that he doesn't. Because it should be like a no-brainer. Like even Herbert, people are like, well, yeah.
Yeah, I understood that.
Well, yeah.
He's not as good as Herbert.
No, he's not as good.
No,
as
he's
Herbert.
not in that class.
But like, no one was saying, oh, does Justin Herbert deserve this contract?
No.
Nobody was saying that.
No, nobody
The
was.
fact that they're arguing with Trevor Lawrence is the answer. That means no, he's not.
Coming up, better than next year, two prominent national media types, as we localize it, they insist that the Texans and C.J. Stroud could be better. One of the things, though, that they're hanging their hat on reminds me of a really bad college football team. I'll make sense of it next.
In the Loop.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, some national media types pretty high on the Texans. Now, there is one thing that I do think we need to at least take into account with what one of them is about to say. We localize it every day, 1040 right here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Mina Kimes, ESPN. She thinks the Texans could be better this year. Listen to her reasoning, as she typically does. She comes with some data, some facts. But one of those facts I do think needs to be taken with a grain of salt. Here's Mina Kimes on why she feels the Texans, by the way, on the field right now in OTAs, why she feels they could be better this year than last.
There is something to the idea that rookie quarterback breaks year 2. The league has tape on him. I get that. But I think there's a lot of other reasons why C.J. Stroud could be even better this year, or his progress and development could continue, starting with this. Last season, according to FTN Fantasy, which tracks injuries, the Texans had the most injured offensive line, not in the NFL, but ever since they had started tracking them. So C.J. Stroud was exceptional despite that, which, by the way, that was a huge reason why they couldn't run the ball. He was amazing despite the fact that they had no run game. Now you throw in Stephon Diggs, which should make it even easier to run the ball. You got another year with Bobby Slowick, their offensive coordinator. We thought he might get hired away as a head coach, but you have continuity there. So I just think there's a lot of things working in Stroud's favor that should counteract any year 2 stumbles.
All right, so here's the thing. That's crazy when you hear and I think she lays out good reasoning. But it's crazy when you hear, this is the most injuries on the offensive line since they started tracking it and all that. And naturally that makes you think, things are going to get a lot better. And I'm not saying they're not going to get better, but when I hear that, I kind of think of it this way. I think of it like when you remember, you know how whenever there's like college football preview edition and a crappy ass team that won 2 games or 1 game or 3 games, you look in there and it says, well, they got 17 returning starters.
How about that?
And it's like, well, they suck. And I'm not saying these offensive linemen suck, but what I am saying is when I saw Kenyon Green play, it wasn't good. You know that.
Yeah.
When we saw Kendrick Green play, it was better than we'd expected, but the bar was so low. Mm-hmm. We don't know what Jared Patterson's going to be. We don't know what Juice Scruggs is going to look like. So I tap the brakes and kind of just want to see what this looks like before I assume that Kendrick Green, Kenyon Green, Jared Patterson are going to come back and all of a sudden offensive line is going to be some sort of strength for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, and not to mention Titus Howard. Wherever he plays and how he plays. And
are we sure? Is he an upgrade over George Fant 100%?
No.
Maybe not.
Yeah. And who knows, how Blake Fisher fits in, all that stuff. No, I agree with you. Now, what she's saying about Bobby Slowick and the year 2 thing and everything else is absolutely true. That continuity is going to be big. It just goes to show you how important it's going to be for Titus Howard to actually show something at right tackle and for Kenyon Green to just give them another option. Like at this point, you don't even want him to necessarily play like a top 15 guy. You just want him to be able to threaten to start and be in good shape and not be a net negative if he does get on the field. So, they've got 17 starters back. Okay, well, are they better? And that's the key thing with guys like Kenyon Green. Like he's relatively important for this.
I'm intrigued by the competition on the interior of the offensive line.
Yeah.
Look, I think obviously if you're not starting Dieter and you're starting one of the Greens and Juice Scruggs and Patterson are battling it out and you're trying to figure out the best combination there, I think it can be better. But, it's not like you were without, Nico Collins and Tank Dell or something like that. So I always roll my eyes when, you take Southwestern Idaho returning 20 starters.
Yeah.
It's like, they lost every game by 50.
Yeah, they're going to win the championship this year. I do that. I've always thought the same thing as you on that. But that's neither here nor there. It's just a comparison you're making because how real is some of this interior offensive line play going to be?
Yes.
How much is Kenyon Green going to elevate the game, if he does at all? Is Titus Howard going to be able to be a plus at tackle? Those are the things that are going to be like the most important thing, absolutely the most important thing for C.J. Stroud.
Landry Lockard, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So then you had Ryan Clark. And Ryan Clark kind of piggybacked off of what Mina Kimes said when talking about the Texans. And he also seems to subscribe to the theory that the Texans could be better this year. Here's Ryan Clark.
There's an argument to be made that at the wide receiver position, they have the best trio in ball. We watched Nico Collins become a breakout star. Tank Dell and his chemistry with C.J. Stroud, and obviously acquiring Stephon Diggs. Oh, by the way, we couldn't run the ball last year. Let's go out and acquire Joe Mixon that gives us a run game that only makes Coach Slowick even better in dialing up play action, because now people actually have to be scared that you can hand the ball off and run. And defensively, they went out and got pass rushers. Christian Harris, entering his third year, seemed to be a star late in the season. And Derek Stingley showed everybody why he was the number 3 overall pick, even in front of Sauce Gardner. This team is poised to make a bigger splash this year than they did last. And why not? And you know why they have a hard schedule? Because they won the division. Because C.J. Stroud was that good. Because DeMeco Ryans is a star. And now we're going to get to see it in prime time.
We will. And whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing is to be determined. But I think it is laid out. This could be a team that they could win less games this year, but I think it's the makeup of this team, the way in which they're built. They, like a lot of NFL teams we've seen, they might be able to just flip the switch in the playoffs and elevate their play if necessary. I think the division's going to be a little bit tougher than anticipated, but there are prominent national media types, including one of the biggest haters, who we'll talk about at 11. One of the biggest haters has become a Texans lover, and it kind of makes me more disgusted than when he used to hate on him, to be honest with you. I know that.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about this. We'll get into that at 11, as well as why the hell are these two guys talking with Tom Brady to the young kids. I'm glad C.J. Stroud wasn't a rookie this year. I'll just put it that way at 11. But better this year than last. That's what Ryan Clark and Mina Kimes say. Maybe. But there's also a lot of variables in an NFL season that are out of your control.
And don't underestimate. I mean, while Ryan Clark is right, you can make an argument that this is going to be one of the best, if not the best, wide receiver group in the NFL. There's a lot to prove with all three of the guys. Stephon Diggs, what does he have left? Nico Collins, can you stay on the field and can you back it up? And Tank Dell.
Is there really a narrative that Stephon Diggs is washed?
No, but there's questions about how good he's going to be. Like, is he going to match those numbers? The not washed, right? But deteriorating numbers at the end of the year. People talk. I don't buy it.
Yeah, like I don't think this is Julio Jones going to the Titans or anything.
I've never
like that.
bought it.
Yeah,
I've never bought that.
Well, you got him as the number 1 guy.
Yes, because they started running the ball more. We've talked about that, but there are questions out there. If this is going to be the number 1, receiving core, Diggs has to prove that wrong. Nico has to prove that he can back up his great season and stay on the field. And then Tank Dell, I mean, we think he's going to be great. We've all been very high on him since the first time we saw him. But the dude is coming off a pretty bad injury and getting shot. So it's
fine.
He looks fine.
I mean, he just got grazed.
He looks fine out there right now. But he still had an injury, so we'll see.
OTAs are upon us. 7-on-7 currently going on with the Houston Texans. John Mechie, man. He just dropped the pass.
I saw that.
I mean, it was a nice route, nice adjustment by C.J. Stroud, threw it to where only he could catch it.
Nice adjustment by Mechie, to be honest.
Yeah, nice adjustment. You got to catch that, though.
Yeah.
Got to catch that, though. Got to make that play.
Mm-hmm.
But he dropped it. He does have a couple of catches from Davis Mills. Nico Collins doing his thing as well. Highlight season upon us at Cody_Stutes. He's all over this. I mean, I feel like I'm almost watching SportsCenter highlights.
There we go.
With all the highlights that he's got. So OTAs upon us. Texans getting a lot of love from the national media types.
You mentioned the college football angle. I'm going to mention it in a different way right now. When you have a really good squad, Longhorns, Aggies, and a lot of guys are coming back and they were really good, you just feel like it's there. Let's just see how they do. Kind of getting that feeling with the Texans.
Are you?
Yeah, there's not... it's not like, okay, who's going to play this position or who's going to do that? It's set. It's just a matter of how good they're going to be watching these guys on the field.
I feel good long term. Like long term, I feel like they're in good position, and I think they can eventually get where everyone dreams of getting. But in the short term, I don't know. I mean, I don't feel comfortable enough in just feeling comfortable about them.
Mm-hmm.
I feel good, but I don't feel comfortable enough feeling comfortable.
I'm watching this squad like all the pieces are there. Let's just see how they can,
including the most important ones.
Of course,
that's the good thing about it. The most important ones you feel great about.
Yeah, and we can kind of nitpick. Okay, what about tight end? Whatever, safety, whatever. But I think that's nitpicking. Like this squad looks like it's going to be good to go. It's just a matter of can they back it up? Can they fulfill the expectation?
What is the expectation?
Well, for me, it's I'm already at 11 wins right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So conference championship,
division for sure, and then we'll see where
conference championship.
We'll see where that
put
goes.
them in there.
11's not going to win you the conference.
Well, I mean, you got to win a couple playoff games.
Oh, you mean? I thought you meant like
no, not a bye week, not a bye week, not a bye week. No.
We'll see. Get to the postseason.
What does that mean? Put them in there. Lay out the expectations. Lay out the expectations, Lopez.
I'll let you know in August.
Lay out the expectations. No, come on.
I'll let you know.
We got OTA highlights going on. Give me the expectations.
11 wins.
Give me some Super Bowl expectations.
11 wins. You give me your Super Bowl expectations.
I'm looking. I just want to win the division.
Me too. And I think they're going to get 11 wins as of today. But that can be adjusted.
Coming up next, the biggest Texans hater loves them now. Does that make you feel any better? Because it makes me feel a hell of a lot worse. Plus, why the hell are these two guys talking to rookies? Thank God CJ is a second-year guy. That's next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are you?
Here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Texans on the field, getting that work in on OTAs. Derek Stingley intercepted C.J. Stroud. C.J.'s apparently been pretty sharp, per Cody Stutes. Sliding interception on the sideline. Stroud Collins, perhaps a miscommunication, but Stroud being good. Tank Dell, by the way. You got a little touchdown there. But Derek Stingley doing what Derek Stingley did last year, playing at an elite level. C.J. Stroud playing well also. We'll get Stutes' observations in the noon hour after Texans speak to the media types. They should be wrapping things up here pretty quickly. This time last year, the Texans had a very, very, very vocal hater. One of the most polarizing men, perhaps, in the history of this industry, Colin Cowherd. He was not a fan of the Houston Texans and what they had going. And I will say this.
A hater.
At the time, it felt like there was a lot of anger.
Yeah.
Because some of the stuff that Cowherd was saying. Now, here's what I wonder. When he's saying good things, does it make it any less annoying? 713-572-4610. Because this was Colin Cowherd reacting to Tom Brady, who we'll hear from again. Not sure why he had the company he had. It's a little bit weird for me. I don't know what football players are getting from this. But here was Colin Cowherd's. We remember when Tom Brady said that C.J. Stroud did things the right way, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
This was Colin Cowherd, the former Texans hater, at least a year ago. This was his reaction to Tom Brady praising C.J. Stroud.
Humility mattered. So when I see Drew Lock's need to be cool, or Cam's ego, or Manziel's immaturity, Baker trying too hard at the podium, yeah, hard pass, Will Levis gun show, hard pass. It matters. Pro sports, especially quarterback, is sort of unfair. You got to be a grown-up at 22 years old. You're the face of the franchise. It's a $7 billion franchise. You don't at wide receiver. You don't at corner. Maybe you don't at right guard. You can be kind of beer-chugging, goofy guy, life of the party. That's okay. Even my backwards hat theory, I've never cared who else wears it. Just the quarterback. Wednesday podium. And it drives people nuts. You know who it drives nuts? Frat boys, who at 22 were never asked to be an adult. That's why optics matter for a pilot, a surgeon, a high school principal, a dean of a college. There's a way to play the position. Chief of staff is different.
What?
I want my presidents to be presidential. It sends a message, and my quarterbacks to be quarterback. But I do appreciate Brady acknowledging there is a way to celebrate, a way to act, a way to lose, a way to be a teammate. Humility. It's not just the arm. It's like, are you ready for me to build around? Some of these guys don't work, they're not good enough. But a lot of these guys are good enough, and they don't work because they don't work at the way, the optics, the press conference, what to say. Thank you, Tom, for saying that.
Just stop. I mean, you remember when Brady said that, I thought it was pretty important that he said it about C.J. Stroud. I thought it was very, very significant. But just leave it at that, man. I don't need to know about engineers and surgeons and all these analogies. I gotta tell you something real quick.
So anyway, the answer to the question, to put a bow on that and move on, is it's not any better when he's praising you than it is when he's criticizing you. I'd almost rather him just say he sucks.
Yeah, because why go to all those extremes? I guess it's a confession. I've never been a huge Colin Cowherd fan, man. Even when he's not talking about my squads.
No, I respect the game. I mean, I know I respect what he's doing. I know it's not easy to do, but I mean, he's very superficial.
Maybe
he's very superficial. It's very unrelatable.
Yes.
But yeah, the only thing I hate about Colin Cowherd is when people try to duplicate what he is, because he's him.
Yeah.
But when people
if you have a bunch of bad dates on Bumble, you'll probably start turning to Instagram to find a hookup.
Yeah, that is hard to deal with.
Yeah. Maybe that's part of it.
Yeah, I think it's the influence.
Because Cowherd has been he's been at this level now for 15, 20 years.
25.
Something like that. And what is frustrating me, I think, now that I'm thinking about it, is all these people trying to do that.
It's like Steph Curry. It's like all these hoopers trying to be Steph Curry now.
Dude, just be yourself.
Bring your ass up to the 3-point line. You don't need to be 5 feet back there.
Exactly.
Get your ass over there.
Just be yourself.
Put your mouthpiece in your mouth.
So no, it didn't make me feel
Young
better.
man, you're averaging 3 points a game.
I mean, good for him, but it didn't make me feel better that he's all about it now.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, but there are a lot of Texans lovers now, and Cowherd appears to be on the wagon. Tom Brady, he's also now a Fox employee. There was one of those rookie symposiums where Tom Brady spoke to all of the rookie quarterbacks. I think every quarterback taken in the first round was there. There were also some other guys at other positions. And I'm going to play the Tom Brady portion of the speech, which I thought was cool. It was appropriate. But then I'm going to show you what the unedited portion of this speech consisted of. And I got to tell you, I'm confused. I'm very confused. I might need you guys to help me out.
Okay.
But here's Tom Brady, just his portion, talking to the rookies.
When you have 53 guys on the team and you think it's about you, it ain't about you, it's about us. And the biggest problem I see with a lot of the young players today, you guys are making it too much about I and me. Because of social media, because of branding and all that. It's fine, you're not gonna win. There was a difference between being a star and being a champion. Every day of practice is important. You know why? Because when I was on the Patriots and we had 20 years winning, every day was a big day. I treated a preseason game, I treated a regular season like it was the Super Bowl. So when I got to the Super Bowl, it was just another day for me. There should be nobody in your life that should have higher expectations for you than you.
All right, I like that.
Yeah.
That's good. If I'm a quarterback, all right, it's Tom Brady. He's telling me, take every game serious, preseason, all that type of stuff. That's good.
Yeah.
That was edited, though, by your boy.
Mm-hmm.
Here is Tom Brady speaking to the rookies, and we're also going to hear from Jay-Z and Michael Rubin.
Okay.
Talking to these rookie quarterbacks. And I'll be honest, I don't understand what's going on.
Why they're there.
I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if you do.
When you have 53 guys on the team and you think it's about you, it ain't about you, it's about us. And the biggest problem I see with a lot of the young players today, you guys are making it too much about I and me. Because of social media, because of branding and all that. It's fine, you're not gonna win. There was a difference between being a star and being a champion.
Your talent gets you there. Your work ethic and your discipline takes you to where you want to be.
Every day of practice is important. You know why? Because when I was on the Patriots and we had 20 years winning, every day was a big day. I treated a preseason game, I treated a regular season like it was the Super Bowl. So when I got to the Super Bowl, it was just another day for me.
You got to know who you are, because those moments going to come. You're going to be down 28-0. You got to say, all right, I know who I am. I'm going to go get it.
I'm unrelenting. Like, I will not quit in anything I do. And I never got there on, educational background. I never got there on skill. It was work ethic and hustle.
There should be nobody in your life that should have higher expectations for you than you.
You're going to evolve or you're not. You're going to keep evolving or you're not. And if you're not, the world still spins. If you're forever curious, you'll always keep getting better.
All right. What is going on?
I think it's just the respect that you got for these guys. I'm talking about me too.
What is Michael Rubin? I'm not trying. I get that. I love Fanatics. Fanatics is what are they supposed to take from that?
Isn't
he a tech guy?
He started a business. He started an online, whatever.
Didn't he sell a company to something or whatever?
I don't know what. He was part of the Sixers for a while. I don't know how he started, but the Fanatics thing is just it's a merchandising company.
So Jay-Z's up there telling you it's 28-3. Get the Brady score right. So.
Yeah. The merchant.
Jay-Z should say, hey, you should get someone to hustle for you. Preferably his name will be Dame Dash, and then you got to backstab him. You got to build relationships, and then you got to build your own empire. That's his advice.
Yeah.
Hell out of here with that.
Yeah, Michael Rubin is just a businessman that hit it rich on a good.
It's a game changer.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't know. Some of these things.
Not for Marvin Harrison Jr. It's not like
You motivated there, Fig?
Yeah.
Like, how did anyone ever say I would rather have dinner with Jay-Z than $500,000? That was the thing? I'd take 50 after that speech. Give me $5.
Yeah, $5. It's just like when Brady talks, you understand what he's done. When Michael Rubin talks, you're like, okay. Yeah, okay.
What am I trying to do here?
Yeah.
To me, it's kind of random because it's like these guys play football, and they're
exactly.
rookies. Yeah. They're rookies. It'd be one thing if they're trying to venture off into something else, but they are rookies and they play football.
Yeah.
So why do I want to hear from Michael Rubin and Jay-Z?
I'm trying to figure that out.
Unless I'm a Jay-Z fan and I just want to hear what he got to say.
Yeah, I'm sure they were impressed.
But they're football players.
Yeah,
I want to hear from football legends.
Get a picture, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I'm sure they were impressed.
I want to hear from Brady, Peyton Manning, or whoever that actually played the game and was successful.
Michael Rubin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get it because of education or. I mean, what are you talking about, brother? Or any of these guys. I mean, what does that mean?
Yes,
sir.
Yes.
And I mean, I didn't hear the whole thing, but it seemed like it was just so generic. Like, you just got to keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And stay motivated. Like, all right.
Evolve. You got to evolve or don't evolve.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes stuff ain't going to look right, but you got to just keep going. You just got to keep moving.
Like if that was not those guys, and it was in your homeroom as a senior in high school, and it was some motivational speaker, they would say the same things. Like it wasn't anything profound. It wasn't like, oh, that's the secret. Now Brady was good because of the person saying it. But yeah, I'm like, on this other stuff, I'm not sure.
I mean, they ain't give up no ingredients.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly the truth.
Yeah, very, very confused by that, but okay, good for them for getting to go to that dinner. So you mentioned Marvin Harrison Jr. We're very familiar with his father, thorn in the side of the Texans for many a years. Michael Rubin, fanatics apparently taking Marvin Harrison Jr. to court.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on here?
I'm glad you asked because I was so curious. I'm like, why is this happening? Why would Marvin Harrison Jr. Do this? Basically, and I read an explanation of it online that was pretty thorough, and it was from an independent, neutral source. So basically, the short version is this: Marvin Harrison Jr. is beating fanatics at its own game. Like they offered these guys these contracts in college for like $80,000.
Okay.
And Marvin Harrison Jr. said, "Nah, man, I can make more than that in a year. I can make more than that on my own."
Yeah.
So he didn't sign it. He signed like this agreement to sign the contract, which is kind of like a weird thing that some people do in those. It's not a contract.
Okay.
It's like I am agreeing that I'll agree to that contract at a later date, whatever.
Okay.
So he never signed the actual contract. Now he's saying, I don't need this. I can do it on my own. I'm a high draft pick. I can make more money. I can do all this. And Michael Rubin is saying, no, you signed that agreement, so that means that you're not getting that money. He's beating fanatics at its own game.
And I hope so because I think that, and I've heard some people that are pretty big names and are pretty involved in. I say some people. I've heard one person. But pretty deep in the game when it comes to NFL marketing and all that type of stuff. And they kind of feel like Michael Rubin's kind of preying on the young athlete.
No, he's lowballing him.
Yeah, he's kind of preying on him, and he's kind of he thinks he's kind of opportunistic, and you always see him in these pictures, and it just feels a little bit weird to him. So I don't think a young man in college should have to, once he becomes a professional. I mean, there's certain ways, but should have to. I don't even know how to balance it. It's where you talk NIL because that's weird, man. That's a weird slippery slope for me.
It's super interesting, and I'm really curious to see how this ends because I think if this ends good for Marvin Harrison Jr., you're gonna see a lot of more players going this route too.
I left out a very important part that I should have mentioned. The way Michael Rubin gets them the worst is that not only do you sign it in college for $80,000 or whatever, it lasts 2 years into your NFL season. And Marvin Harrison said, hell no.
So what do you mean? So you get an $80,000 deal?
And then that contract is good, so they take advantage of you as a pro, too.
So you get $80,000 each year or what?
Now, that I don't know, but I know they sign it. It's $80,000 is the story that I read. And so you get all this merchandising and everything else in college, but it lasts 2 years into your NFL career. Well, hell no. Marvin Harrison Jr. knew he was worth more than that and didn't sign it. And so that's why he's kind of beating him at his own game.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just, that whole thing is weird. Like
I'm pro NIL. I'm pro get your bread, but I'm also understanding that a 19-year-old signing something or a 21-year-old. I mean, that to me, what that feels like, and this is a less version, but if we want to relate this to the common man, because I think a lot of people, including, a large portion of our listeners would say, man, you give me $80,000 in college and then you let me become a millionaire.
That's how he does it.
But that's also, but I think it's also like a much, keep in mind, much different scale than posting up, having kids sign up for a credit card outside of the student union and stockpiling student debt. And all of a sudden when you get out of college, you're like, why the hell did I sign that?
Yeah, exactly. Well, here. I did that.
Yeah. Like that's kind of like, because that's how I look at it. Now, obviously, these guys deserve bread. I'm happy they're getting the NIL, but I mean, if we're gonna have them sign something in college and then expect them to carry that over to once they're professionals and they're out of college and they're adults, that's like a much like different yet similar-ish version of the Wells Fargo. Oh, you get $1,000,
dude. I was in
only 73% interest once I graduate.
I was in so much debt after the first few years after college. It wasn't even funny. I was like, oh, I'm gonna die. It was bad. Keep in mind, this is the 80s. Like this is when they were just giving away those credit cards like
posted up
like candy.
Yeah, boy. Hey, you want a drink? Patron. All right. Hey, Patron.
I had like 4 of them, man. I'm not exaggerating. It was dumb.
Yeah, so, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. I feel weird. I'm not like the Silicon Valley, like, dude, but Michael Rubin going in there and motivating.
Yeah.
Michael Penix Jr. is just, all right, thanks, dude.
Yeah.
Appreciate your advice. I don't know. I get kind of, Michael Rubin, he's the one who took over for Diddy, right?
How?
The White Party.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. The White Party in the Hamptons.
Wow.
Yeah, so that used to be Diddy's party for a long time, and now it's Rubin's.
That's weird.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of the vibe. That's where you see like the who's of Hollywood there. But that's what
sounds like the Illuminati to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what it is or isn't. I know I love the Fanatics brand. I don't quite understand how it all started. I don't understand how it's a big deal. I get a little bit uneasy now when I see these types of things.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I think we've just seen enough times when it comes to like these extravagant life celebrities where it just doesn't seem to end well as well as you would think.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Got to sign your name in blood to be a part of this club.
Yeah, he takes advantage of these guys. Rubin. Big time.
Oh, no doubt.
Big time.
No doubt. And he's always in the picture.
And Marvin Harrison, smart enough to say.
He's always got the picture with like the dude.
And Marvin Harrison Jr. smart enough to say, no. I'm gonna bet on myself here, and I'm gonna make a lot more money.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were just selling gear. Now all of a sudden we're selling cards, we're selling autographs, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's good or not.
Some dude said he had to sign 20,000 autographs for that $80,000. In that story I read.
How long would that take?
20,000?
Yeah, how long would that take?
Days.
Imagine how much money he made off of those autographs.
Yeah.
I don't know. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. I have a challenge for John Lopez at the end of the show. I'm going to present it for him. It's in the spirit of a local legend. So we'll see if you can do it. I don't think you can do it in under 90 seconds, but we'll see. Big challenge.
All right.
Coming up next, though, incompetent or handcuffed? Is the leader of the best team in town, is he incompetent or is he handcuffed? What should he have done yesterday? Plus, John Lopez has 5 guys he would rather see return to the field than a return that's happening this weekend. In the Loop continues.
And presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Jose Abreu is going to be back this weekend, it appears. This is Joe Espada talking about the comeback that I don't know that too many people are excited about around here. Here's the skipper of the Houston Astros, Joe Espada.
He's actually had looked really good. Kind of told videos and reports for our coordinators, and I like the physical adjustment he's made to his swing. His at-bats have been also really pretty good. So the plan is for if he clears the next couple of days, he'll play a few games, and then, like Dana said, if everyone looks good, if we can join us this weekend. Jose Abreu is part of this team. We cannot get to where we want to get to without Jose Abreu.
All right, we cannot get to where we want to get without Jose Abreu.
That's really
that's a wrap.
pretty good.
That's a wrap for the season then. If you can't get to where you want to get without Jose, that's a wrap. Nobody should believe in anything if that's the case. That's a wrap. That's the end.
Why do they think that we're going to believe this? I mean, that's
well, I don't want to believe that.
But why do they think that we would, that anyone would? Jose Abreu last year was really, really bad for the vast majority of the season, and they ended up getting to some places. Now, I know he was a big part of it late, but still. Jose Abreu right now, it's been a month, right, that he's been down there?
A couple weeks, few weeks.
I thought it was, well, anyway, either way, it hadn't been long.
It has been a few weeks.
It hasn't been long.
Month-ish.
And what he's saying is the swing is better. Jeff Bagwell's worked with him.
Okay.
His headspace.
That makes me feel good.
Yeah, his headspace is better. He's going to do a couple of rehab assignments and be back up here, and we can't get to where we want to go without him.
Okay.
Well, you're not going to have him. I mean, you're not going to have what you think you're getting.
And if you have him, you know what you're going to get at this point, correct?
Right. This is, frankly, silly. And it's one of the things that just is the most frustrating with this squad right now. And why would you disturb? I know last night, and we'll get into it, I know last night was a mess for Espada and a mess for Fromber. But why? But that notwithstanding, why would you mess with something that is working for the first time all year?
And they seem to be kind of vibing, man. Like, I know,
Yes.
I don't think that Jose Abreu, they like Jose Abreu, right? Like, he stinks, but they like him.
Yes.
He's a good dude, and I mean, he's been as accountable as you can be and whatnot. But I mean, just like the fact that they're all wearing headbands now, like Singleton and all that, like it seems like they're just kind of vibing.
Yeah.
To where it's almost.
Why would you mess with that?
I'm not sitting here saying they're like, I'm making a run or anything like that, but they've been playing better baseball. Not as good a competition, but they've been playing better baseball. So you bring that back, and then you have the manager go up there and say, we can't go where we want to go without the guy?
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing here, sir?
They call him a manager for a reason, because you have to manage all these little elements that aren't necessarily physical. How the team is vibing, as you put it. You have to be a leader of men, is how I always put it. You got to be able to read people. You have to be able to read your clubhouse locker room, and you have to be able to
communicate.
You have to be able to get everybody in the same direction. This is counter to that. This is counter bringing Jose Abreu back.
Very much so. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans at noon. He had a lot of interesting things to say. The Texans are on the field, so be ready for that. John Lopez is going to give you 5 comebacks he'd rather see than Jose Abreu. I think there's some asinine names on this list.
No, there's not.
Which we'll get to. Before that, though, I want to ask you this. Shout out to The Drive, Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley for their 1,000th show yesterday at Home Run Dugout. Seemed like it was a good time. Tyler Milner, I mean, they should have kept him off the mic at 5. He was slurring his words.
Was he?
Oh, my goodness. But I'm going to ask you this. You mentioned the word manager. Who is the person at Sports Radio 610 that would be most likely at a restaurant to ask to speak to the manager? 713-572-4610, YouTube, Twitch. Who is the person at Sports Radio 610 that would be the most likely to ask to speak to the manager at the restaurant?
I am thinking. I want to give a good answer on this.
Yes.
I'm a
0%er on this. There is no scenario. There is no scenario where that would happen for me.
I just lump it sometimes. They could get my whole order wrong. My wife gets mad at me. She goes, just send it back. Like, nah, that's good.
I respect that y'all have to deal with people, ungrateful, jackasses, servicing. There is a 0% chance that happens with me. You can leave a Yelp review. I think you should be positive.
I do that.
I think it should be part of your duty.
Yeah.
As a citizen. Especially for the small businesses, especially if it's good.
Yes.
But talk to the manager. I think me and you are out on this. 0%.
On the record.
Now, Biggie.
A long history of just lumping it.
I was about to say, I know you ain't serious.
Yeah, a long history of just lumping it, whatever. I'll do it. I'm going to say Sean.
Pendergast?
Yeah. And the only reason is I think maybe I'm still sort of contaminated by the sending the stinky kids out of the seats.
Yes.
That
was rough, man.
I got it, but sometimes you just lump it, right?
I don't think Seth would even consider it.
No.
Because Seth does not like conflict like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's pretty low maintenance for the most part. Maybe.
Ron might.
Show might.
Yeah.
Show might.
Yeah.
So it's between Ron and Sean?
Yeah.
I think Clint would, but it would only be to say something positive.
Hey, Chief, you ever think that blah, blah, blah? Yeah.
No, I think he would do it to only because he'll only shout out airlines when something good happens.
Yeah.
I think Clint would do it just to say, hey, I just want to let you know, man, this staff been A+.
Yeah.
Susie's the best. She was a great waitress, and this food is top of the line.
I think Ron, he is admittedly a little cocky, right? Clint gives him a hard time about it all the time. So I think if it's just not quite right, he might say, "Hey, man, let me talk to your manager."
I was listening to their show yesterday, the 1,000th show, and this was like this was the perfect Clint Stoerner thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll play it for you at when we play the hits, but I thought this was absolutely hilarious. What Clint did yesterday. That was so funny. What's my man's name?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he had the best one ever. He saved it for the 1,000th. It was easily the best one ever. You know how Clint, what's my man's name?
What's my man's name? The coach
what's
of the Texans.
My man's name?
What's my man's name? Number 7 for the Texans.
What's my man's name? Best one ever.
Really?
Best one ever coming up.
Now, that's a bold statement.
No, it's not.
That's a bold
No. It's an easy statement.
Yeah.
Easy statement.
Sounds
Number
bold.
7 for the Texans. What's my man's name?
You'll laugh your ass off at this.
Okay.
John Lopez has, though. I don't know if you'll laugh at this. You might roll your eyes at this.
No,
BS.
you won't. You're going to agree.
John Lopez has a list of 5 comebacks. Now, are these on-field comebacks?
On-field comebacks.
On-field comebacks that he would rather see than Jose Abreu. Take it away.
First of all, honorable mention Charlie Morton. I'd rather see Charlie Morton come back, of course, than Jose Abreu. And let me kind of turn it into a question as well for you guys. Would you rather see Jose Abreu come back or James Harden come back? I would rather see James Harden. I would rather
100%.
100%.
You kidding?
I would also rather see Yuli Gurriel.
Of course.
100%.
I miss that hair, man.
Right?
Yep.
Than Jose Abreu. Which, by the way, those two already say a lot about Jose Abreu. Would you rather see Andre Johnson suit up again rather than Jose Abreu suit up
Hell
again?
no.
I would.
Hell no. What, are you trying to get him hurt?
Yeah,
No, I would.
I'm
He
not
ain't
down.
walking as good
I'm
as he
not
used
down
to,
with
man.
this one.
He's kind of chilling.
I don't know about that.
I know you go up to him every time and say, "You look like you could still play."
I don't do that.
You look like you could still play.
Absolutely do not. You know who else gets that a lot? I'd rather see him play and suit up again as a player coach than see Jose Abreu again. That was one DeMeco Ryans. I would rather see DeMeco Ryans suit up than Jose Abreu suit up again.
All right, the end. By the way, Sean Pendergast says he's never asked for a manager ever.
Okay, there you go.
So
we're kind of thinking leaning Ron.
That's Ron.
He has asked for kids to leave, though.
He has kids
That's
out.
kind of a manager.
He asked the usher to kick him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a manager.
That's a manager.
Yeah. So he has.
Liar.
Yeah. If you ask the ushers to kick kids out of their seats, that's asking for the manager.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Ron, maybe.
I think, Ron likes things a particular way, and he like I said, he's admittedly got a little bit of was it cockiness, and then the other one I had was J.J. Watt. We'd all like to see J.J. Watt come back instead of Jose.
Well, that
Abreu.
might actually happen.
Yeah.
That might actually happen. Yeah, the usher thing. Show is the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There you go. Landry Lock. By the way, Sean said he would get back to us, but he's texting the PD to complain about us. So. There you go. Thank you very much. Coming up next, this is the funniest What's My Man's Name in the history of the drive. I promise you, I'm not overselling this. I guarantee for your money back. Plus, Jim Nantz, local legend. He has some interesting things to say about the Texans. Is he guilty of making it about himself? The hits are lit next.
Amen Tom. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits.
These are the hot stories of the day.
You're listening to In the Loop
with Houston's sports leader,
Sports Radio 610.
All right, Jim Nantz. By the way, not a lot of CBS Prime-ish Sunday games for Jim Nantz and company. You have the Texans versus Packers will be on CBS, so you'll get that, but not a lot. And you can tell Jim Nantz is a little upset about it. He was on with Rich Eisen, and Rich Eisen was just asked about, how about the Texans getting a little bit more attention? I kind of feel like Jim Nantz kind of reeled it in to himself a tad.
Yeah.
Maybe you're going to start calling more Houston games than you're used to calling.
It won't be this year. The way the schedule worked out, it was not Houston-centric in our national windows, I'm sorry to say. It's just there's a lot of mouths to feed, so there's going to be situations like that where you don't get everything that you want. No one does.
That's a shot at everybody else.
I feel like that's just he sounds kind of sad about it.
He's a little bitter.
Man.
Yeah, he's a little bitter about it.
Sounds a little bit sad.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't blame you, Jim.
Yeah.
I know you want to call some Texans games. It's just kind of be like that. Now, what about the Texans stock though, Jim? How do you feel about where the Texans currently sit and what the league thinks about them?
The Houston team, there is some magic. There's no doubt. And that city is such a football town. They're stirred to a frenzy about this. Nico Collins somehow gets lost in the mix. The guy's really good. Tank Dell will be back, ready to go. He's, as you know, he got injured. He had, a scary off-the-field incident. C.J. Stroud is a star. So the league sees what's coming. I'm accustomed to a heavy diet of New England. I did over 100 New England games during the Brady Belichick era. I feel like I'm living in Kansas City a good part of my year. We're going to see Houston a lot, and that would make me very happy in the years to come.
Okay.
He loves. First of all, he loves the games, but he's bitter. He's cheering for himself here. Like he wants the CBS to be a part of what the Texans have going on, specifically C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, he wants it bad, man.
Yeah,
kind of made it about himself.
He's cheering for me.
Yeah,
yeah.
I love me some me.
Yeah, exactly.
Texans, by the way, on the field. Tank Dell, full go, making plays. No Laramie Tunsil. No Shaq Mason, no Stephon Diggs, and no Titus Howard.
What was the last one?
Titus Howard.
Titus Howard.
Yeah.
Getting that veterans treatment, that Pro Bowl treatment. The Pro Bowl treatment for Titus Howard. I don't know about that. I'm very curious if it's just like maybe he actually had a conflict, because I don't. Why would they treat him like that?
He's top 5 highest paid right tackle in the league. What do you mean?
Is he a top 5 tackle in the league?
No, he's not, but he's a top 5 highest paid right tackle.
Well, that's a them problem.
Big part of what they say. I mean, you heard Nick Caserio said he was one of the best tackles in the league.
Yes, we did.
So Nick Caserio said, he said Titus Howard is one of the best tackles in the league. Then he went and drafted a tackle.
Yeah. Yes, he did. He absolutely did.
Maybe that's a two-year plan, but
yeah,
he did do that.
Mm-hmm.
Framber Valdez yesterday, man. 8 earned runs for the game, which matches a career high. 10 hits, which is one short of a career high. His ERA is up to 4.32. He completely melted down in the 5th. He allowed 7 runs, allowed a couple of bombs. And the Astros lost to the Angels 9-7. Did Joe Espada make a mistake yesterday? I don't think he's a good manager, and I think he's just kind of a placeholder, and I think it was just kind of a meh hire. But I'm not as critical of Joe Espada for leaving Framber in there yesterday. Should I be? Should I be more down on old Joey for that?
Yes, you should, because they have such little room for error, such margin for error with this squad when they're trying to make a run. They were a little hot going into this game. You got Framber on the mound. You've got 6 runs on the board. All of a sudden, it's 6-4. Get his ass out of there. This isn't the time to, let's see if he can get the win. No, man. Let's get the win. Let's get the win. Plus, he's shaking off Yainer Diaz.
3 times.
3 times on one at-bat that ended up being a home run. So take that, I guess. Here, remember that not too long ago I was saying I haven't really seen anything that Joe Espada is bad at. he hasn't been excellent. I'm talking about a couple of weeks ago.
How about communication?
Yeah, I'm talking about a couple of weeks
ago. Talk to players.
Like it wasn't
After
so
the game,
much.
He has to go talk to them.
Yeah, but X's and O's, it's not like, oh, you have to blame Espada
What are
for
X's and
this.
O's in baseball?
Yeah, there are. Well, it's
Like
not
what?
X's and O's. Like should have done this in this situation. Should have done that
situational.
in that situation.
Yeah, situational.
Yeah, the actual managing of a game. Well, now we've seen it. Yeah, now we've seen it. He should have yanked him right there. And what I'll say about Joe Espada is I don't know how bad he is, but he's not good. He's not a good manager. You need a good manager to make a run in the postseason.
No, he's a guy.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
He's a guy.
And then Fromber, he's just a head case. I mean, we've said this for a while now that he gets in his own head when things are going bad. Landry, he got in his own head when things were going good. That's a sign. Like he goes out there and they're doing quite well. He's doing quite well.
Yeah.
And then he gets in his own head and shaking off Yonder Diaz, and who was clearly frustrated by it. In fact,
And by the way,
he talked about
the
it.
Maldonado crew, he was struggling last year. He was losing his mind with Maldonado last year.
Yes, he was.
So let's cut that out.
Yeah, and well, we're still going to get it. We've already gotten some Maldonado love, but it wasn't even Yonner said after the game, like, me as a catcher, I should have forced him to throw certain pitches.
What are you gonna do?
I don't
Go
know
beat
how
him
you're.
up?
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to do that, but maybe he could have somehow, some way. Like Fromber is just an absolute head case right now.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get with him. He's like a box of chocolates.
And what'd you say earlier? Who's the Astros ace?
No, they don't have one.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, a lot of times you can still find ways to win. I think they can put themselves in position to where they're going to play meaningful baseball down the stretch, and I don't think they have an ace, and I don't think they have a good manager.
Yeah.
And that's not a good, those are two things that you probably need.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know how bad he is, but he's not good.
Now you got to take these next two. You can't lose a series to the Angels at this point. Like with this opportunity, you can't do that. God, they're lucky and they're in the division they're in though right now.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about yesterday. Like the Yankees are 14 games up,
Just running away with it.
Guardians are 13 games up in the other division.
Just running away with it.
And by the way, they did lose a game. Mariners won last night, so they're down 5
they beat
now.
the Yanks.
Yeah.
Yep. So Astros 5 back. Right now, you still got a little bit of time. You're 6-2 on that 13-game stretch, which we highlighted before. You got 5 left. 2 against the Angels, 3 against the A's. So that's the good news. Bad news might be a little bit more difficult to win ball games because Jose Abreu could be back. Joe Espada, what in the hell are you thinking?
He's actually had looked really good. Kind of told videos and reports for our coordinators, and I like the physical adjustment he's made to his swing. His at-bats have been also really pretty good. So the plan is for if he clears the next couple of days, he'll play a few games, and then, like Dana said, if we're going to lose good, if we can join us this weekend. Jose Abreu is part of this team. We cannot get to what we want to get to without Jose Abreu.
That's problematic. If you need Jose Abreu to play good baseball for you to get where you want to get, we've talked about that.
He's in a weird spot here, right? Is he handcuffed or is he just not? I mean, he's handcuffed in this one, right?
Yeah,
this ain't his.
This is a Jeff Bagwell joint.
Yeah.
Personally going down there to try to make Abreu work, and I don't think it's going to work.
Poor Bagwell, man.
Yeah.
He's just doing anything and everything.
It really does go back to like everybody in Jim Crane's ear saying, no, this is going to work.
Is Jeff Bagwell putting on the baseball pants to go get some cage work in with him?
I saw him yesterday on a video, and I don't remember.
Is he wearing baseball pants?
I think he was. I'd have to go back and look. I could be wrong on that, but
he's rocking the baseball pants to work with him.
I did see a
not like
video.
some Nike issued shorts or something like that.
I'll double check, but I want to say he was.
That's a baseball guy, man.
He's wearing baseball pants.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. Aren't those baseball pants?
They damn sure are. This is awful.
Or they might be sweats.
No, those are baseball pants.
But they look a lot like baseball pants.
So Jeff Bagwell is walking out there, putting on some baseball pants to work with Jose Abreu in the cage.
Yes.
This is a disaster.
Yeah.
Jose Abreu.
Another day he was just wearing shorts, gym shorts.
Okay, good. But,
Yeah.
I mean, this is
This is the final straw.
I think in honor of Jeff Bagwell being kind of like the overseer of Jose Abreu, I think Abreu has to wear the batting glove with the big pad on it from now on.
Like Bagwell did?
Yeah, he has to wear the big padded batting glove just so it's clear that this is Jeff Bagwell's idea. Because I don't want to spot a blame for this. I don't want he has to wear the left-handed batting glove with the big ass pad on it like Bagwell, just to make it known every time that you look at him. For those who may not know that this is what it is. Can't believe my man's rocking baseball pants. Get some work in.
What if he comes back in a Bagwell stance?
That'd be sick.
That would be pretty sick.
That would be nasty.
Yeah.
Amin Thompson, he gets an honor. He is all-rookie second team. How about that? Good for him.
Okay.
They like him a lot, man. There's talk that he might be the guy that they actually want to find fits with. Like, does he fit with Amin Thompson? All-rookie second team. Eastern Conference Finals begin today. You're going to have a Nicholas. Eastern Conference Finals. Nicholas, like no Knicks.
I know.
No Knicks. Celtics versus Pacers. Western Conference Finals begins tomorrow. Evan Roberts out at WFAN. You always say that New Yorkers are the biggest homers in the world.
Yeah, they are.
He is disgusted. And this is from Evan and Tiki. He is disgusted with the way in which Knicks fans are talking about their team after they got blown out in a Game 7 by the Indiana Pacers.
What I do not understand from a lot of Knicks fans today is how you're okay. I don't understand that. I don't understand the thank yous. I don't understand the tears. I don't understand the chants. I don't understand these standing ovations that were given out yesterday. And maybe that says more about me, that I am broken as a sports fan. But when my team loses, it doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter why. When they lose and the season ends, I do not sit there and act like, well, we accomplished a lot, and that was a lot of fun. I don't understand. Knicks got eliminated in the second round of the postseason. The same place they got eliminated 1 year ago. Facts. The facts are they had a lead in Game 3 with a 2-0 series lead, and they blew it. Facts. The facts are they got blown out in a Game 7 at home. Facts. And here are the other facts. Yes, the Knicks were ravaged by injuries. I don't deny that. It doesn't make me feel better. It never did. And it never will. So what I don't understand about my fellow New Yorkers is what happened to you.
Okay.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay. They're supposed to be the hardos, right?
Yeah, but I couldn't agree more. Another thing you've always heard me say is fans have the right to demand more.
Yeah.
It's not like, they're not, I don't want to hurt their feelings, or let's go, boys, or, oh, no, they might hear me criticizing them. No, fans have the right to demand more from their professional teams. I have his back on this 100%. Like, you lose Game 6 and Game 7 at home? Well, Game 6 and then Game 7 at home?
You got ran.
You got run out the gym.
Ran.
Yeah.
And I always use the betting line as a resource of what could and should and would happen. I mean, they got ran.
Yeah.
Ran.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because I was actually going to put it on my confessions, and I did not. It's not a confession. It was just going to be like, think about betting on the Pacers tonight.
I am too.
Dude, they're plus 12.
I just think Rick Carlisle knows what the hell he's doing. And I also think that over is going to hit like a mofo.
They're plus 12.
They can score. Have you seen the over-under?
Yeah, and I have not.
Sometimes, if it's anything less than 240,
I'm going to do it. I just talked myself into it.
Yeah, it's 12
I know the
points.
Celtics are going to win the series.
Rick Carlisle knows what he's doing, man.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. The over-under is 221.5. So, yeah, the 220 right there. But
is it still 12?
Dude, Rick Carlisle, once upon a time.
Yeah.
I know we don't like celebrating Dallas championships, but with the Mavericks,
plus 10.5 is what I have.
The
now.
Mavericks down 2-1 in a series. He started J.J. Barea at shooting guard, and they never lost again.
Yeah, yeah.
Started
whatever happened to that guy?
He started a 5'6".
Yeah,
little Puerto Rican dude out there just breaking boys off.
The bettors are on Rick Carlisle, because I saw plus 12 earlier.
Well, and there's rust. I know rest and rust, but God, how long have the Celtics been sitting on their ass watching this?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting
I
to see.
might still go with 10.5.
DeMeco Ryans has some interesting things to say. Let's hear what DeMeco had to say coming up next.
All right.
Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lyon.
All right, DeMeco Ryans spoke. Texans on the field, OTA. Some good stuff. Tank Dell out there getting some work in. Kenyon Green looking trim. And a lot more that we'll get into in a sec. But before that, yesterday, happy 1,000th show to Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. We know the Texans, last time they played a regular season game, they were beating the Indianapolis Colts in Indianapolis. And I thought this was the best what's my man's name from Clint Stoerner of all time. I don't think I'm overselling this.
Okay.
I want you to tell me, is this the best? He was talking about the Texans schedule, their battle in the division last year, and I think he saved the best for Numero 1000.
I mean, especially that second one.
But it was, what's the old hippie that was quarterbacking for the Colts?
Gardner
Minshew. But it was, what's the old hippie that was quarterbacking for the Colts?
You weren't wrong.
But it was, what's the old hippie that was quarterbacking for the Colts?
Gardner
Minshew.
That was awesome, dude.
I like it.
I loved it. Thought it was great.
Yes.
The old hippie.
You know, the old hippie.
Let's hear from DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco Ryans met with the media types. It's one of the most pleasant sights for the people who were in attendance. By the way, no Laramie Tunsil, no Titus Howard, no Shaq Mason, no Stephon Diggs on the field. Getting their work in. Tunsil never there, but those guys were not on the field. But here was DeMeco Ryans meeting with the media types, and it started with a question about Tank Dell. Hey, Coach, how nice is it to have Tank back out there running some routes?
Happy for Tank to get back out there. We know he went through a very tragic situation, right? We're just happy that he's here, happy that he's back out, being able to do what he loves doing, that's playing football. So it's fun to see him running around, right? Being the same player he's been before, just making plays, right? Being a dynamic player for us. So everyone is excited to see Tank back out.
What do you look for at day one of something like this so early, so far away?
Yeah, for us, it's for our guys to really understand the daily installs that we're doing, right? We want to get our guys a head start before we hit training camp. So this is pretty much a preview of camp, right? We give our guys a daily install, see what players can grasp, how much they can handle, right? See, can they retain the information from the classroom to the field? And we're just seeing who can go out and execute the things that we've been preaching over the past couple weeks in phase 1 and phase 2. Can guys go out and execute in an efficient manner? That's what we're looking for, and seeing how much guys can truly handle.
How do you feel like at the end of last year, you all had all the injuries in the secondary, and you were having to sign guys off the streets? Having as many guys as you've signed in free agency and drafting Lassiter and Bullock and having other guys back healthy, what's it going to be like, the competition, when you get to training camp in the secondary?
And when we talk about competition, right, we want as much competition at every position on our team as possible. So, not just the back end. You talk about, offense, defense line, receive every position. I feel like the more competition you have, the better your team actually gets. So I always speak about iron sharpening iron. So if our guys can really compete against each other and be their absolute best, that's going to make everybody around them better. So I want as much competition as possible. Right? Nobody is guaranteed a starting spot. We're not talking starters right now. Just want to see guys go out and compete and be their best. And that's why we've made the moves that we've made to add as much competition to our roster as possible.
Kenyon Green back. I mean, I know it's early, but physically, what have you seen and what are you hoping to see from him?
Kenyon has done a really great job of putting himself in position, right, to compete. He did a great job of working throughout the offseason. He had the surgery last year, so he was battling back to rehabbing. But when the beginning of the year hit, he was just able to focus on himself, focus on his body, getting in shape, getting stronger. And it's really good to see him back, being able to, play at full health. I think that's what's Kenyon's biggest thing. Once he gets over that hurdle, now we can see how good of a football player Kenyon can actually be when he's not battling and dealing with injuries. So I'm excited for what's ahead for Kenyon because he's really put in the work to give himself a really good chance this year.
How was your reaction to the scheduled national TV games playing in Christmas?
Yeah, with the schedule release, we of course, everyone's excited about the schedule and what we have in store. I think for us, the guys have earned the right to really have the nationally televised games. For me, I know it's a big deal for everybody with the national televised games. More people get to see, what we're about. But for me, it's all about, our team going out and playing great football. Whatever day we're scheduled to play, whoever we're scheduled to play, we just have to go out and be the best team that day. But, I know our fans are fired up and excited about all of the games that we get on national television. It's good. It's good for the organization. It's a good spot to be in. The most national televised games we've had, as an organization. So it is credit to everyone around this building, not just the team, but everyone for the work that they put in.
So did you have any concerns about the 3 games in 10 days, as well as the 3 games in 11 days?
I appreciate the question about the 3 games in 10 days. That's so far away that that's not even we can't do anything about that right now. We don't schedule the games. However, they schedule. Other teams have, that's been done before. So it's not like it's something that's never been done before. We'll figure out a way to make it work.
Even though he wasn't there today, how has it been just getting Stephon Diggs just acclimated in all of the day-to-day things you guys like to do?
Yeah, it's been really fun working with Diggs. You talk about a guy who's dialed in, guy who loves football. It's been fun to work with him. It's been fun just to see the chemistry that starts to build in our locker room with him, quarterback, other receivers, offensive players, defensive players. He's going to be a really great fit for what we do here.
How nice was it to get Dalton Schultz to return back to the team, and what can he add for you guys in second year here?
Right, getting Dalton was a huge priority for us going into the offseason. He made play after play for us last year at very crucial moments, and just the leader that Dalton is. I don't think he gets enough credit for the leader that he is in the locker room, and what he brings to our entire team. Right. I love calling on Dalton to break the team down because he always has a very great message for the team, right? Always bringing guys back to focus on, the main thing, right? Continuing to improve, continuing to grow, continue to compete with themselves. So Dalton has been a great leader and also a great playmaker for us. So it was important getting him back, and I'm happy we were able to seal the deal.
You're going to talk about 2 guys that you added in the secondary with C.J. Henderson and Jeff Abreu. What stood out about them on the film and what they bring to this offense?
What stood out most to me about Jeff and C.J. is you see elite movers, right? You see why these guys were top 5 picks, right? They have the movement skills. They're big, fast, long corners that can run with anybody, right? And they've, had some ups and downs in their careers. This is their 3rd team, right? And short careers. But as I told those guys, man, I don't care what happened in the past. You can wipe the slate clean. It really doesn't matter. Like, how can you come out and help us? And they've been here every day of the all-season program, and they've done a great job of being dialed in the meetings and on the field as well. So I'm super excited to work with both guys.
With a guy like Damen Pierce, who maybe didn't have the season he wanted last year, what was kind of the messaging to him and sort of the things he needed to work on? And I know it's early, but it looks like he's maybe changed his body a little bit. What do you kind of see from Damen and expect from him, and maybe a different role than a year ago when he was headed into OTAs?
Yeah, what I've seen from Damen this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. As you mentioned, he's changed his body, right? He's strong. He's been working out every day of the all-season program. Damen, not only here just working out, man, I'm proud of Damen for him going back and finishing his degree at Florida. So, just a complete man, just working out as a football player, but also finishing that degree means a lot to him. And I see Damen having a very clear headspace as we're out working, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. And he has everything it takes, right, to be a really good running back for us. And I think having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch would be very beneficial for us all.
Aziz shared a little bit of his story yesterday. I'm curious, what do you remember about the first time you met him, and what do you think about where he's come in his journey to get here?
Yeah, with Aziz, and the first thing that I remember about Aziz is just one of the smartest players I interviewed when I first interviewed him at the Combine several years back. Very sharp player. He could He could draw up the entire defense, talk about blitzes in and out. He's a very smart player, right? And still the same way today. Brings a very calming presence to our defense. Just his ability to communicate, right, and run the show as a Mike linebacker. He allows the other guys around him, right, to be calm and to play faster because of what he brings, right, to the table when it comes to communicating. But not only that, communicating, but he can also go make the plays, right, and that's what you have to have at that Mike linebacker position, and that's what he can do. Aziz he's a tremendous, as Dalton, as I mentioned about Dalton, he's a tremendous leader as well. He's a leader of men, and I'm excited to have him on our roster and just seeing him, right, continue to build the relationships with all of the guys in our locker room. I think guys are really gravitate toward Aziz and see that he has a lot to bring.
With Nico, Tank, and Stephon, their skill sets are a little bit different. How valuable is it that you have 3 receivers that are capable of going for 1,000 yards, but their skill sets aren't duplicates? They all kind of do things a little bit differently. How beneficial is it to have multiple, I guess, skills in the receiver room to be able to attack defenses?
And when you talk about receivers with multiple skill sets, that's what you want. You want different body types, different type of movers, right, to cause as many problems for a defense as possible, right? We want to put defenses in binds, and I think with those 3 guys, it allows us to do that because they're so different, right, and they can all do different things, but at the end of the day, they are all explosive finishers with the football, right? And that's what makes those guys great players. They can win on third down, and they can finish and get in the end zone, and that's what we look for at all skill positions on offense. So having 3 receivers there, it definitely opens up the playbook for us, and it puts a lot of stress on the defense.
When you guys were adding Diggs, was that something that you guys thought about as far as like, hey, when you add a guy like that, it also helps as far as he adds a different skill set, or was it just Diggs, the type of talent player he is, and I guess in that regard?
I think it's just Diggs. It's no, for sure, man. Diggs is, as I always said, man, everybody sees what he can do in the plays that he's able to make. So, yeah, I'm fired up to add him because he's such a dynamic playmaker. He has many different skill sets, but you put on the tape, this guy's a playmaker. All right.
Man, it's good hearing DeMeco, man. Good hearing DeMeco. You heard him talk about Tank Dell. So far, so good. The corners, former top 10 picks, Henderson and Okudah. He said, we're wiping the slate clean. It's easy to see why they were top picks. Damen Pierce, body transformation, clear headspace. He brought up the clear headspace. Yeah. Diggs kind of lights up when he mentions Diggs, although we haven't seen Diggs on the field. But DeMeco Ryans, Shaair, you heard him talk about Shaair. Shaair did a nice little interview with Aaron Wilson. I'm telling you, man, it's going to – and by the way, he also got rid of the Hardo front about primetime games. Apparently now he likes the primetime games.
That's one of the notes I made.
Now that you got 6 of them, you like the primetime games, Coach.
Yeah, I did like that. He's not the Hardo about, wherever they are. Well, no, he said we earned the right as an organization to have those games on national TV. So good for him on that. And really good for him on Kenyon Green. They're not throwing up the white flag. And this isn't just lip service because they have to, like the Astros with Abreu. I mean, the Astros have to give Abreu every benefit of the doubt. They have to because they're so well invested. No, this seems to be like, no, he's not injured as much, which we heard a little bit about that, and we saw a little bit of it with Kenyon Green's injuries. Talking about him being back in good shape. So we'll see on that. The most interesting things to me, well, let me add one because you mentioned one. You mentioned Okudah and Henderson. That is interesting. We'll see. Change of venue, change of scenery. They've had them before, though. They've had change of scenery before. So we'll see how that plays out. And then Damen Pierce, the clear headspace thing. It kind of told me, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, like Damen Pierce was not all in on this offense. Damen Pierce wasn't all in on the system. And then, of course, the Diggs.
Well, he wasn't understanding it.
Maybe that's it.
Not all maybe in. He wasn't understanding it because he had mentioned it. Damen Pierce mentioned before that it was more difficult for him. So I don't think he was like mope. I don't think Damen Pierce will ever mope around.
Correct.
But I like all in. Like I think he was doing everything he could. It was just more difficult than he anticipated it being.
Yeah, could be.
But got the degree from Florida. Respect to DP for that and the body transformation. And if he mentioned 1-2 punch, man, if they need a 1-2 punch, And C.J. Stroud, the viral video right now, Drew Doherty caught it. The handshakes. He's got a handshake with DP.
I told you about it.
He's got a handshake with Dare. He's got a handshake with Joe Mixon. Sorry, rookie. Firm handshake.
Just tapped him on the helmet. Hey, good job.
What's what would your handshake be with me or Figgy if you had one?
I don't know if I've ever had like a particular. Just usually just was a fist bump or a high five. Back in the day, it was high five.
Yours is a firm handshake.
You know what my sons do?
Real men have firm handshakes.
You know what my sons do? My two boys, they extend their arm and just do like a nice firm handshake.
Exactly.
That's
they got it from their dad.
That's kind of like their.
They got it from their dad.
No, they're playing. They're just kind of being like cool about it.
It's the first thing. This first lesson Lopez taught to his sons.
No, it is not.
Good sign of character is a nice firm handshake. Nice firm handshake's a nice way to judge character.
Mm-hmm.
Figgy, what would your handshake be with Lopez?
Probably just a fist bump.
I think it should be. It should be left hand, like left hand, cast, and then come back and bring it in for the dab up. So you gotta go left hand like this.
that.
Yeah, but you gotta cast.
Yeah, and then cast.
And then just
No. Here we go. Let's do it on YouTube if you're watching it.
All
Do
right.
it again.
All right.
Left hand, cast, and then let go and reel it in. Then let go. Then
goodness.
Reel it in. Yeah, right? Okay. Left hand, cast.
Y'all got it.
Is that the whitest thing you've seen today?
It's probably the whitest thing you've
Probably not.
My uncle Joe Carroll, who was like a playboy, my granny's my granny's brother JC, his has always been, he calls me knuckle. What's up, knucklehead? Like it's always this. He just like wipes it off. Crazy dude. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Someone wasn't there today. Maybe this isn't a big deal, but it kind of has me bothered. I can't help it. I just got to confess to you next. First, I want to talk about Orchard. Goodness gracious, Orchard.
You're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave. We've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It's time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I just got triggered, and I think you can guess what it was. What triggers me when it comes to this city's sports landscape more than anything else? Figgy?
The Astrodome.
Dude, every so often, I don't know when it's going to happen, but it always happens. I just tweeted it out. So the Frank Irwin Center.
It's gone. Didn't take long. It's gone. Look at all that open land, that opportunity in Austin.
Look at that beautiful real estate.
Look at that opportunity in Austin to expand and grow and not just be in the way. Wow.
Yeah, because it's decrepit.
Good job.
The Frank Irwin Center, I have.
Just like Texas Stadium, just like Yankee Stadium, gone.
Yeah. I didn't even go to Texas, but my best friend went there. I have unbelievable memories of the Irwin Center. Terrific. Back in the day,
my best friend went there. It's kind of like his I have a black friend.
No, we used to visit each other all the time.
I know a Longhorn.
He'd go. No, he was the best man at my wedding. Oh, okay. Now, he's the one that's a judge now that I got a lot of dirt on if he ever crosses me.
Oh. Sounds like you're a good friend.
I could get him disbarred. I always tell him that. So we would go to concerts there and games. Probably the drunkest I've ever been in my life was at the Frank Irwin Center. At a Yes concert. Drank a bottle of tequila. That is a true story. An entire bottle between the two of us. So the Frank Irwin Center is gone. You know what's still up? The Astrodome. Why?
Why is the Astrodome still here?
Well, I know it is. I know why, because our county commission, just like the county commission before that, this is a nonpartisan rant, are just sitting on their hands, wringing their hands. They don't want to be the one to do it. Oh, no. I hate progress. You talk about progress, but you must hate it when you keep the Astrodome up like that. So I got triggered. Happens every so often.
Yeah, you tagged Lena Hidalgo in there, man.
Yeah, I did.
You did.
Why not?
No, I just, yeah.
Just like I tagged the last county commissioner.
Ed Emmett.
It's, one's on one side of the aisle, one's on the other. It's not a matter of politics. It's like, do the right thing.
I know. Yeah. Hashtag Mac was right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Titus Howard wasn't at OTAs today. Shaq Mason, I get it. Laramie Tunsil, I get it. Stephon Diggs, I get it. Not saying it's the biggest deal. I'm just saying, like, this is a real crucial year for Titus Howard, in my opinion. I don't know if Fisher's going to end up being his replacement or Tunsil's replacement in a couple of years. We're used to Tunsil not showing up. Quite frankly, we know when Tunsil's on the field, he's a very, very good left tackle. Shaq Mason was good for a while. He's been doing this for a minute. Stephon Diggs is Stephon Diggs. I would want Titus Howard there, personally. I don't think they pay him like he's an established elite veteran. I just don't feel like he is that. So is it like the end of the world? No. Maybe he has something going on. If so, dismiss anything I'm saying. But
no,
I would like to see Titus Howard. Maybe them even make a bedroom for him at the facility at this point to where he just lives there, because I got to see him prove himself as a top 5 right tackle. I'm sorry.
I got to believe that they want to see him there. They're not going to say that, but how would they not, given, the experiment that they're going to have to kind of follow through with here?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I wouldn't count on Jawar Jordan being much more than a practice squad guy.
Come on.
I wouldn't count on it. So there's a video out there, several people have it, so otherwise I'd credit, of C.J. Stroud with the running backs after doing a drill, and he already has a handshake. Pretty, complex handshake.
Good ones.
Yeah. With Dare Ogunbowale. There's Damen Pierce. They do a little hop. He has a handshake with Joe Mixon that's pretty cool. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but it's pretty cool. And then Jawar Jordan came up and he just patted him on the top of the helmet. He's got handshakes with the other 3 dudes, but not Jordan. Practice squad.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
What was John McClain doing today?
Why was he there?
What is he doing?
Is it HoustonTexans.com now all the time?
I think we got to get him into pickleball or something. Or golf.
He would be fine in pickleball. You don't have to run a lot.
We got to get him in.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
We got to get the great John McClain. By the way, we'll catch up with him sometime. But I gotta we got to get him something more fun to do than talk to DeMeco Ryans.
Join a book club.
Oh, hike it, Figgy. I don't buy that.
You know, do puzzles, anything. Like, I know he's doing some work for HoustonTexans.com, so, good for him, I guess. I mean, he just wants to stay busy. But, yeah, I agree with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, remember I went through that list of players that I would rather see back instead of Jose Abreu?
Yeah, it was 5.
Yeah. There's one I don't want to see back instead of Jose Abreu.
J.J. Watt.
And I'm wondering if you guys feel the same, or if you were to the point where you would rather see this guy back instead of Jose Abreu. Martin Maldonado. Would you rather have Martin Maldonado back or Jose Abreu?
I'd rather choose Def.
Jose Abreu.
Is Def an option?
He's the one guy I don't want to see him back. I've had enough. And it's not so much for him. Well, it is a little bit, but it's like the people that are like, oh, y'all don't understand framing pitches. All that stuff. Yeah, I would actually rather see Jose Abreu back.
You want to burn in the fry pan or the oven?
over Martin Maldonado, yes.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I about bit my tongue off yesterday because I just had to. It was really, really hard for me, and I didn't completely succeed because I was a little bit of a smartass, but I wasn't as much of a smartass as I wanted to be. So I guess that's progress. So staying in a hotel, and there was a guy, and this is a guy who's probably in his 50s, but he's one of those guys that acts like someone who's a teenager because he's sitting there. Have you ever been in a class with someone who's counting how much they drank the night before in college?
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, we went there. We had 4 beers there. Then we had $1 Jaeger shots, and we had 6 Jaeger shots, and yada, yada, yada. This dude was talking so loud, waiting in line for the elevator, which was pretty packed. And I actually remember exactly what he said. So this is what he said, first of all, talking about golf. He goes, quote, yeah, man, it was a rough day for me. We were on the golf course, so we had a dozen beers, of course, 8 fireball shots, and birdie juice, so that was about 6. He's got 6 birdies. And then, we had to go to the meeting, and, it was a big deal, blah, blah, blah. And he's just, this is like the dialogue that's going on. So then this middle-aged fat ass says, because the elevator's taking long, there's backed up, hotels are a little bit more crowded than usual.
Yeah.
He says to the lady, with the elevator taking long, the poor lady who's having to get all the bags and stuff, he asks her, and he's trying to be serious, hey, is there any way I can walk up to the 11th floor? And I looked to him and said, you ain't doing that, bud. I just kind of laughed, and he kind of like did a double take, and I was like, dude, he's kind of like, what? I'm like, dude, you're not walking up 11 stories. Let's be serious. And
that's biting your tongue?
Well, I mean, I bit my tongue on all this stuff, and he just go, what? I'm like, dude, come on, bro. Like,
it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, come on. Like, no, you're not walking. I was like, it's right there. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm walking up 11. Of course, I had 6 shots because birdie juice, 12 beers, 8 fireball shots.
God, that's all. Who counts? Who counts?
You said we got drunk on the golf course.
I know, exactly.
You got the stats? I'm going to walk up 11 flights of stairs. Come on, brother.
Speaking of McClain, he walked up here once.
Man,
I thought he was going to die.
He walked up the 19th.
I'm not exaggerating.
And that was before soda.
Yes.
That was before soda.
I thought he was going to die.
Yeah.
Red face, hunched over, panting.
Watch this.
I would have had to call off.
Joe Espada is not good. I've often kind of kind of sort of defended him, saying we really haven't seen anything in particular that he's just a net negative at.
Yeah.
Like there's been some the bad start and all that, but a lot of it's just performance on the field. He hadn't been a great, plus at anything. But I think we're to the point now, especially after last night, where he's not awful, but he's not good. He's not a good manager. And he's a guy. You need a good manager.
And I mean, you can develop into that, and you can say it's early. I just don't. I don't see how. I just don't see the vision.
Yeah.
Of him developing into that.
Yeah, totally agree.
Not seeing it. Coming up next, John Lopez is making a call, and I have a challenge for Lopez as a result of acting an ass in the mall. That's next.
The Drive with
to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/takecare.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, In the Loop, Sports Radio 16. I have a real challenge for Lopez. I have a real challenge for Lopez. And we'll see. We'll see how long this takes. This is gonna be a good one. It's as a result of acting a fool in the mall. But before that, we got to get a call from John Lopez. Texans OTAs underway.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, they were chasing the Jags. John Lopez feels that is no longer the case. John Lopez.
Yeah, it won't be the case.
You are not threatened by the Jags anymore.
Well, I think they're going to be a nuisance. I think the Jags could jump up and have a good year in the next year or two. They've done some things, Eric Armstead, re-signing Josh Allen, but they're not a threat. They're not a long term. Like when you look at the Houston Texans, long term, they're playing in a different neighborhood now, and the Jaguars are not in that neighborhood. And the reason is that you kind of get it, but you kind of don't. They're going to give Trevor Lawrence a $50 million a year contract. They're going to do that. Hell, Peterson was saying yesterday, the sooner the better. And you know why they're saying that? Because they know next year could be $55 million if they put it off another year. And they don't want to pay a guy 50, much less 55, but they know they have to. Because of that, because they've got 3 starting offensive linemen going into the last year of their contracts. At least 2. One was a starter last year, might be replaced by another guy they signed. But either way, they got offensive linemen that are leaving. When you think $50 million quarterback, 5 names come to mind, guys that have gotten recent contracts.
Okay.
Now let's go through this. And then I have a question for you. Josh Allen, when he got his deal.
Look at how many tough decisions they're having to make financially because of that. And he is an elite quarterback.
He is the man. When he got that contract, he had already been to an AFC Championship game and had that epic divisional playoff loss to the Chargers in the final to the Chiefs in the final seconds. Lamar Jackson, when he got his final deal, he was already the MVP, working on his second MVP, and had been to an AFC Championship game. Justin Herbert, probably the closest thing to
Trevor Lawrence
when he got his contract, but there wasn't anybody wondering if he deserved a contract.
Yeah.
Like nobody said, like they're doing, like you're hearing now with Trevor Lawrence, and you actually heard, Orlovsky talking about it earlier and all that. Joe Burrow, when he got his deal, he had already been to the frickin' Super Bowl and another AFC Championship game. Patrick Mahomes, need I say more? I mean, we know why he got his contract. Now Trevor Lawrence is in that company. Trevor Lawrence has had one winning season, has been above average, is under 500 as a starter in the NFL, and has won one playoff game.
Which was a meltdown.
Choke. It was a Chargers
Brandon Staley
choke. Trevor Lawrence is hurting the Jaguars long term. Now, they might, like I said, they got a good squad.
Which even good quarterbacks hurt. It hurts once you have to pay him like that.
Yeah, but he's not that.
Exactly.
He's not that.
So it's even worse.
Yeah. So, yeah, I said this earlier, and I'm going to stand by it. When you look at the body of work that Trevor Lawrence has had to this point, he's Matt Schaub. On a really good team with good surrounding players, and a good defense, he's damn good. He might even be borderline, top 12, top 10. But he's not going to carry you anywhere. And ultimately, it's going to cost you, like it did with Matt Schaub here.
So Jags,
they're not a long-term threat.
That's the call.
Yeah.
From the OG, John Lopez.
Yeah.
DeMeco Ryans met with the media. He said Damen Pierce is looking great, says he's trimmed some weight, that he's looking forward to a 1-2 punch between Mixon and Pierce. That would be very encouraging. Also talking about the cornerbacks, Henderson and Okudah. Says slate is wiped clean. It's easy to see why those guys were top 10 picks, so you can take that bus label and stick it, is basically what he said in a nice DeMeco Ryans type of way. No Stephon Diggs, no Laramie Tunsil, no Shaq Mason, no Titus Howard. But Tank Dell out there, full go, getting the job done there. We'll go out to to OTAs in a sec, get a live update from Cody Stutes. But first, I got a challenge for you, my friend.
What kind of challenge?
So, yesterday, I was walking through the mall. We're trying to figure out, we should grab a bite to eat at the mall. My wife said to me, "Oh, Cheesecake Factory. Let me look at that menu real quick and see what they got."
I hope you sat down.
To which I said, "Okay, I don't think there's any looking at a Cheesecake Factory menu real quick." I mean, it's a big ass menu. It's basically like a.
I would have just said it's on there. What are you thinking about? They got it.
So as a result of that, I have a challenge for you.
Mm-hmm.
I have pulled up the Cheesecake.
I'm looking at it.
Factory menu.
Good Lord, this thing.
Onto your computer. And I want you to, as fast as you can, read the Cheesecake Factory menu. And I'm going to ask you, Figgy, how long do you think it'll take John Lopez to read? You don't have to read the cheesecakes.
Okay.
How long do you think it'll take John Lopez to read the Cheesecake Factory menu?
I'm going to say 5 minutes.
No way. No way. Who do you think he is?
I mean,
it's enormous.
He worked at the Chronicle, man. He probably had to read a lot of stuff real fast. So, John Lopez, I'm going to say 5 minutes.
All right, just see what you can get through real quick. Go ahead. Ready, set, go.
Bistro Burger, Fried Chicken Club, Green Chili Chicken Enchilada, Spicy Cashew Chicken, Mexicali Salad, Seared Ahi Tuna Salad, Sesame Ginger Chicken, Cajun Salmon, Loaded Mashed Potatoes, Italian Sausage and Fried Mushroom Rigatoni, Tacos Dorados and Eggs, Little House Salad, Street Corn, Korean Fried Cauliflower, Stuffed Mushrooms, Crispy Brussels Sprouts, Chicken Taquitos, Avocado Tacos, Fried Zucchini, Beet and Avocado Salad, Cheeseburger Spring Rolls, I like that, Crispy Crab Bites, roadside sliders, chicken pot sliders, quesadilla, Tex-Mex egg rolls, avocado egg rolls, warm crab dip, egg roll sampler, ahi poke nachos, fried calamari, spicy tuna, house-made meatballs, flatbreads, cheese flatbread, margarita flatbread, pepperoni flatbread, fresh basil flatbread, the everything flatbread, bee sting flatbread, whatever the hell that is, old-fashioned burger, bistro burger, French dip cheeseburger, classic burger, smokehouse burger, Americana cheeseburger, mushroom burger, macaroni and cheese, bacon cheeseburger, impossible burger, good, spice crispy chicken sandwich, Renee's fresh turkey sandwich, Renee's chicken almond salad, the club, chicken salad, grilled chicken and avocado club, Cuban sandwich, chicken parmesan, and we got salads, tossed green salad, Caesar salad, fried chicken club,
gotten to the classics
vegan
yet.
Cub salad, chicken salad, barbecue ranch, Sheila's chicken salad, Chinese chicken salad, Santa Fe salad. Oh my God, lunch favorites? No, that's a lot of the same things.
Okay. But I think there's more, isn't there?
Specialties. Green chili chicken enchiladas, Korean fried chicken, chicken parm, crispy pineapple chicken and shrimp, white chicken chili, chicken littles, Baja chicken tacos, shepherd's pie, fish tacos, grilled steak sandwich, famous factory meatloaf, tomato basil pasta, fettuccine alfredo with shrimp, fettuccine alfredo with chicken, pasta carbonara, 4-cheese pizza, spaghetti and meatballs, spicy rigatoni vodka, Evelyn's favorite pizza, pasta da Vinci, Louisiana chicken salad. Good Lord, they have fish and chips, fried shrimp platter, shrimp scampi, shrimp and chicken gumbo, Jamaican black pepper shrimp, Jamaican black pepper chicken, fresh grilled salmon, Jamaican black pepper chicken and shrimp, Cajun salmon, herb-crusted filet of salmon, miso salmon, God dog it, they got more. Shrimp scampi and steak Diane, chicken Madeira and steak Diane and herb-crusted salmon, steaks, carne asada steak Diane, filet mignon, grilled ribeye, petite filet, side dishes, sweet potato fries, French fries, green beans, fresh corn, mashed potatoes, sauteed spinach, broccoli, macaroni and cheese, grilled asparagus, steamed white rice, steamed brown rice, Little House, I already said that, all the appetizers.
Dude, you did that in 3 minutes. There is no way that I could do that. And then there's like 50 cheesecakes.
I didn't do the cheesecake.
No, don't. Stay away from that.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
Good Lord.
That is absolutely incredible what you just did, though.
I got a fallback plan.
Now, let me really. Can I take
your
order?
Can you go back to the spicy meatloaf? Is that good?
Is this like the only legit restaurant that have literally every single thing?
But it's actually good.
Yeah,
It's
that's what
actually
I'm
pretty
saying.
good. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Like some people try to do too much. Now, welcome to Cheesecake Factory. Can I take your order? What would you like? What would you like to order after all that?
You know what jumped out at me?
They got omelets. They got omelets.
No, you know what was pretty cool, and I don't think I've ever heard it, is right there. Cheeseburger spring rolls.
There you go.
That sounds pretty good.
There you go.
Cheeseburger spring rolls. What would you like to have after hearing me?
Dude, they actually got some underrated orange chicken. So I'm just gonna get an omelet. I'll just build my own omelet.
All right.
Yeah, I'll just get an omelet.
So you're going off the menu at Cheesecake Factory?
No, they have omelets. They have omelets all day. You didn't even read the omelets. They got omelets down there.
Well, that was breakfast, I guess.
Yeah,
Figgy, what do you want?
They got breakfast all day.
From
you get an omelet.
Everything that
I'm gonna go with the shepherd's pie, man.
Shepherd's pie sounded good. Yeah, that sounded pretty good.
Shepherd pie goes in.
Why didn't you just tell her? Yeah, they have it. What do you want? They got it.
But the funniest thing is she said the words real quick. I was like, real quick.
Let me scan the menu. What are we doing?
I feel like the server had to give you at least like 15 minutes to decide.
Oh my god!
When they give you they give you the waters, the menu, and be like, all right, I'll be back.
Look at all these.
I'll be back in 20 minutes.
They've talked about the double downs. Like the Texans have talked about like double down, like having two running backs that can make plays. When you go to a mall food court, do you double up or do you just make a decision? Like do you
like one here, one there?
Do you ever decide one here, one there?
Always.
I'm going to grab this and then get something else.
Pretty much always, not always, but pretty much always.
Because you got like McDonald's. Like if you're going to the Memorial City Mall, you got McDonald's, you got Chick-fil-A, you got Taco Bell, you got. Of course, they got the Asian spot that's not Pan Express. You got the cheesecake spot. You got Chipotle.
Mm-hmm.
You got all these spots. You ever be like, hey, I'm going to get me McDonald's fries and I'm going to get a Chick-fil-A sandwich, maybe throw in a taco from Taco Bell.
What I usually do is I always...
You got to get the sample, though. You got to get the sample of the orange chicken. Even if you ain't getting it.
What's that spot? Circle or whatever that spot
is? That is.
Man, you know what it is. It's in every mall.
Do they still have Fazoli's? Remember Fazoli's the Italian?
Nah, they got Sbarro.
I like Fazoli's.
Yeah, they got Fazoli's.
But
where is Fazoli's now? Is it dead?
Are there any? 713-572-4610. I used to like that place.
Nah, because you could get like a sampler. You could get like some fettuccine Alfredo and some spaghetti and some lasagna for like $10.
But what I usually do is I pick up a pretzel at Annie Ann's because I'm a sucker for that.
Oh yeah.
And then I go into the food.
You know they have those in the frozen food section.
Yeah, I found that.
They got pretzel dogs.
I found that out.
They got pretzel dogs in the frozen food section. It goes in.
Yeah.
Big time.
Tell him to now do it in Spanish.
Sheesh.
Sounds like Mattress Mac at the end of a commercial.
You seen his latest one with him dressed up as what is that?
I don't know.
What is that?
He's dressed up as Uncle Sam.
Get the criminals off the street and in jail.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Lubbock has Fazoli's. I know that. I don't see them.
There used to be one in Katy. Where are my Katy people at?
Yeah, Fazoli's. Man, because you can't get fast food Italian anywhere. It's nowhere. Like, it's literally nowhere.
No. I like that place.
But, I mean, it's kind of hard to drive and eat Italian.
You can power through that. You can definitely power through that.
Remember when Sbarro was, like, a treat?
Oh, yeah.
Before the pizza movement, like 30 years ago when Sbarro was like, you
thought it was real New York pizza.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Sbarro.
Yeah.
Everybody big ass slice.
Yeah. Everybody thought it was real New York pizza.
Correct me if I'm wrong on this, and I could very well be wrong, but wasn't there a time maybe like in the 90s when the place where to find a Chick-fil-A was in the mall and there just weren't as many of them? Is that incorrect?
That sounds vaguely familiar.
Because I almost feel like that was where you went if you wanted to have Chick-fil-A.
Has there ever been an Orange Julius anywhere but a mall?
I don't even know what that is.
You don't remember the Orange Julius?
Hell no.
Yeah, I think it was hooked up with like was it Dairy Queen? It was hooked up with something else. It was like partnered with somebody.
But you only saw them in the malls.
Yeah. I never saw a storefront.
What about those cookie shops, man, where they got like the big ass cookie cakes?
Oh yeah.
American Cookie.
That's it. That's
the American Cookie.
Yeah. What are y'all doing with these cakes, man?
Yeah.
What the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
And do you ever at the airport, you know where they have like those like the candy apples, like just like hundreds of types.
Oh yeah.
How much are they wasting? Like you ain't selling all those candy
have you
apples.
Ever bought
like,
one?
Dude, there's like 20 types of candy apples. There's like a straw. Like who is buying a candy apple?
And what do they do when they're done with the day?
That's what I'm saying. And they leave it out there. Like you see it closed and you're walking through and it's like, okay, they just got these candy apples out here. How long are they leaving these?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't get the candy apple vibe right there. Yeah, American Cookie's still around. No thank you. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. There's a lot going on. One of the new coaches in the AFC, he's being compared to one of the best comedic minds of our time. And oh, by the way, he also happens to be a former Texan. Next.
Football! When the Texans schedule dropped, only one.
NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Texans on the field. Dalton Schultz, he met with the media. Mr. Shaair, he met with the media. We'll hear from them over the course of the week. DeMeco Ryans had some interesting things to say as well. Last year, C.J. Stroud, he earned the respect of Tom Brady. Tom Brady said C.J. Stroud did it right. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's how you're supposed to lead. Brady spoke to a group of youngsters at the annual NFL rookie gathering with Michael Rubin and others. This year it was Tom Brady, Michael Rubin, and Jay-Z. This is what Tom Brady had to say to the kids.
When you have 53 guys on the team and you think it's about you, it ain't about you, it's about us. And the biggest problem I see with a lot of the young players today, you guys are making it too much about I and me because of social media, because of branding and all that. It's fine, you're not going to win. There was a difference between being a star and being a champion. Every day of practice is important. You know why? Because when I was on the Patriots and we had 20 years winning, every day was a big day. I treated a preseason game, I treated a regular season like it was the Super Bowl. So when I got to the Super Bowl, it was just another day for me. There should be nobody in your life that should have higher expectations for you than you.
All right, that's cool.
That's excellent.
Cool. Now let's sprinkle in what it actually sounded like. Jay-Z, Michael Rubin. Talking to these young football players. This is what they had to say. And I'm interested to hear what you and Figgy think about this three-piece combo of wisdom that the NFL rookies are getting.
When you have 53 guys on the team and you think it's about you, it ain't about you, it's about us. And the biggest problem I see with a lot of the young players today, you guys are making it too much about I and me because of social media, because of branding and all that. It's fine, you're not going to win. There was a difference between being a star and being a champion.
Your talent gets you there. You know, your work ethic and your discipline takes you to where you want to be.
Every day of practice is important. You know why? Because when I was on the Patriots and we had 20 years winning, every day was a big day. I treated a preseason game, I treated a regular season like it was the Super Bowl. So when I got to the Super Bowl, it was just another day for me.
You got to know who you are because those moments going to come. You're going to be down 28-0. You got to say, all right, I know who I am. I'm going to go get it.
I'm unrelenting. Like, I will not quit in anything I do. And I never got there on, educational background. I never got there on skill. It was work ethic and hustle.
There should be nobody in your life that should have higher expectations for you than you.
You're going to evolve or you're not. You're going to keep evolving or you're not. And if you're not, the world still spins. If you're forever curious, you'll always keep getting better.
See, Michael, here's what I think. Michael Rubin and Jay-Z sound like your high school counselor telling you what to do.
Yes.
Hey, you got to apply yourself. It just goes in one ear, out the other, right over your head. Like they sound like a high school counselor. It's work ethic. Tom Brady sounds like he's freaking Tom Brady and he's done it, and you better do it like this if you want to have the same or similar success. Like, that's the difference between those two guys. The other two guys was just white noise. And I know they've had success. Michael Rubin, whatever. He created a really good company.
Yeah, I just don't know, what is he telling the kids?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would respect it if this was a whole different seminar and they trying to figure out how to get into the hip-hop game or how to start a business or something like that.
But it was all superficial, Figgy.
Yeah, it was super generic, man. I could have said that.
Exactly.
I could have got out there and said, the talent gets you there.
Yeah.
And it's all about the work ethic.
Yeah.
I could have said that.
Never heard that before. Of course.
Yeah, it's just saying like what do that have to do with them playing in the NFL?
Exactly.
Very interesting. Denzel Perryman, former Houston Texan. We're going to go, by the way, live to OTAs. Cody Stoot's on the scene. We'll talk to him in about 6 minutes. Denzel Perryman, former Texans linebacker.
Yeah.
Likable guy. Real rough guy. We've interviewed him, friend of the show, like him. He was asked about his new coach, Jim Harbaugh. He has an interesting observation about who Harbaugh reminds him of.
My first impression of Harbaugh, I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but he reminds me of Will Ferrell. I don't know if it's the way that he talks, his analogies and everything, but they really remind me of Will Ferrell. And I don't know, it's just funny to me. It's funny, but I know he means well, everything's come, from the heart. But I feel like you got to have a sense of humor to understand, some of his lines and gimmicks. But I love him. I love him as a coach. Like I said, I love the direction that he got us going in. He played the game. He played here, and he understands.
I love that because I think it's more demeanor than looks. Although he kind of maybe you could stretch it and looks a little bit like Will Ferrell. But he kind of acts around the way he acts. He's kind of goofy. and says weird stuff, kind of acts like Will Ferrell. I could see that. But it did get me to thinking. It really did. To the point where I actually Googled it. Who does DeMeco Ryans remind you of? If Jim Harbaugh reminds Denzel Perryman, former Texan, of Will Ferrell, who does DeMeco Ryans? And frankly, I couldn't think of anyone. So I literally
can't say Milk Dud.
No, not that.
Right.
I'm not going to say that.
Right.
So I literally Googled who does DeMeco Ryans look like. 2 names came up. Yeah, I guess on Reddit or something, somebody was talking about it. One was Ocho Cinco. And I'm like, maybe just because of the bald head, I guess.
Yeah.
But the other one, I was kind of like, man, I could kind of see that. And you know who it is. Which it's Donald Faison. You know who Donald Faison is? You ever seen the movie Remember Titans?
He don't look like
Donald
him.
Faison is? You think they look alike?
He don't look like him.
I don't. I saw it on Reddit. I'm just telling you what was.
What?
Yeah, Donald Faison.
You just want to play the Remember the Titans scene, don't you?
Yes, but this is what they said on Reddit, so that gave us an excuse.
Reddit.
You smiling?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Yes.
You sure?
I think.
Now you're thinking. First you smile, then you think. You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Yes. No.
No?
Sir. Well, it was fun.
Not anymore, though, is it? Is it?
No, not by now.
No, it's not fun anymore.
No.
Not even a little bit.
No.
Make up your mind.
No.
Think. Since you're thinking, now go on. Think.
No,
Is
no.
it fun?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
Absolutely not?
Zero fun, sir.
All right, listen up. I'm Coach Boone. I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
There we go. Awesome scene. You don't think he looks anything like him?
Nah.
I could maybe.
Nothing.
I could kind of stretch.
Nah, he looked more like Ocho Cinco, to be honest. I would lean more towards Ocho Cinco.
Mm-hmm.
Ocho Cinco.
Yeah.
It's an interesting.
And Donald a little bit light skinned too, little
Yeah.
lighter.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
He was good in Clueless, by the way. Really good in Clueless.
Clueless. I think he was in. Was he in ER?
Scrubs or ER?
Scrubs. It was
Scrubs.
Scrubs. One of the Scrubs.
Yeah.
Big difference there, sir.
A word.
Big difference.
What's
there.
the difference?
Scrubs, I think, is a little funnier than ER.
Yes.
A lot funnier. A little
Okay.
more
What they got in common?
both in the medical profession.
Is okay. All right.
Here is Dan Orlovsky reacting to the news that Trevor Lawrence could be a $50 million man sooner rather than later.
There's no way that we could sit here and say he deserves elite money right now. I mean, he's an elite talent, and you would be paying him because you expect him to become an elite quarterback. You would expect him to finally vault into, for the year, in the top 8 quarterback conversation. The last thing I'll say about this is we have to stop saying top 5 quarterback in the NFL. There's way more than 5 really, really, really good ones. It has to become like a top 8 conversation. Trevor hasn't ascended into that just yet. I wouldn't rush and sign if I was Trevor Lawrence. Year 1 never actually happened. This is really my 3rd year into the NFL, and I know there's a ton of pressure on him to live up to expectations. Doug Peterson. I don't know if we could sit here and there's no way that the Jags go elite money. They're 17-16 with him as a starting quarterback.
Yeah, and
he's got 46 touchdowns, 22 picks. So good, you know what I'm saying? Good, but certainly not into that elite conversation just yet.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It's more than fair.
Trip to OTAs in a second. Weight stuff. Lamar Jackson's reportedly slimmed down all the way to 205. He's 25 pounds lighter than he was in 2022. Tua has dropped 10 to 15 pounds. He's down to 220. Bryce Young, we know he could probably gain some weight. This is his new coach, Dave Canales, on how Bryce Young is looking in OTAs.
Deep ball, short intermediate, he's a really accurate passer. I think one of the things that I love is I can really focus in on his footwork and his base and the mechanics of where his eyes are at when I know the ball's hitting the receivers. And so, for the last couple of weeks, been throwing on air. I don't have to worry about where the ball's going. He's very accurate. Andy, the same thing, and I know they're pros, right? So people have this expectation that quarterbacks are accurate, but I know that some guys are more accurate than others. So I think it's the ability of Bryce to be able to throw to different body types, different speeds, different quickness at the top of routes. So I'm really impressed with that part of it.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I'm not down on Bryce Young, but this is the part of OTAs that's just silly. like you can look at Kenyon Green, you can look at Tua and say, their body looks different, better, so it maybe is promising. But when you start getting into like where he's putting the ball, I mean, that's just. You're going to see what you want to see.
Going to OTAs with Cody Stoots shortly. First, let's hear some brutal honesty. This is Malik Neighbors. It's clear that he didn't want to be a Giant.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he won't even acknowledge Daniel Jones as being perhaps okay. He said he's got to wait and see.
Yeah.
So they unveiled some uniforms. They're excited about them. It's the 100th anniversary of the Giants. They got the red throwbacks. Here's him being asked about them by the team website.
Unveiled their red throwback jerseys. What do we think about that? Give some honest feedback here.
It's going to be hard to swag it out. That's all I got to say about it.
How do you make that look good?
I don't know. I'm going to see when I put it on.
It'll be hard to swag it out.
Let's go out to OTAs, Texans on the field. Let's get the biggest observations. Someone who covers them very closely. Cody Stoots, he was on the scene. Cody, Tank Dell, moving pretty well, looking like his old self.
I'm almost wondering if Tank Dell's better than he was last year.
Oh wow!
Like you see the workout video, and then just how effortlessly he's doing stuff a few weeks after he got shot. I mean, if one of us got shot, we'd still be in the hospital. Doesn't matter where we got shot. Tank Dell's out here running routes, beating people. Now, he did drop one over on the sidelines at one point. Nice pass from C.J. Stroud that just kind of got away from him. But, man, he looks as quick and as fast as he's ever looked. And, that big jump that DeMeco Ryans always talks about from year one to year two, just because you had a good year one doesn't mean you can't have a great year two. So I'm very excited from what Tank Dell can bring to the table.
All right, now another one that you just heard us maybe talking about how players are looking at OTAs, and that's about all you can do. Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green looks like the after picture, and the previous Kenyon Green looks like the before picture. I mean, my goodness, that was the most striking thing from just observing players is he looks like a totally different dude. His belly's gone.
Yeah.
Like Kenyon Green, and I think the injuries probably piled up on him and hurt his ability to get where he wanted to over those first couple of seasons in the NFL. But, I mean, it looks like he's been healthy for a while. It looks like he's been in the gym for a while because he looks like a totally different guy. The number change helps too. It just looks better than what he used to have. 59 wasn't really, I don't think that's an offensive lineman number. Now he's got 76. I mean, he looks really good. I just couldn't. That was the first thing I wanted to see when I got on the field was, is Kenyon Green here and how does he look? And for all the conversations that you can have about an OTAs, that guy looking drastically different than he used to, that is a great sign for Green in a make-or-break year for him.
Yeah, talking to Cody Stoots, Houston football. If you don't subscribe to that, big mistake. Best daily piece of journalism you can get involving the Texans, Houston football. We heard you talking to DeMeco Ryans about Damen Pierce. He mentioned Damen Pierce got his degree. Also mentioned a body transformation. It wasn't real clear and what that body transformation looks like. What's looking different about Damen Pierce?
He looks a little trimmer than previous versions of Damen Pierce, and I wonder if part of that is he needs to be a little bit more decisive and have a little bit more agility than what he had last year when, he started the year as the starting running back. He finished the year as a guy that couldn't get on the field. And so, he's going to have to be a guy that they could trust when they put him out there to execute the offense. And look, he can change his body and he can look good physically, and he looked pretty quick in a couple of the drills. He caught some passes out of the backfield in a couple of the 7-on-7 workouts. But he can do all that. But if he doesn't see the field, he doesn't have the vision, then there's nothing that Damen Pierce can do for this team. Like, he's got to be able to execute this offense. And DeMeco Ryans mentioned it. He said that Damen Pierce kind of got it cleaned up between the ears. He's kind of got a clear approach, and it's things are quieter. Jalen Petrie talked about that too, like calmness to his game. Like, if Damen Pierce can figure out the offense, then this changed body, trimmer size than from last year, like, he could be a really nice change of pace back to Joe Mixon, who's another guy. Again, OTAs, you can just take what you can from it. Joe Mixon looks like a freaking filing cabinet running around out there. Like,
filing cabinet? What does that mean? Is stuff falling out or what?
No, he looks like, if you tried to tackle him, it looks like he would, it's like you'd be running into a brick wall. Like, he looks like he is just stacked. Just in great shape. Like, For a team that obviously I think has high expectations, it feels like every year you got somebody that comes in with like a bad body type, or somebody's too heavy, or that. It feels like most of the guys that you wanted to check the box to come back look to be in good shape. Kenyon Green at the top, he checks the box, and then Damen Pierce changing his style maybe a little bit, maybe being a little bit trimmer, a little more agile. That's something to look forward to. And then DeMeco Ryans saying the 1-2 punch of Joe Mixon and Damen Pierce.
Yeah.
So, if you've been writing off Damen Pierce, maybe put the pen down.
I'll tell you what, of all the things, Landry and I were talking about it, they just seem to be set about everywhere. But of all the things that could be a huge, huge plus and a nice find, I was impressed with him at rookie OTAs, and it seemed like he's still, even though it's just air, pretty much. I know it's 7-on-7.
Sounds so apologetic, John.
Cade Stover looks like he's got a little bit of something, at least the profile.
Cade Stover caught a pass today with, I don't know which defensive back it was, but there was a defensive back basically hanging on his shoulder like a backpack, and there was another defensive back closing pretty quick from the other side. And, the ball was just perfect, spot on. I think it was Davis Mills that threw it to him, and Stover just ripped that thing out of the air, turned up the field, and kept going. Look, it's going to be, I think, limited early on from Stover because there's so many intricacies to the position that he's got to learn. He's still new to tight end. Dalton Schultz talked about that. He said that Stover came up to him and said, look, I'm still new to this. I'm just going to watch you and learn everything from you. And Dalton Schultz was like, all right, cool. And Stover's beating Schultz to meetings and stuff. There's something there. That tight end room is interesting because, Stover, nor Schultz, nor Brevin Jordan are known for their blocking.
Say it.
So they've got to have somebody in there that can block well, and maybe that's going to be Stover because of the willingness and the athletic profile that he has.
Who else? You missed a name in the tight end room, man.
Well, Tegan Quintiriano wasn't on the field today, so I didn't count him.
What is up with him, man? What now?
Who knows?
What
most guys who had season-ending injuries were back out there. Kenyon Green was out there.
Season-ending never started.
Yeah.
Jared Patterson was out there. So guys that were hurt last year, were back on the field here for this, but not Tegan Quintiriano. He wasn't working out. Don't know if it's something new. Don't know if it's something left over, but he's been on the sideline more than he's been between the lines when he's been a member of the Houston Texans.
Anything else going on out there that perhaps we should make note of?
It's interesting to me that Robert Woods is still here, and I wonder
looks
if that's
good, man. Yeah. He looks like he's trimmed up a little bit.
Well, yeah, and it's interesting that he's still here. And, again, I think most of us kind of look at the numbers of the contract and the situation like that and think, okay, well, you can move on from him. But if he's useful, then, why not keep him? John Mechie had a couple of nice plays today.
Oh, please don't ever say again John Mechie with the catchy.
Oh, God, yeah, I saw that tweet. John Mechie with the catchy, Stoots. You got to let that one go.
Yeah.
Well, John Mechie did not catch you a touchdown today.
Yeah, we saw it. Over the shoulder, bad adjustment.
Over the shoulder, bounced out of his hands. It was a great adjustment. It was a pass that got kind of wobbly there in the last few feet that it had to travel. Great adjustment, just didn't come down with it. There's a lot of debate on should he have come down with it, should he have not come down with it.
Should have.
And then Kamari Lassiter, I don't know about straight line speed, but agility and changing directions. He closed on a Cade Stover catch that, I would have loved to have seen that in a live rep to see who would have won that one, because Stover looked like he had the shoulder down. Lassiter looked like he was headed for the lower body and was going to take him out. And I was like, okay, it's just OTAs, guys. We don't have to go too hard on that one. And then Caleb Bullock, I think he's the agility is going to surprise some people. Probably the straight line speed's there. And I wonder if they're gonna trust him sooner rather than later at that safety spot. And then cornerback too, that's something to watch there. Okuda and C.J. Henderson, for what an OTA's day is supposed to be, a couple of rough moments for those guys.
All right, man. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Keep doing what you're doing. Subscribe to the work at Houston Football. Best thing you can get. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
All right, there you go.
All right.
Yeah, met you with the catchy, not good.
Yeah, we don't want to hear that.
Get rid of that. We got to get rid of that. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. My goodness, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this with Lopez. So we have perhaps the best interview in the history of a major network sketch. has an awkward moment, and does 1 + 1 really equal 2?
Oh, God.
Next.
All right, guys, Low T Center right now. Get in to
got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. That's the case every day, 125, right here on Sports Radio 610. Stuff that broke the internet. Let's start with little OTA action. Tank Dell running routes. That'll break the internet. CJ Stroud throwing no-look passes to Robert Woods.
Yeah.
That'll break the internet. Maybe he's not going anywhere after all. Laramie Tunsil not there. Shaq Mason not there. Stephon Diggs not there. Titus Howard not there either. But that is the big stories.
Your tight end ain't there either, man.
From the internet going nuts. I think Quintariano might be dead.
He might be.
He might be dead.
Or he might be with Titus Howard or something.
I don't know what's up with that guy.
Yeah.
But internet going nuts anyway.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I tried to understand this Marvin Harrison Jr. thing. I dug in on a little story.
Lawsuit
that was done. Lawsuit against Fanatics. Speaking of Fanatics and everything going on there, Michael Rubin. It's all over. A lot of people talking about it, what it means, and NIL and the Fanatics deal, and is he going to get sued? Well, he is getting sued. He's going to win. So apparently what's going on here, this is the short version from a numbskull like myself after having read about it. So Michael Rubin and Fanatics, they give these college players the number that I saw in the story was $80,000. I guess that's the upper tier players. And this $80,000 that you can do all the merchandising, autographs. I had one guy say that he signed up to 20,000 autographs for that money. But the key element is that it lasts 2 years into your professional season, in this case NFL, which for Marvin Harrison Jr.
So hold on. So what if he stayed his senior year? Then it goes 2 years into professional too?
You got me.
Because they're saying it's a milli, so it goes up from 80?
Yeah, it must. It must go up from 80.
So it goes 80 in college, then it goes up?
But he's got you for 2 years.
Kind of like a credit card outside the student union?
That's exactly what it is. They got you.
Sign up, kids.
So Marvin Harrison
Free T-shirt.
So Marvin Harrison Jr. said, no thanks. I know my brand, and I know how much money I can get, and it's a lot more than that, and I'm not going to sign it. Well, he did sign this agreement to partner with them or whatever, and that's where the lawsuit is coming. But he's beaten Fanatics at their own game.
He's done some interesting things, that Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. Be interesting to see how this kind of plays out. Michael Rubin kind of gives me a weird feeling. I'm not saying that anything bad. I'm not saying I've heard anything. It just, you take over the P. Diddy all-white party. You're sitting with all these athletes and Jay-Z and saying stuff. You run it's weird. Maybe it's just being traumatized
Got a little con man in him, looks like.
A lot of stuff. Like you're telling Caleb Williams and them, like, I don't know. Weird to me.
Yeah.
Just weird. Sorry. Not smart enough to understand.
I got the internet going nuts.
So the P. Diddy thing has taken the internet crazy. CNN yesterday, they decided that they were going to bring Cameron on, which is always interesting. We're big fans of It Is What It Is.
That's already a strike. Strike right there.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, he wasn't signed to Bad Boy. Mace was, and that's kind of the guy who would probably be the Diddy expert. Yeah. Second of all, he's damn sure not going to snitch. Third of all, you're putting him in a pretty weird situation because you're basically asking him to come out. Well, I'll just let you hear it. Yeah. It went about how you would expect. This is Cameron on CNN being asked about P. Diddy. This has the internet going very nuts.
Thanks for being here. First, when you saw that video, did you recognize that Sean Combs?
What I want to say, first of all, when I seen the video, everything in the video is egregious. I'm against domestic violence. I'm totally against it. So when I seen the video, I was kind of upset with it. Being that I know him, he's not necessarily a friend, but I was upset when I seen it.
Did you recognize that kind of anger at all from your experiences?
I don't know like that. What do you mean? Do I be recognized? Did I recognize him? I seen him. What do you mean my experiences? I seen him and I thought it was disgusting. I didn't do a zoom in to see if it was really him or nothing, but he admitted it was him, so it was him.
What did you think about the apology that he gave in that other video?
Ain't me for this. The apology ain't for me to decide, it's for Cassie. What I think about it don't matter. He ain't do nothing to me. Cassie need to ask Cassie if she accept the apology. I told you how I feel. I said what I said.
Is there something known in the industry about how Diddy treated his artists?
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horsepower joint. I'm just going off what Mace said. Mace took me to Biggie. I don't really know Puff's like Mace no Puff. Can't really tell you how Puff moves or anything like that. Mace may know better than me because he was signed to Puff. I wasn't. But my show does come on at 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube. It's called It Is What It Is. And y'all make sure y'all check it out. And I might get some more information out of Mace from there. But for me to tell you how Puff act and all that, I don't know. I never was signed to him.
What about the industry in general? I mean, so many people have pointed out that Diddy couldn't get away with this stuff if there weren't a lot of people protecting him. Do you think that's the case?
Who the talent agent for this joint? Like, you think I'll be sitting around watching what Diddy do and all this? I didn't know this was a Diddy joint that y'all invited me to. Yo, who booked me for this joint?
All right.
Wow, and I'll be sitting around watching Diddy and all that. Yeah,
Thanks.
man, come on, man.
Thanks for joining us. Thank you for your time tonight.
Yeah, thank you for having me. You enjoy it.
So somebody had a bright idea. Somebody had a bright idea in a production meeting.
Let's get a rapper on.
You know what? Let's get a rapper. Let's get Cameron.
Yeah. I mean, if they would have searched a little bit closer, they could have got the guy that was actually signed to Diddy and actually had problems with Diddy.
And that was Mace, right?
Yeah, he probably would have gave it all up.
I mean, or he would have listed something, but what kind of position you putting him in? She's basically asking him, did you know about this, and then did you hide it?
Yeah.
What the hell is he supposed to say about that?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on?
I got the internet going nuts.
He announced the Cade Stover selection, and he was on one of Barstool's funniest things they have, which is Sunday Conversations with Caleb Presley. This was sketch. Some of the awkward moments from his 5-minute interview, Sunday Conversations with Caleb Presley.
Do you mind if we do a new segment presented by Raising Cane's?
Love the chicken. Love the coleslaw. Little freaky guy here.
Oh, are you a freak? You're a freak, huh?
I can get up there?
What does that mean, you can get up there? Is it a bunk bed?
Oh, no, not a bunk bed. It's just short strokes. It's more like a jackhammer. It's like I'm trying to break through concrete or something. It's like, have you ever been in your hotel room and room service comes by? A couple of those? That's what I'm like. Pretty quick. Short rest.
To be good at a video game, what do you have to do? Fast fingers?
Fast fingers, fast reactions. It's all about upstairs. Upstairs. From here up, I'm a gamer. Here down, I'm just a regular dude.
Do you mind if we do a new segment sponsored by Raising Cane's?
I was gonna say, drop it on me.
You don't mind?
I love it.
This new segment is called, Is That Houston or Is That the Middle East?
It's awesome.
Lots of oil.
Houston and the Middle East, both of them.
Never won the AFC Championship.
That's a pretty low blow there.
Houston or the Middle East?
That's a pretty low blow there, but that's Houston.
Nope, that was the Middle East.
Okay.
That was a little bizarre.
That's the whole vibe of that.
Yeah, no, I know.
The vibe of those things.
Yeah.
All right, this one's for you.
I got the internet.
Did you ask me this yesterday?
Speaking of bizarre.
All right. So Terrence Howard, he did a 3.5-hour interview with Joe Rogan. I listened to it because I had a lot of time
You
in my
listened to
hands.
3.5 hours?
I had a lot of time in my hands.
Power's out.
I had a lot of time in my hands. And I'm not into science. Like, I don't, like, I'm cheating in science or just getting by in science was the way to go. But I didn't know Terrence Howard was, like, writing books and theories and patents and all this. So I'm going to ask you. I want you to listen to this, and I want you to tell me, is 1 × 1 2? This is making the rounds on the internet.
God, why?
The rounds. It's come a long way from Whoop That Trick back in the Hustle and Flow days. Shout out to DJ. Sorry that Luda threw away your CD in the toilet.
Come on, man.
Here is Terrence Howard making a case that 1 × 1 actually equals 2.
1 × 1 equaling 2. I said, under what conditions? I said, it's illogical where the square root of a number added to itself will equal more than that number squared. But that's what happens with the square root of 2. That's what happens with most of the numbers. I was like, how is it that multiplication, if it means to make more and increase a number, how is 1 × 1 equaling 1 part of the multiplication table? Now, I understand that if you're seeing it one time, but we call that once. But the moment that you had that add the times in there, that multiplicative indicator that means there is more than one. So now each equation is supposed to be balanced. That equal sign is supposed to show that there's a balance between these two numbers over here and a balance on this one over here. What happened to the other one in this equation? It didn't equate, and then I took the square root of that number. I took the square root of 2, because all this started in 3rd grade. I was arguing with my teacher because we were talking about the square root of 100. Oh, my God.
So your phone?
Yeah, that's my detox thing. I'm supposed to detox right now.
So does 1 times 1 equal 2, John?
No. 1 times 1 equals 1. I'm looking at the highest THC strains of 2024. Jenny Kush takes the championship, followed by Alien Mints. I'm thinking my man was on Jenny Kush.
Dude, he's got this periodic table. I'm just sitting there like,
Alien Mints.
What is this?
Yes. God. Why? The thing is, the scary thing, and this is probably why
people are going to piggyback on this.
No, probably why people are so into this, and it's taken on a life of its own, because he sounds convincing. Like, he sounds like, you know what? That kind of makes sense, but it's not, and it doesn't.
That's right up conspiracy Twitter alley.
Yes, it sounds like, hey now.
They love that.
Yeah.
Scientists used to argue, though.
Not on 1 times 1.
The Cat Williams one's interesting because his conspiracy theories are actually like, okay, this actually is kind of, because he was on there and it was like 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't talk about the Diddy stuff or anything.
Yeah.
By the way, what a judge of character he was on that.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious.
It's like he's seen it coming, man.
You know who has the most credibility in the world to me, who I think just is like an admirable person with a very strong judge of character? 50 Cent. Because when it was cool to just be cool with Diddy and, I want to get invited to all the parties and he's a billionaire, so I'm going to kiss his ass, he was questioning him from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Like, people say he's petty, right? And, dude, he was doing this before you were.
Mm-hmm.
So he was no Diddy before no Diddy. He was saying that. And then his first beef in the mainstream was with Ja Rule, Fire Festival.
Yeah.
He is a judge of character. If 50 says you're a slime ball, you're a slime ball.
You know who else he got a problem with? He got a problem with Jay-Z, too.
Well,
he taking stabs at Jay-Z.
Well,
he said he was next.
Well, lay low, brother.
Yeah.
Get that house, lay low, brother. Could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Where's he been, by the way? Oh, yeah, he showed up there.
Who, Fetty?
No, Jay-Z was there.
Oh.
Giving his take. I think he took off in a helicopter right after. That's Internet going nuts here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up, good news, bad news about your Houston Texans. They're on the field. Well, most of them. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Again, 800-462-3333.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
OTA, Texans made a national headline. The ESPN national headlines, number 5 right there, a Houston Texans story. Tank Dell.
Yep.
Practices 3 weeks after being shot.
Well, that's a headline. I mean, that's definitely a headline. We wondered ourselves.
He's on the field.
Yeah. Looking good.
As is Nico, as is Robert Woods. If Robert Woods can be a productive player and they don't have any pressing need to save money, I'm okay with Robert Woods staying here. I just thought naturally that you would want to move on from it. Although I saw Cecil Shorts just tweeted, shout out to Cecil. I saw him just tweet that, he reacted to John Mechie missing the ball, that, a tough catch, tough adjustment. And he said he expects a big year from John Mechie. I don't. So I because of that, keeping Robert Woods around, not the craziest thing to do. And that's not to say that John Mechie can't end up surprising, but as far as filling the void, even what Robert Woods was last year, as for lack of a better term, a shell of himself.
Yeah,
I don't have confidence that you could get rid of Robert Woods and John Mechie would immediately be able to replace what Robert Woods gave you last year.
Well, tell me how the math adds up, because mine is just as simple as that. Why I thought Robert Woods would not be around, because they usually keep 6, maybe 7 at the most wide receivers. Well, Nico, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Noah Brown,
Woods, right there.
What do you do with Mechie, Hutchinson, and Steven Sims?
I mean, I don't think either one of those guys is as good as Woods.
So you're just giving up on Mechie and Hutchinson?
I mean, if it happens, it happens.
But sometimes it do be a money thing, though.
Yeah, I get that.
Well, that's what Landry was kind of talking about, that aspect.
No, I get that. But if Robert Woods, if there's no pressing need to replace the bread.
If money ain't a thing, then keep the better person on.
I mean, do you have confidence that, there were times where CJ went to Robert Woods in pretty crucial times. Mm-hmm. Do you have confidence that Mechie can replace that production?
I don't have any confidence one way or the other. No lack of confidence, no confidence. It's just a matter of if he doesn't get it done now, then you make a decision. Because, I mean, there are some good mitigating circumstances around John Mechie, not just the ACL, but also cancer and then coming back and all that. So, I mean, this is it, though. I mean, he had last year to kind of get his feet under him, so to speak. And then Xavier Hutchinson has been in the mix.
He's a day 3 guy.
Steven Sims is very popular among special teamers.
Well, yeah, and I don't know what the kick return looks like. I don't know what you got to be. Do you got to be
more like a Damen Pierce?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah,
that's going to be interesting to see the kick return and the way in which that looks, because I have no idea.
That's one of the things I'm most looking forward to, is how they're going to do.
And we'll get the first look at it in the Hall of Fame game, which, by the way, national TV.
Yeah, of course, national TV, and that's what one of the things I'm most looking forward to. Who's back there and how they're going to play it. It's going to be cool. Kickoffs are going to be fun again.
No, it's going to be a competition.
Yeah.
A lot of times you have a kick return competition, and it's okay, well, does it really matter that much? Because, whatever percentage of them are touchbacks, and you make a case that as long as you can catch it, take a knee, you get down to the 25-yard line.
Yeah.
Not this year, not with this new rule.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's going to be one of the good things that they did. The NFL, typically when they change rules, they improve the game.
They're good at it.
So this is going to be a completely new element. I really don't. And to be honest, I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm looking at. You can tell me. Well, the X. I don't know.
I'm just saying I'm intrigued because they're gonna return them. It's not a matter of just taking a knee. I mean, I guess you still could, but fair catch or whatever. They're gonna return them because there's gonna be opportunities for some big breaks. And frankly, that's the one thing that Damen Pierce did well at the end of the year. So I think he might be in the mix.
But is it different though? Because you start different, you can't.
But
move.
it's closer quarters, so you would think a running back.
Do you need to be faster?
I don't know if you need to be faster. I think a running back that can power through some holes, might be a better option than a speedy wide receiver type.
Other news: Laramie Tunsil not in attendance. Nothing new. Shaq Mason not in attendance. Okay. Stephon Diggs, little disappointing, but okay. And then Titus Howard, getting some rehab in, I guess, still trying to figure out what he's up to. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
I want to see how Titus Howard comes back. I was talking to Stoots And I guess Jack Conklin with the Browns, he got injured around the same time, same injury. And I think he missed like the first few weeks of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So, you talk about this Fisher pick and you're talking about short-term, long-term, flex tackle, swing tackle, all that. I do wonder, like, every time training camp happens, there's always like a surprise of, oh, damn, this guy's going to start out on PUP.
Yeah.
This guy's going to start out on IR.
I mean, he's a candidate, right?
I mean, we yet to see him on a football field, right? So, like, when you talk about Jared Patterson, who got hurt last year, he's on the field.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about some other guys that had season-ending injuries last year, they're on the field.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see Titus Howard, so let's keep an eye on that and see if he's a full go once camp goes down. But not the case right now. Not ready to go.
When I said after the pick of Blake Fisher that this is an insurance, this is insurance for. I was
Could
thinking
be short term too.
I was thinking more like production, long term, but it could be injury short term. If it's still lingering, if there's something still going on with, was it shoulder, whatever it was.
Could be rental car insurance. Got to decide right then.
Oh, that's so expensive, man.
I could see you saying no to that.
I just get the basic. You don't need anything else. Just get basic.
Until you do.
But, nah, yeah.
You don't till you do.
No, you're good. Get the basic.
That's how the insurance works.
Yeah.
You don't need it till you do.
This is true. Pretty much in the entire insurance agency. By the way, you got your power back, I'm guessing.
I did not.
You have not?
Yeah,
How do you? Is there a way to find out?
I did not, and I don't care. It's all good.
Because my son.
Why don't you post it on the Facebook page?
I did not do that.
Got power back?
I did not do that.
Make sure you put some wet towels on the AC.
There's the Facebook page. But it's not. It's there's people much worse off than me. I'm not going to sit here and complain about.
It's just a good thing if you do, because my son, not too far from you, got his this morning.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. Congrats. Congrats on your
sensing sarcasm.
That should make Landry feel a little better.
Sarcasm.
No, I don't care. Either way, it's all good. Roll around. DeMeco Ryans also brought up the two corners that'll be competing for the starting spot, Henderson and Okudah. Clean slate for those two guys. I do wonder, like, of all the things that we need to keep an eye on when camp happens, keep an eye on like the Xavier Howard situation, the Stephon Gilmore situation, because those two guys, you're not heavily invested in them. They've shown signs of guys who struggle at times. So I do wonder if those guys don't look ready to line up opposite of Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
If the Texans aren't in the Stephon Gilmore or Xavier Howard business of bringing in a veteran. I think the Steven Nelson ship has sailed, but I would keep an eye on those two matchups.
Yeah, Nick Caserio is not even close to being done. He's not even close to being done making some moves, and that's definitely one that you got to watch because yes, of course you're going to say they're having a clean slate. But they've had a clean slate before. This isn't just their second stop, for both of them. They've been high draft picks that have disappointed twice, already. So you got to have an alternative backup plan, so to speak.
I mean, I think it would be a really big credibility boost for the organization. That really doesn't necessarily need it, but it's one thing to draft two guys in the top three. It's another thing to find Tank Dell. But when you're like bringing in Derek Barnett and he's a contributor, and then if you're able to evaluate two guys who are looked at as busts because they've been on two teams in a few years, and you bring them in and they're able to maybe just slightly fill the shoes of like a Steven Nelson, I think that would be a big credibility boost for an organization that I don't think really needs too many credibility boosts, but it's another layer of evaluation.
Well, for coaching, for coaching, it's a reclamation project, and if that becomes successful, that's the boost that DeMeco and the coaches get, because like you mentioned Derek Barnett, that's a perfect example. If somehow Okudah and or Henderson, becomes exactly what Barnett was, just situational, one of them, and the other one maybe a starter that's not a net negative, That's a big boost for the coaching ability.
It is a boost, but the other thing is, like, I don't think it just needs to be looked at positively, because it's also a risky thing. You know, like, it's not like if you bring in Derek Barnett and let's say, like, I mean, he's not a good rotational defensive line, the lineman. You're just like, okay, man, I mean, that sucks. That kind of happens. He's just a dude. But
yeah,
I mean, you're talking about guys that you're lining up at corner to starting opposite Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
And not only that, you're talking about Derek Stingley, who, I mean, let's just be honest, he's missed a large chunk of his seasons the last few years. So you might be talking about both of those guys being on the field. So it's not it's kind of like a risky proposition as well for them. Now the D-line can make them better, and maybe that makes their job a little bit easier because you're getting after the quarterback. He has less time to throw, but that's a wild thing that you're talking about 2 busts being your corners.
Yeah.
The Derek Stingley, the whole Derek Stingley cornerback thing, that is an interesting route of it, because on the one hand, it is, as you just talked about, Landry, he has a history of injury.
Yeah.
Almost so much so where it's like, on something.
Yeah.
Like Jordan, like you come into the season, you know, Jordan,
he's going to get hurt.
Jordan's got at least a stint on the IL. Now, somehow it hasn't happened yet, but you know, you just kind of predict that, and if it doesn't happen, you're more surprised with his injury history. And so then you're like, all right, how is it going to feel with those corners if
with Okudah and Henderson or
if
whomever
he goes down? And then the other part, and this is where where do you stand with Derek Stingley? Like, are you sold that Derek Stingley is like, are you ready to get to a point where you're like, as long as Derek Stingley is healthy, he's the goods. Like, are you at that point, or you're like, you are already to a point where you think he is a top level corner.
Two plays in back-to-back games. You'll remember Denver, and then what was the next game? He made a similar play the next game.
Arizona.
Yeah, Denver, like Arizona. Those 2 plays, I went, all right.
But my thing is,
I think so.
I think he's the goods, but I also think I got so lost in the sauce and it was so good that I'm almost like approaching the season like they got half the field on lock, and I'm almost forgetting that he was hurt for the month and a half. Like the end of the season was so good that I almost forgot. Oh well, they did have to play without this guy for a while.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird, man.
See, I don't know if I'm to the half the field on lock yet. Like, if he's healthy, I think he is going to be a well above average corner in the league. I don't know that I'm to the point yet where I feel comfortable enough to say that dude's going to just be special.
What about when you saw him follow Cooper in the playoff game?
No, he is like the Cooper thing.
Yeah,
you know, some of the games down the stretch, but you know, I'm still like, I'm somebody like, I saw about 6 or 7 of them games.
Yeah.
You know, do you like? Is it every? He looks like it. Clint, he looks like.
Yeah.
As long as he's healthy, he's going to be that. But it's still really been 7 games we've seen him like that.
I think the Cooper game says it all, and I lean heavily into DeMeco Ryans right there. The fact that he felt the need and the confidence to do that and say, go follow this guy, and then it worked. Like, to me, that tells me all I need to know about Derek Stingley.
You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-HD2. The Drive is live for the 1,001st time.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live. That's right. Yeah, we got
1,001, boys. We made it. Barely, but we made it.
Barely. Drug in. And we made it. Again, shout out to everybody at Home Run Dugout and Katie. Shout out to everybody who took your time in your busy schedules. I know it's the last week of school for many people with your kids, and you got kids and you got stuff. Some of you brought your kids out. We really, really appreciate that, and it means a lot that you took your time out to come hang out with us. And some of you said, I don't really give a rip about distance. I'm gonna drive out here to hang out with the fellas, and we do appreciate you coming to celebrate.
Absolutely, we do. Every last one of you. Whether you could, even those that couldn't make it, you just listen, and you make it a daily a daily occurrence where you listen, whether you're listening on YouTube or Twitch, and you're watching on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you guys as well. You probably got a pretty good little show yesterday. Or it's the Odyssey app, AUDACY. If you're not on the Odyssey app, feel free to download that sucker and plug us in. You can take us everywhere you go. Or if it's on the old AM dial or the FM dial at 100.3 HD. What are we, 3? 2.
I'm about to say, I didn't have it.
I've got it. It's how I listen. It's how I listen on a daily basis. I just don't take it off of it. So I'll get jacked up if it's HD2 or HD3. I know it's not 1 because that's the bull. But anyway, it goes. Appreciate y'all for listening, watching, showing up. We've been able to do some pretty cool things, and got a pretty good little run going here, man. And we greatly appreciate it. We wouldn't be able to do it if y'all didn't tune in and listen and respond and cuss and discuss along the way with us.
And I feel festive. I want to bring you all out, your ladies. I want to bring you all out to the Hughley compound.
Oh, the Hughley compound.
Clint and I, or the Drive family?
Well, not the Drive family. like the two members.
Okay, I got it.
And your ladies, I want to bring y'all out. I haven't told Courtney about this yet, but I want to bring y'all out.
I think we should.
Yeah, come on out. Put some things on the smoker. We can have a good time. Really, my cousin came over Sunday night to hang out, and she is a lover of dogs. I mean, no one is in the Tyler and Megan Milner category. Like very, very few. Like, you are the top of the list that I've ever met in my life within dogs.
Do love those pups.
Yeah, I know you do. But she came over, and I had Bear outside on the tether, hanging out while she came over, and she was insistent that she was going to
break him.
I mean, Bear smelt her from the outside when she came in the kitchen. She got outside. She said, "Hey, Bear." She said, "Is it safe?" I said, "I don't know." Bear, and he's really calmed down. You all haven't heard me talk about Bear. Bear's really calmed down. He's not going anywhere. He's really calmed down. He got down, and he is barking her to shreds. I mean, he is letting her have it.
Right.
I mean, and then he gets down in the pounce position. I mean, he's showing her all the teeth, and she threw in the towel and did make it. She did. She sat there. Hey Bear. I mean, she did it all. She tried it all, and to no avail. I want Tyler, because I feel like Tyler would try to do the same thing. I feel like Tyler is on a mission for Bear. And I want to bring you all over, and I want to video record this. I want to see Tyler and Bear's first introduction to each other.
It's Tyler and Megan. Let both of them kind of tag team.
Oh, yeah. They've both given me plenty of advice on what to do. I think both of them would just to see if Bear would give him hell, or they would, because if they did, I would.
Good boy, Bear.
I would have a whole new respect for you. Daphne had a treat, no dice.
Yeah, sounds like you just got a bad dog, man.
Shut up. Yeah.
There's no such thing, Clint.
That's not true.
There is no such thing as a bad dog, just bad owners.
That movie, Marley and Me, Marley was a bad dog.
There's some folks think there ain't no such thing as a bad kid, no? There's some badass kids running around out there.
Definitely some bad kids.
And some badass dogs. No, I want to see you, because I do. I want to see you ready to roar, and you'll have all of your dogs smell on you. Mm-hmm. They'll want to attack your ass. I can't wait for that. But no, man, I got to bring y'all out. We have a good time.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Should, yeah. Clint's been there.
I've been there. You didn't get to invite that first time, Tyler. You didn't make that cut.
Yeah, had to prove myself a little more.
I think you've grown on Ron and Courtney, and you probably get this invite, though.
Mate, yeah. Yeah, you get this one.
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
Fingers crossed.
He gets this one.
When you want to do this?
I think maybe in the next couple weeks.
Okay.
Next couple weeks. You all come out. Maybe a Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Bring your kids. Don't bring your kids. My kids will be there. Yeah, seriously, don't bring your kids.
I'll leave the fur babies behind.
Yeah, have some drinking graves over there.
Look, I think it was tremendous last time. The food was great. Drinks were great. The company was better. I mean,
Someone texted in, please video Tyler and Bear. I want to. Like in my mind, I see Tyler getting down on the ground. Like getting down on the ground trying to like.
Oh, for sure.
See.
How else am I going to rub his belly?
Do you think you're a puppy whisperer, or you just play with him?
All of the above.
That's why I think Linda's got a much better shot than you do, because I don't think Linda's not getting on the ground. Linda's going to put the fear of God in him within the first.
Every time you talk about Bear, she badmouths you and tells me to tell you to bring the dog there.
I hate to tell you.
She really thinks it's your fault, and that dog, she can break that dog.
I think you should bring Linda too. I want to see Linda, Tyler, and Megan's tactics all against Bear.
Oh boy.
Hey, show.
Tyler, let me tell you what. I mean, I know Tyler well enough. I'm pretty sure I know Megan. Linda would definitely talk over him. I mean, the power and the volume behind that.
Now, there you might be 100% wrong, because my wife has one of the loudest voices you've ever heard. Like, just her normal speaking voice. Like, people at her job, they hate to be next to her in the cubicles because she talks so damn loud.
That would be an upset. Like, for what he's describing, like, listening to Linda, that would be it. I would not have put that on the bingo card, that Megan Milner could out-volume Linda Stoerner. Would
She's
not have
loud.
Not put that on the bingo card. I know who Linda Stoerner
It's a steep hill.
I know who Linda Stoerner would like to talk to. Framber Valdez.
That's pitiful.
Hey man, what is he doing?
I don't know.
What is Framber Valdez doing? That was, hey, I'm serious. Last night, and we talked about it yesterday and everything. Like, we talked about, like, yeah, there are still, obviously, this team was rolling and got into a good stretch, but, you know, the 2 weeks doesn't kind of shake away some of the issues they have. And, I mean, that fifth inning and the decision of how Framber Valdez wanted to handle that, I mean, shows everything that we were talking about, especially with, like, that. You don't do that. You ain't doing that to somebody who you have any kind of respect for leadership on.
Well, I need a story of what all he did.
I mean, from what I have is Joe Espada, Framber Valdez, and Yainer Diaz all said that Valdez went away from the game plan in that 7-run fifth inning. He said Yainer did a really good job calling pitches. I was the one that decided to try to change the game plan. I had to deal with the consequences. No, Jack. Everybody had to deal with the damn consequences.
Including me.
What are you talking about? You must have had some money on it. Everybody had to deal with it. Like, it is, I mean, what, how? How do you just, what did he just run out there in the fifth, Clint, just say, you know what? I'm changing it up. I wonder, did he alert Yainer that he was changing it up? Or did he go out there on the mound and just do it himself?
Doesn't sound like he alerted anybody. I wish I wouldn't have been. It was 6-1, and yes, I did lose money.
You just can't lose 6-1.
I had the Astros, need them to win by 2. It was 6-1. Fromber was on the bump. My baby girl, it was time for her to go to bed. I'd let her stay up probably about 20 minutes later than her mama does, with her mama being out of town. And I said, all right, it's time to go to bed. I walked out, and it was 8-6.
Clint, I did the same thing. I got, mine was a little later. It was 9-6. I said, what to my mom, I said, what the hell happened to the Astros? I just like that to me, Clint, is straight up. You know, I don't really respect any of the leadership around me so much. So I don't know that Framber thought about it that way, but his action says I don't respect the leadership that much right now, that I will go out and do what it is that I want to do.
Yeah. Well, I think there's two things at play here for me. Is one, it's clear Framber Valdez is not an ace. He's not even close to being an ace. He is unbelievably gifted and talented. He can go out there and throw you a no-hitter any outing. But the inconsistencies, the mental issues in terms of managing his emotions during a game and managing the tougher moments of a game, and then the just completely to completely disregard a game plan that you and the entire organization have put in place that's working.
That's what I was going to say. That's working.
I mean, it's just you can't rely on a guy like that. And look, Dusty Baker's gone, Maldonado's gone. You got to believe both of those guys probably had their thumb on Framber Valdez to some extent as it pertains to this. And look, there is no doubt. I think it's human nature when there is a void of leadership. And again, it's not Diaz's fault, but he is not Maldonado.
Or at least somebody Framber respects enough to do that.
Right, and clearly Joe Espada is treading water at this point in time. It's human nature to want to take the bull by the horns and do things a little differently, but you got to that's got to be strategically done, and you got to know when and how, and when things are rolling and your team's rocking and rolling, and you got a chance. I mean, that just can't be the answer.
Let's just try some stuff.
He's just one piece of a rotation. He doesn't get it, man.
That is like to me, man, right there. Like you just don't have the respect for these guys to even run it by him.
The problem is you don't have respect, which Ron at this point in time wouldn't shock us if half the team felt that way. Like, you know what I mean? There's clearly a leadership problem, and I think this is definitely a ripple effect, if you will. But the problem with Framber, Ron, is he ain't got the respect for leadership, and he ain't got the sense to make the right decisions. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't have the wherewithal, the awareness, the know-how, the ability to make the decisions in key moments like that. So that's the deadly combo. Yeah.
But he thinks he does.
That's the deadly combo. I mean, I'm not going to panic too much about yesterday as it pertains to the Astros' ability to pull out of this hole. I mean, it does stink that you had a good thing going.
No, you can't. You can't. But Framber can't be on the mound in the fifth inning, and you're up 6-1, and you lose. And when I say lose, you lose to a standpoint where, like, none of your big time relievers touched the mound because it got away from you that quick.
Yeah. I mean, to me, this was a Framber made a poor ass decision and his wheels came off. This isn't one of those where I look at the Astros and I'm frustrated with what I watch. I'm frustrated with Framber, but I'm not frustrated with the team, given what what I didn't see in the 30 minutes that I was away from the TV. Hell, it wasn't even 30; it was about 8 minutes, I think. But I think it's plain as day, man. It's going to happen every other series, Ron. We're going to get some kind of situation where it's like, there's a leadership issue. There's a lack of respect for leadership, and this is it for this one. But this is all about Framber for me, man. I'm done talking about the guy like he's an ace. He's got ace stuff, but he's not an ace between the ears, man.
I know it's baseball and you played football. But, like, in a situation like this, first, I'm shocked. Check that. Not shocked because of the leadership. But I think it's silly that if I'm Joe Espada that I would even allow this to be out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You already know one of the main things that people have concern about is Joe in over his head?
Mm-hmm.
Do they respect Joe? Do they look at him as like, do they believe that Joe knows what he's doing? That's one of the main issues and things being talked about.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
There is no way in hell, hey, you don't talk about this, all right? We know internally what you did, and we'll handle it internally. I wouldn't. Like, Joe, this looks bad on you.
Yeah.
And now it's a story that the pitcher came out in a 6-1 ball game. You all went over a game plan together. You, the catcher, your pitching coach, everybody went over game plan. And my man out there said, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna flip the switch, man. I'm gonna switch it up. And then came and told the media. And told like that right there, just, oh man, I don't even, like, no, if I'm Joe, no, you keep that, you shut up about that. We ain't letting that out, making me look like a fool.
The point you're making right now, Ron, too, is I wonder, like, that is so far beyond the capabilities of Joe Espada right now. Like, I would expect Dusty Baker would have handled it that way. Hey, man, I don't know what the hell you were doing right there, but let's keep that between us. Keep that in the clubhouse.
Well,
you know, like Joe Espada, I don't even know. It doesn't even seem like Joe has the ability to even be thinking that deep right now.
Like right now, if you have a thought of, and Joe don't know what he's doing, he's in over his head. These guys are running him over. That certainly does not help your thought process into thinking, yeah, he does. All right, Tyler just said in my ear some breaking news here with the Astros. a person that Clint's given up on. Chaz McCormick has been reinstated back with the Houston Astros. Lettuce is going down back to Sugarland. Cabbage is going back down to Sugarland. So
he's back.
No. I don't think you get. No, I don't think. No, the way you gave up on him, I just don't. I don't think you.
Hey, turn that up. There's somebody talking. There's somebody talking during the song,
ridiculous.
man.
I didn't forget it. I didn't forget it.
You gonna come to me about white boy Chaz? God, I hope them days aren't behind us, man. I'm concerned.
You sure put it in there.
I'm concerned.
You were beyond concerned. You said it's over.
I mean, I'm concerned.
The days of him getting full-time.
Oh, there's no question about that. There is no question about that.
You think he gets as many plate appearances that he got last year?
No.
Because he wasn't completely full-time last year. You don't think he gets as many plate appearances?
No. No, I think his time. Like I don't know, and I wouldn't blame Joe Espada. When you've got Dubon to somehow fit in, obviously Alvarez is going to play some left. Even if you take Lo Perfito out of the mix, he's still not. His role is still not what it was when the season started.
Yeah,
Can't be.
403 plate appearances last year.
Can't be.
72 right now.
Can't be.
They get 500 plate appearances. Big Chaz, baby. Think he's in the lineup today? Yeah, he's in the lineup. He'll be in the lineup. Chaz is back. I believe in you, Chaz.
I hope. I love.
Your largest supporter. Yes.
Yeah. No, I am. I'm just concerned. I am mightily concerned.
Well, hopefully.
I don't. As they said, Lo Perfito came up here to play. What do you think they're going to do? He's going to ride the pine the rest of the time?
Well, he hadn't been coming up here playing.
You're right. They didn't say.
I think Chaz is going to go up and put himself in the lineup today. By the way that Framber Valdez is acting, I think Chaz is going to write himself in.
Hell, yeah.
Just eat some banana pudding before the game. You'll be good.
Abort mission, man. Just put yourself in.
Just put yourself in. You're like, all right, you want to go? You want to play? All right. They'll be like, all right, go ahead. All right, coming up as we are live here on The Drive. This has a chance to be a special season for the Texans. Well, many people really expect it. Well, it kind of starts today. OTAs, the guys are out there. Well, most of the guys are out there. And every year, this one, I believe, potentially gets Clint Stoerner riled up. Most everyone showed up. A couple didn't. We'll see if Clint has a problem with it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the Loop.
For me, the biggest
whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
OTA started. Uh-oh. We got a video. We got a video of C.J. Stroud throwing a no-look pass. Oh, here we go, baby. I've seen this before.
Pump sling at 7.
I don't worry, it's OTAs, guys.
Is that Robert Woods who caught that? He is still out here running routes. Robert Woods is going to be on this football team, I guess.
Ain't no way.
But he's the one who caught that no-look, baby. Running routes, baby.
There's not enough room for a past your prime possession receiver that plays no special teams.
I would think so.
Your fifth receiver has to be a guy that any given week you can move up or down, but damn sure when he's up, he's contributing on special teams to some degree.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just we've now reached OTAs. I thought this would happen in March, April, May. I mean, I thought it would be before here, and my man's still rolling out here, still rolling strong, catching no look passes.
I mean, he's got to go to Nick and say, man, cut me loose, right? Let me get a shot with somebody before they.
Not if his shot is here.
Yeah, maybe he feels like there's not another shot.
Maybe he's like, maybe it is legit him and Noah Brown in that fourth receiver spot battling. Is where we're going here with him. But Bob Woods catching that no look pass, baby. You gotta love it. By the way, man, OTA starting today, and you got a special season potentially for the Texans. You'd like to have the folks up there, Clint, at least reported voluntary. Remember, this is voluntary OTAs. Not present, Laramie Tunzel, Titus Howard, your two tackles.
Where art thou?
Who are on pace for training camp after they were injured last season, and Pro Bowl wide receiver Stephon Diggs. Good? Those guys aren't there?
Yeah, look, I'm not worried about Titus or Laramie. I mean, the most important time for Titus, and for Laramie to have been there was when you were ultimately leaderless. You'd like the highest paid guy in the building to be there and kind of give some level of direction and some level of accountability. And you don't need him for that right now. Like now's the time where you're just like, who cares? I mean, just show up and be the best left tackle in the game, one of the best left tackles in the game. Now you got all the leadership and stuff there. Now I'll tell you where this. And I still don't like it. If you're asking me to pick to choose one direction or the other, I don't like it. I still think there's a reason why C.J. Stroud's there. There's a reason why Joe Mixon is there. There's a reason why 75, 80%, whatever that number is. I hadn't heard that number come out yet, but there's a reason why those guys are there. There's a reason why the most recent Tom Brady audio, which I heard on In the Loop from when he and Jay-Z and the Fanatics dude sat down with a bunch of rookies. There's a reason why that guy's, Tom Brady saying when we were winning in New England and all we did was win, every practice, everything mattered kind of deal. There's a reason why these guys are there. So I'm not minimizing it all. I'm just not. This is just who those guys are.
Those three, you're good with.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Not what I'm going to say. Those two.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I'm going to tell you. I just believe that. Say what you want. I believe there's still an effort to keep Diggs away from the media.
You think that's why he's not here? You think there, or potentially why he may not be here?
Well, look, I think it's interesting that he hadn't spoke to the media yet when everybody else did. He is by far. He is by far. When you look at it all, the most accomplished, the most in the spotlight, the biggest star that they signed in the offseason. And he has yet to speak, but yet Joe Mixon and Danielle Hunter did. I don't think it's a coincidence that he's not here. Now, look, I don't know. I don't know why he's not there. I'm sure they've got an excuse. They've got a reason. But, boy, you want to talk about a guy that needs to be here a contract year, a guy that's got huge expectations. Like, you would need an awfully big-time excuse to miss time with C.J. Stroud and have Robert Woods out there catching passes. Like, that just don't make a whole hell of a lot of sense.
Yeah, Tank was shot 3 weeks ago.
Tank got shot 3 weeks ago and broke his leg last season. His ass is out there. Yeah, so, I mean, it would have to be –
They're the veteran guys. Like, yeah, it's not a big – this is not – I'm not going to sit here and say this is going to stop them from reaching their goal of the AFC Championship game. But I'm with you. Stephon Diggs, new team, new time. They're putting install in. They're doing stuff. Like, I'm sure he'll have himself ready. That would have been a really good thing to see him out there. That would have been a really good thing to see him get started right now early with this team. Yeah. That would have been, and I don't mean it from a fan's perspective or anything. I'm just saying that would have been a good thing to see because, like you said, it mattered to Joe Mixon. It mattered to a lot of the guys that got signed.
Look, DeMeco said it himself. I mean, it's a chance for the team to basically catch the install before you actually install it in camp. I mean, there's extreme value, especially when you're a team that's going from having to be in football 101, really on both sides of the ball because you have a new offensive and defensive coordinator, and now you're trying to figure out how to do things differently so you can play faster. You're trying to figure out how you can expand the playbook. You're trying to figure out how you can do all these things. And again, DeMeco is himself after practice today was talking about how important it is and how big of a deal it is. And you got a handful of them. You got a handful of days that you're on the field before training camp starts. To miss one of those days. Maybe there's a good excuse. Maybe it was on the schedule. It would take something. I tell you, for me, it would take something awfully important to miss.
No, I'm gonna tell you. For me, I'm not really tripping. Like I said, it'd be nice. There are probably only about 4 guys, Clint, in which I would have been like really highly disappointed if they didn't go. That's C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson because they are the 2 top leaders that they're pushing, that they're talking about as leaders and the guys that set the standard, right? Mm-hmm. DeMeco talked about Will as a leader, right there. I would have been highly disappointed in a year where you're looking to try to take a next step that those 2 guys weren't there. And then like Kenyon Green and Damen Pierce. Like guys that, hey, you can't afford to miss anything. Yeah. You need to be there. Like outside of those 4, like I wouldn't have loved it, but it wouldn't have been like those 4. I would have been sitting here talking if any of them did make it. Yeah. But I'm with you now. Like Laramie, man, go do.
It's just at some point in time you got it. You know what you got. You've overcome the void in leadership. You clearly have plenty of leaders on this team, plenty of alphas on this team. Like go do what you want to do. And Titus clearly is falling right in stride with that. It seems.
Able to play in that softball tournament.
Yeah, good point. Right, he's out there busting it in a softball game on the turf in Sugar Land. Was it Sugar Land or Minute Maid?
I think it was Sugar Land. Yeah, it was with it was
JJ's deal, right?
Yeah. He's out there though.
But can't make an OTA. It's interesting. I mean, I don't. I don't want to overthink it and make it a major deal, but I also completely disagree with it's no big deal. Oh, it's not a big deal. No, it is. I mean, it's more the same. We've seen this before. But you see some of the best dudes that have ever played the game in some of the programs that won consistently when they were there, and they'll tell you how important every damn day is.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have the guys in the building that set the standard and guys that that
I think that's fair.
That need to be there, it's cool. And I think that's why it was a bigger thing, as you said, with Laramie the last couple of years, because you didn't really have someone to set the standard. You were hoping he would be the guy.
Look, the same reason you're saying right now that Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud, like that would bother you if they weren't there, right? Last year there was no C.J. and Will, right? There were. It was Laramie and a couple of other guys.
Yeah, not in the space that they're in.
I mean, they were rookies. You just show the way, lead the way, like set the standard. There was none of that. Like last 3 years, there was none of that. Those guys weren't around. And so that's why you would like to have seen the guys that were the highest paid guys on the team do what CJ and Will are doing right now, which is they're there leading the way.
Yep. All right, DeMeco spoke. DeMeco spoke today, the first day of OTA practices, and he talked about a position that they've improved, but they still need to get more out of. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Jim.
800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as OTA started, which means this football season that so many people here are so excited about, this is the next step. Past the draft, past free agency, past the draft. Now these guys are getting on the field. Clinton, I do want to get to DeMeco because he did speak about a position, but I love this every year. Leave it to the drive to start a controversy.
About what?
About the OTAs and some of the guys that guys aren't there and aren't. I'm just like, dude, man, imagine if CJ wasn't there.
There is no controversy. There is no controversy. Tigers don't change their stripes. It just matters less. You learn what to expect from people. Did anybody expect Laramie Tunsil to be there? Does anybody think Laramie Tunsil needed to be there?
I did not.
Absolutely not.
I did not expect Laramie to be there at all.
At all. And
I thought Titus would.
Did you honestly think that, like in your mind, did you think there was a need for him to be there? Like he's the caliber player where, look, he could walk in midway through training camp, and as long as he's in shape, he's going to be all right. You're going to get what you get out of him.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say a need is it would just scream like, all right, hey, we're so serious about what this type of
that
season
ship has sailed.
I'm just telling you, I'm not saying it need, I'm just telling you, it would signal if all of them cats was there, we're so serious about what this season could be, like we're all going to be up here. We're all rolling and going to be up here to kick this thing off. That's it. I thought Titus would be there. I was a bit surprised to see that. And I didn't know with Diggs. I didn't know with Diggs. But that's the only thing. And like
the interesting thing with Diggs is the media deal. Like I don't think that's why he wasn't there, but I think it's convenient this guy still hadn't spoke to the media yet.
Yeah.
But look. I mean,
as I said before, I'm not saying this is going to cost them or this is going to stop them from achieving any of the goals that they want to achieve. I mean,
what world does that texter live in? What world does somebody live in where an individual that happens to make a boatload of money and carry a lot of sway around the building, after signing a huge deal, talks about wanting to be a mentor to the young guys and be a leader and all that, and then that you hear that, you as a fan, you hear that, and then how in your mind do you look at a conversation about Laramie Tunsil not being at an OTA, one of a handful of OTAs where the team's on the field? How do you hear that as a fan and hear he's not there and just go, somebody's trying to start a controversy. Y'all trying to make something out of nothing. No, I mean, it's a good conversation.
It's just
the dude's on record talking about how he wants to be a mentor and a leader. What mentor and what leader in any walk of life, what mentor and what leader is not present?
Yeah, and I think to a point, it's the players that said it, right? It's the players that aren't, right? As you said, people probably didn't expect that Laramie was going to be there at all, right? I would challenge those guys. Like what if CJ didn't show up? Would you be like, just OTAs? Like the leaders of the team didn't show up. If Kenyon Green said, "I'm a chill, I'm gonna go with like these guys," like I think there would be. I think it's just it's the right players that didn't show.
Well, it's clear that you've got. We've said this a million times. Like it's clear that you've got CJ
and no one
Stroud.
used worried. No one said worried.
No, hell, this is the first time that I didn't make a big deal out of it. But yeah, look, I mean, I think there's a reason why CJ Stroud is the one standing next to DeMeco when he calls the team up. I think there's a reason why Will Anderson is the guy that when asked about the culture and what being a Texan looks like, Will Anderson is the guy he points to. There's a reason why it's not the highest paid guy in the building.
Or as he said today, I always like to have Dalton Schultz break him down. I think his leadership is not talked about enough.
Think Dalton needed to be there?
Dalton just got paid, Jack.
Yeah, he got his contract. You think he needed to be there? You don't think Dalton Schultz could probably pick this new verbiage up to help speed it? He probably could have picked that up in a meeting room. No, he was there.
Kid is a freaking baller.
I mean, ultimately it's what leaders do. It's what winners do. It's what people that don't walk around talking about they're a leader and they're actually leaders. It's what they do.
All right, DeMeco spoke on a lot of things today, but he talked about the running back room. And this was interesting to me because there is a thought of, yes, you got Joe Mixon, but what else? Like, you can't just have Joe Mixon be, just Derrick Henry, and he's just going to run it and get 400 carries. This is him talking about Damen Pierce and the running back room.
Yeah, what I've seen from Damen this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. As you mentioned, he's changed his body, right? He's strong. He's been working out every day of the offseason program. Damen, not only here just working out, man, I'm proud of Damen for him going back and finishing his degree at Florida. So, I mean, just a complete man, just working out as a football player, but also finishing that degree means a lot to him. And I see Damen having a very clear headspace as we're out working, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. And he has everything it takes, right, to be a really good running back for us. And I think having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch will be very beneficial for us all.
1-2 punch. Damen and Joe as a 1-2 punch.
Can we do something?
We can do a lot of things.
Can we do something on this show, boys? Can we make a Damen Pierce pack? Can we put all the silly crap about Damen Pierce? Can we put it to bed?
What is
about
crap?
Not fitting the system and about not having this or that and they can't play and.
Yeah, it's to bed.
Let's just put clearly there was, and I don't know what that reason is. Again, I would lean into last year's problem being more they needed a scat back because the O-line was not very good and there was immediate penetration. In order to give the run game a chance, they needed a guy that could bounce it, a guy that maybe a guy that was a veteran, maybe a guy that could do some different things than what they had seen from Damen Pierce. Fine, whatever you want to say. But can we please quit talking about Damen Pierce and him not fitting the scheme?
I'm with you.
It's just silly, man. It's silly. It sounds so damn silly. Look, here's a couple of things too. I think it just sounds silly in general. But this is the second year in a row where DeMeco Ryans has stuck his chest out and talked about Damen Pierce, 1-2 punch. Looking forward to him having a great year. Yada yada yada. If he's going to do that 2 years in a row, there's no glaring running back problem, right? If your head coach is going to, there's no glaring running back problem. And not having vision or for any reason not fitting Bobby Slowick's system would be like that glaring problem, right? If Nick Caserio is going to build this roster, and unless they make a move last second, Damen Pierce is the guy where your head coach is going up there talking about 1-2 punch and producing this year. If Nick Caserio builds this roster and Damen Pierce is the number 2 running back on this roster, there is no glaring running back problem. I don't know if he'll ever produce the way he did his rookie year. I don't know if maybe he's just not as good as some other guys are overall.
What do you think about him losing weight?
I don't know. I mean,
maybe just getting in better shape. I found that wasn't something in my mind I thought that needed.
Look, he is a downhill back.
Yeah.
He is a back that is a downhill back. And he wants to get downhill in every phrase of the word. He wants to punish tacklers. And maybe he's got to adjust that a little bit. But maybe they've seen that from him. Maybe that's what him losing a little bit of weight to where he can stop and start when there is penetration. But at the end of the day, if this offensive line is average in the NFL, Damen Pierce will be a productive back. And all the silly-ass conversations that have gone on around him for a year now, I mean, the same. If you've had that conversation of like Damian can't do this, or that, he'll never play again, then now you got to come down hard on DeMeco and Nick. If you firmly believe that, if it's not just hey, you're hearing something over here and you're repeating it. If you firmly believe that, you got to question what in the hell is DeMeco Ryans doing? What in the hell is Nick Caserio doing? You got a guy that you've told the world is not a fit for your scheme somehow, some way, and you're going to go to camp again with this guy as your number 2 back. You have let free agency come and go. You let the draft come and go. You are not going to find a better number 2 unless somebody gets cut and you pick him up late. But you got if you just believe that Damen Pierce can't play football anymore, he just forgot how to play football because Bobby Slowick's system is so different, then it's time to drop the hammer on DeMeco and Nick for what the hell they're doing. Now, I think they're doing the right thing. I think they're doing a smart thing. I think he can be definitely a productive number 2 in this offense.
Yeah.
But boy, it's
some of the people are talking. Clint, you say it's silly, but Pierce was not very good at seeing and anticipating the holes in the zone blocking scheme. What were you watching?
Think about what you're saying. What I was watching was a running back that statistically
we all actually watched the game was their dismount. I just wanted to get that in for that person.
What I watched was statistically an offensive line that the running back, whoever was running behind them, was getting hit deeper in the backfield than anybody, I believe, not named Derrick Henry.
Get him.
That's what I watched. I don't know what the hell you watched
every Sunday.
I mean, did all of a sudden Devin Singletary get in there? All of a sudden this zone, it looked like Christian McCaffrey in this zone offense. Is that what you saw? The hell did you see? The hell out of here, man. Like clearly he's a different kind of running back. But you don't an offensive a head coach, a general manager, and an offensive coaching staff, they don't watch a guy and say, well, this guy just can't play for us because he does not have the skill. Put him on the bench, and then the next year go into the season going, man, 1-2 punch. This guy's gonna be productive, man. He's lost some weight. Now that's plumb silly. I mean, I don't know, man. Whatever, man.
Let him have it, man.
I mean, I've been saying it from the jump.
Hell, was you watching?
You can run inside zone, outside zone. Go look at whatever kind of zone, whatever kind of G scheme, whatever the hell run scheme you wanted to watch with this team last year.
He hit him with that G scheme.
Whatever you pin and pull, whatever the hell you want to call it. Go look at it.
I forgot about the pin and pull. Yeah.
I mean, damn. The running backs were getting hit. The only reason that Damen Pierce would still be here today is that they look at it and go, well, the best back we got is a veteran that is a scat back that can start and stop, bounce this thing and turn the corner, can make something out of nothing because our offensive line is not going to give a downhill back much of a chance. Whether it's, again, zone or it doesn't matter. Nothing's clear. None of the schemes are clear. And so you ride Devin Singletary as much, and you limit his carries when you're riding him. Come on, man.
Good.
This wasn't no Damen Pierce can't run outside zone. Every running back in America has been running outside zone since they were in Pee Wee football. The hell out of here. If it was blocked right, I could run it.
Coming up next.
What's my name? What do I got next? Doc?
Big 3-3. What the hell happened? 6-1 lead at home against one of the worst teams in baseball, and the Astros end up losing. We'll discuss that and what Framber Valdez did, and more from DeMeco as he comments on Tank Dell, who was out on the practice field today. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive. Hell yeah, baby.
All right, breathing. You got to do it, man. You got to do it. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept, right? We take it for granted when all is well.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, a lot to get to here and a lot of news with the Astros. And I want to start with the most recent, fellas. Guess what? Jose Abreu went 3 for 4 today in the Gulf Coast League. Here he comes. Here he comes, baby.
Don't say that.
Here he comes.
And swing back?
3 for 4. He's back. Not Jose Abreu. That's what I'm telling you. You heard the name in the Gulf Coast League. Who's in that league? Jose Abreu.
It's Corpus, ain't it?
3 for 4, baby. Does he have an alias in there? Because, you know, he wasn't using his real name when he was hitting in West Palm Beach. No.
Was he not?
No, yeah, he was using a fake name. Did you ever get that name?
You're full of it.
Tyler, am I full of it? He was using a fake name.
Yes, 100%. For real.
Y'all are bulljob.
No, I'm not. They didn't want him to feel pressure to perform, you know, given his outstanding name.
Who's they?
Jeff.
I'm guessing Jeff Bagwell.
I think they
Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Y'all are pulling my leg.
I am not.
Dead serious.
I need video evidence. Video evidence or it didn't happen.
Did you ever get any of the names or the name he used? Marlon Jackson.
I mean, that's drawing attention to it.
Marlon Jackson.
I got to believe if you follow what's going on in West Palm, like you knew Abreu was coming.
Rafael. Minison.
Come on, man.
What was I wonder what is
y'all are full.
Not full of it. Yes.
Where'd you read this?
I read it. Last week or two ago when he first started swinging again.
They didn't. What do they think? If they called him a different name, he in his mind he wasn't going to know who he was.
No, not him. The people outside of it.
Get the hell out of here.
Clarence Milton. I wonder what his fake name was. I wonder he was going.
It was not Clarence or Milton or anything near that, I would think.
You think he stayed Hispanic?
Yes. I mean, that could probably be a good idea. For him, probably be a good idea.
I was hoping he mix it up.
Giving him the whitest name in America, Clarence Milton probably wouldn't.
Parker would have been it. Parker Milton in the lineup.
Parker Smith.
Parker Smith. That's a good one. Reed.
Oh, jeez.
That's a good one. Yeah. But he went 3 for 4. I will assume that none of them were homers. I'm going to guess it was 3 singles. I feel like if it were a home run or something big, we may have gotten clarity of what the 3 are. I'm going to assume that it was 3 for 4. 3 for 4, 3 singles. That's what I'm going to assume for Jose Abreu. But we've heard that he could be back on Friday against the A's, so at least he got 3 hits today. And it's Tuesday. So at least he's feeling good. Take over first base. There it is, other way. Also, they've reinstated Chas McCormick, and he is already in the lineup today, batting 9th for the Astros. So he'll bat 9th in left field, his spot, Chas McCormick. So he is back as Cabbage gets sent back down for the Astros. So that is the absolute latest news right there. Jose Abreu feeling himself, 3 for 4, or whoever he went by in the Gulf Coast League. And Chas McCormick, he's back. He's back.
White boy Chas is back.
I think that you should have to call him Chas right now.
It ain't happening.
I can't believe
how
you
ain't
did him. I really can't believe how you
You'll come at me about white boy. I mean, you're really going to try to make something out of this. I'm still concerned. I'm still concerned. I didn't think they were going to run him out of Houston or send him to Sugarland. I think the days of him like potentially making a run at being the starting center fielder for this team are over.
Yep, Harold Hernandez coming through.
Well, H.
That's a nice one. Yeah, that's a nice one. Couple of fun ones there. All right. Listen, they're going to try to get back on it, Clint, because last night was when you're in a hole and you've dug up the type of hole that the Astros have, and you're starting to make real moves to get back in it. When you're up 6-1 at home against one of the worst teams in baseball, 6-1 in the 5th inning with Framber Valdez on the mound, you cannot lose that game. And you can't be down 2 runs by the close of that inning. And that was, to me, a real missed opportunity when your team is up like that. You can't lose those games when you're trying to dig out of at one point 12 games under 500, when you're trying to get back in it. And then to make matters worse, the Mariners came back and they beat the Yankees in the 9th, so they gained another game back. So now you're 5 games back after blowing that kind of lead. Just can't afford to have it when you're trying to crawl back.
Yeah, it's sick. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's a gut punch. There's no question about it. Losing games like that when you seemingly have a good start going, your bullpen is pretty damn good. Your bats are clearly alive because they put up 6 and 4. I think what was it, 4 innings. But it's a gut punch to lose that particular game. This is one where I'm going to lean in and into it's a long season and it's baseball. Baseball happens. To me, now, I hate the way that it happened. We'll talk about that later on. But there are going to be times when your starting pitcher, especially when it's the Astros, you got as many injuries as you've had. There's going to be times when the wheels come off of those guys. And if we lose games now because of that, and maybe we don't do as good in this run, these next 6 games as we think or as we should, because the wheels come off of a couple of starters, I don't like it. You got to be better. To your point, Ron, I don't know that you can afford doing it too much, but this is one of those where I'm going to chalk up to baseball. Like I didn't look up and have bonehead base running, no hitting, 2 or 3 guys in the bullpen, can't throw strikes, and they're constantly having traffic on the bases. This was about one guy making a bonehead move, and it cost him 8 damn earned runs ultimately. Again, I don't like it, but this is one that I can chalk up to. Hey, there's going to be times when the wheels come off Verlander a couple starts ago. It's going to happen. You just hope it doesn't happen too often when you're in this kind of hole.
Yeah, but as you said, man, yesterday they got 3 against the Angels, 3 against the A's before they play the Mariners, who play 3 against the Yankees and 3 against the Phillies. You're thinking like, I said 4-2, Hill. You said 5-1 or 6-0 is what you were saying. And when you're up in a game like
gotta
this,
have it.
You got to have it. You have to have it. And
you can't lose games due to the pitchers calling audibles.
That nobody else.
And I know a lot of people out there like, huh?
Yeah, nobody else. If you missed it, Framber Valdez decided to go rogue over the game plan that the coaching staff, Yainer Diaz, had decided in that 5th inning. Just went away from what they had talked about doing, shook him off repeatedly, and then commenced to giving up 8 runs in that inning. 8 earned runs in that inning. 2 3-run home runs in that inning. So that's one you just can't have happen. Can't have happen.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, Clint, OTAs started, and DeMeco spoke. Several other people spoke. We'll let you hear from them as well. But DeMeco talked about which one of the big news items here for the Texans is Tank Dell. Tank Dell, who had the broken leg that ended this season and then 3 weeks ago was shot at that party. He was back on the playing field. Here is DeMeco talking about his young wide receiver, Tank Dell.
Happy for Tank to get back out there. We know went through a very tragic situation, right? We're just happy that he's here, happy that he's back out, being able to do what he loves doing, that's playing football. So it's fun to see him running around, right? Being the same player he's been before, just making plays, right? Being a dynamic player for us. So everyone is excited to see Tank back out.
All right, that's DeMeco talking about Tank Dell. And Clint, I think the first thing is, if you say it out loud, I'm a bit surprised that Tank Dell's already out there running routes and out there involved in OTAs and get down when you think about a man that had a serious leg injury with that broken leg and then got shot as well 3 weeks ago. To see that he is out on the field already, I think is a big uplifting thing for the team. And I'll be honest with you, a bit surprising to me that he's back that quick.
Look, it's big, man. I mean, we talked about it multiple times. When you have a broken leg alone last season, you never know how guys are going to return. You never know if they're going to have a hitch in their get along, or is it going to be the same finely tuned machine that survived and thrived off of explosion and twitch and change of direction. Doesn't take much to throw. A player that survives again and thrives off of that. Doesn't take much to throw that guy a little bit off. And to have a broken leg and then get shot in a nightclub 3 weeks ago, all in the same offseason, the concern is he's not the same guy. For all reports that I've heard, is that Tank Dell looks as good, if not better, than last time folks saw him healthy last season. So it's a good sign to see him back out there so quick. Especially after the reports from the general manager, the reports from the coach about he's been in and out of the facility, and it just didn't seem like he was back to business as usual. Anything other than that, I think was a little bit alarming given what he went through. To see now, what was it, yesterday? We had a report from his trainer, something. I think it was a trainer, right? Yesterday,
yeah, trainer, yeah, his personal trainer. Yeah.
So you really just don't know what to gather from the situation. Seeing him on the field with the team. Participating, I think, is a big step. Absolutely.
That's why we are very clear how we feel on this, and we get it every year, and that's fine. But that's why, like situations like that, like what in the hell was it that made it for Tank to feel it was so important and so meaningful for him to be on the field? If there is anybody on the team and roster. Anybody on the team and roster that would have, all right, man, we got it. Tank's not going to be there. It would be him. And when people, you guys are making, Tank Dell got shot 3 weeks ago. coming off of a more severe injury than your two left tackles. And he feels it important enough to be there. And he's already out there. I understand everything is different and everybody's injuries and maybe recovery is different. But like from what it's weird when I see Titus out and he's playing in a celebrity softball game and he's running a few weeks back. Like what is it that makes it important for Tank to be out there and a guy like Titus or a guy like Stephon Diggs? This is your first time coming in. Like and when people jump, big deal. It's just weird. Like what the hell? Like what the hell made it so important for him to be out there? And that's got to be hard. Like I'm sitting there thinking like, this dude just got shot. He out here grinding with us right off the bat. That's how important it is to him.
It's moved for me. I hate to do this because I let the damn text line and callers and folks that can communicate with I'm not saying it's going to hurt the team, but it is at the end of the day it is minimizing. It makes me absolutely sick.
It is glaring to me anybody that isn't there when this dude got shot.
Right. Oh yeah.
When this dude got shot last month, it's glaring. I mean, it is glaring.
Right.
And he's not just there standing. He's there participating.
Yep.
He's running routes. That one, boy, that's an odd one. That is a tough one. All right. Somebody else who's out there that DeMeco talked about in a leadership role, talked about something new, something evolving with the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This chair that I'm sitting in has not been a Myers-friendly zone for the last couple of years, but I got
options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Stroud barking signals. Here's the snap. CJ throwing over the middle. Caught, sliding catch.
That's a touchdown.
And it's a touchdown. Dalton Schultz caught it inside the 5 and slid across the goal line.
I forgot I got to get ready for Andre this year.
Wow.
Andre's got. He's gonna bring it. Boy, he's gonna bring it like hell this year.
Oh, I mean, look, you talking about it pent up, boy.
Oh, he's got it pent up. Who was it? Who was it? He told him to put in the trunk with the
Put those uniforms back in the trunk. Put them up.
Put them up.
No, that wasn't there. It wasn't up. Put them up.
Put them up.
Put them damn jerseys up.
Put them up.
God, how did he not say the B word at the end of that?
Wow.
How did he not say the MF word instead of that?
Could have, yes. But there are so many, like how he stopped himself. Because the way he sounded, and I've been there, it felt like he blacked out.
Put him up.
And he went on. Like Paul Pierce did the other day. Y'all saw Paul Pierce block out and forget where he was on television. Dropped that word that he on live TV.
Yeah,
I did not see it.
Oh, yeah.
Dropped a bit of a racial slur.
He thought him and Keyshawn was somewhere else, Jack. He kept on going. I don't even know if Key checked up. I feel like Key may have forgot.
Wow.
Skip show did.
Oh, Skip was sitting across there?
Yeah, it was the three of them right there. And I mean, Paul, it was easy. Paul just going over the scoring sheet and just going over the stats. And look, this.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
Good for you. That's why, man, Andre's a pro, baby. But that was Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz spoke specifically today. He met with the media and was out there as OTAs kicked things off. And he talked about not just him, but talked about potentially seeing more and more from this offense that really jumped out last year.
The biggest changes, honestly, have just been making things easier for us. So I think already, like cutting some verbiage out, creating new terms to, make calls less wordy. For us, it's kind of like, a few things to pick up on and learn. But at the end of the day, it's going to help us kind of get in and out faster, which is what we're all about. Operation is everything.
All right, that's Dalton Schultz talking about this offense. So some changes already from last year, which is interesting. Full staff that was here last year, their second year in a row here. Some new parts, but still, a lot of the same guys there, and they're already changing the verbiage. And as he said, making it easier to try to, I guess, evolve things with this offense, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think the question is, what does that look like? Because that was a hell of a season. You had a quarterback that led the league in yards per game. So how could you possibly get better? How could you possibly evolve? Look, I think when it's all said and done, what he's talking about is the verbiage and the ability to play faster, the ability to now that this offense has an identity, and in the past game that may be consistently, 4 or 5 plays that they run more than everything else, or those. And I'm oversimplifying it, but you get the point of now. This play right here is going to be just called NASCAR. So whether we're in the huddle or we're in a 2-minute type situation, when I say NASCAR, you know it's 78, 79 protection. You know that it's let's say trips right. The X receiver to the weak side of the field knows that the splits are cut. So we're going to go trips right, tight, 79, whatever the numbers would have been for this system. 798 F drag H flare. Instead of saying all that, we're just going to say NASCAR, and everybody knows.
I'm glad because I'm confused right now.
Right,
78.
right.
Staff.
Right. NASCAR instead, or in the huddle, a trips right, tight NASCAR, whatever. Boom. However you want to couch that thing. Cutting the verbiage down so that it's less on the quarterback saying it's you get to the line quicker. Now the quarterback has more time to look at what the defense is doing and make a decision. You have the ability to get to the line of scrimmage a lot of times and keep the defense in whatever coverage they were in the last snap. And and especially if you catch them off guard where they're not prepared, they'll have a coverage they'll fall into. And so the ability to play faster, I think, is more of a sound than it is a look, right? I mean, we may not see a whole lot of difference in terms of what we see on the All-22 the couple of days after the game. But for them, it's communicating it quicker. It's getting to the line of scrimmage. It's the ability to play fast and to play with a sense of urgency, where last year Bobby Slowick after the Baltimore game was talking about, man, we got to go back to football 101. This year, they are in graduate offensive football, and they're figuring out how to play faster and ways to cut words out of the play call, out of the play sheet. So I would imagine that's one. And two, with this offense, Ron, I think – go back to what I just said with Bobby Slowick after the Baltimore game, going back to football 101. A big part of that is stripping this thing down and taking out the motions and the shifts and some of the different formations and just being a much more vanilla offense, where this year you can take concepts that you've already had a lot of success with and plays that you've already had a lot of success with that everybody knows like the back of their hand, and now you can add some kind of pre-snap shift with a motion so that the defense doesn't know it's coming immediately when you break the huddle, right? If you come out and you're in trips left and then you pop to trips right, now the defense has to completely reset. Now they have to figure out what it is you do, what it is you do out of that particular formation, and it just makes the defense work a lot more and a lot harder to get a beat on what it is you're trying to do. So whether it's how the plays sound and shortening play calls and giving one word tags to routes and plays as a whole, or it's adding shifts and motions and pre-snap movements to confuse the defense. Either way it goes, you're in next level. You're in graduate offense versus that beginner stuff.
Well, I mean, it's got a chance because one, when you say evolve, that means they can now kind of add more stuff off of the things they did last year, as you just kind of talked about. Add more things like, all right, there's maybe some more phases to some of the things they did. And then also they got a chance to have this offense evolve as well with the new parts to it, right? And you just got to believe with so many young guys there, and even as crazy as CJ was and as good as he was at picking up things, I'm certain that they probably still were forced to keep some things still in the tank from last year, to where we just unload the entire playbook, unload everything, and not even just to deal with CJ being a rookie, but just they were handcuffed at times where a lot of different things with injuries, the offensive line, that they couldn't just do everything they wanted to do. So there's a chance where one, they get to evolve off of things that they already did. And I got to believe there's a lot of stuff that we didn't even see last year that they will implement and add this year.
Ron, I bet there's stuff that we saw that's going to be window dressed. I think there's stuff, to your point, that was already in the playbook that we never saw. And I guarantee you, with the fact that you've got one of the best, if not the best, trio of wide receivers in the NFL, and you re-sign the best tight end on the market, on the free agent market this year, there's no question you're going to live in 11 personnel, and you should. And so I wouldn't doubt that Bobby Slowick's gone out there this offseason and probably grown his playbook before ever installing it out of 11 personnel in particular to give more options and to better equip himself to use Tank Dell, Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs. I mean, think about how many different formations can you throw out there with Joe Mixon, Dalton Schultz, and those three wide receivers? You would think there's a ton of them, man. So Bobby's got his hands full with that, but I would imagine that's a big emphasis this offseason was strengthening an already pretty damn good 11 personnel package.
No, that's what I'm saying, man. This offense, I said it last week or two. I expect this to be potentially a top 5 offense. Like, they have that potential ability with everybody coming back with the parts they have a chance to be a top 5 level offense. And you can see, and you can hear from Dalton Schultz, this thing already is getting bigger and more things that they can add from last year. All right, coming up, some news, recent news in the last 5 minutes that we're hearing and seeing happening at Minute Maid Park. We'll give you the latest on that. And a player we haven't really been talking about a lot that I think deserves some conversation with the Astros. We'll discuss that next.
All right, look, I know there's a lot of fellas out there that that feel some.
ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Some news real quick here. Luis Garcia, he is throwing off the main mound. I saw video footage of it at Minute Maid Park. He wasn't throwing against hitters, but he was throwing off of a mound. We passed flat ground. We're on the mound, baby.
How many pitches he throw? Do you know?
I don't know. Didn't get that.
0-3 technique, man. Hell, he's got to be rearing to go.
Hey, well, I saw the video. He's let that hair continue to grow, and he's got him beaded all the way on the bottom. Got them beads at the bottom.
Oh, he's got beads on the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if Luis Garcia should be trying to pull that off.
It looks nice, I think.
I'm sure it does in the club.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I look at it. It sounds loud. It sounds like he's making a lot of noise when he walks.
Yes, or pitches.
And they're hitting. When he pitches, when he's throwing. I mean, it's.
Yeah, he just doesn't strike me as a guy that can pull that off. I mean, you got to be. I mean, an eccentric. You got to be like an eccentric.
You don't feel that from him?
No, not at all. I feel probably on the insecure side.
I mean, it is. It is. Boom.
I feel like he's probably a little bit on the insecure side.
You can see a Fromber
quiet. I can see Fromber trying it, but again, I think there's a false sense of confidence there as well. Now I think Abreu. Now I think there is some serious confidence there. I'm talking not old man Abreu. I'm talking about Brian.
Brian does seem to have some sneak.
Now I don't know if he's going to try to pull that off, but I think Abreu he seems to be pretty tough to rattle.
I can see that. No,
Montero, I can see Montero trying to pull it off. Montero's got it.
Man, you think he's confident?
Yes, I do. Yes, absolutely, I do.
Just not
he looks. If you just watch him on the mound, he looks like he's the top relief guy in the big. In my opinion, every time. I mean, he has got me. Every time he walks out there, I'm confident as hell, man. And he just gets rocked. Yeah, his look, his stuff. I mean, that's it. I'm gonna tell you, huge. We're 2 years into this with Montero. For me, I don't know. There's not a pitcher on this team for me that I've watched consistently get rocked, that when I watch him pitch, I'm like, man, that appears to be very difficult to track and hit consistently. Yet opponents continue to walk up there
2 years,
and hit it on the button.
Year and a half, they've been able to consistently
There's no
hit
question.
Sucker.
But every time he walks out there, I'm like, oh, we're in good hands. Pow!
I've never thought that Tyler Boyd Montero looks confident when he walks out.
Every time for me.
Hader does. I've never thought about that with Montero. Man, that boy looks confident, boy. Now, he might give up 6, but he looks confident.
He's going to throw that next pitch like he hadn't given up anything.
I didn't thought about that. Well, that's the latest with 0-3 technique. Luis Garcia throwing off a main mound. And we'll see what happens with him. He's coming off a Tommy John last year.
How many months has he been out? I mean, there's been so many injuries. We hadn't even had time to.
That was early. You remember that? That was.
Yeah.
It was he had Tommy John, and then Urquidy got hurt the very next day. And he went down for like 2 months. It was back-to-back days those two went down and got injured. So I mean wherever we are right now, we're throwing on the. He's where Lance is. Right? Aren't Lance and him in the same?
Bury me in the H.
Wasn't Lance throwing a bullpen the other day?
Hold on, so.
Yeah, but he looked like he was Cadillacing through that. He looked like he was throwing a bullpen at a coffee shop.
How did Luis Garcia catch up to Lance?
Bury me in the H.
I mean, I think everybody's caught up to Lance, ain't they?
It's not ideal.
He said, I think everybody's caught up to Lance. By the way, shout out to Scott Milner, Tyler's dad, who just sent me a friend request. You're serious about this Titans thing? He is fully clothed in Titans gear.
Oh, yeah. He's a humongous Titans fan.
So when the Texans and Titans play, he's fully
Oh, yeah.
Titans.
Those Sundays in my house growing up, my mom would, like, straight up leave she'd be like, all right, I'm not going to be here for the game because me and my dad, my brother, it was ugly.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, he moved on with the Oilers up to Tennessee.
And didn't even think about it when the Texans came.
Nope.
Wow.
Actually, I'd take that back. I think he thought about it, but then they drafted David Carr, and he was like, hell no.
Are there a lot of people that did that? Are there a lot of people who just quit or when the Texans came, just, I'm going to keep rolling with the Titans?
I think guys his generation. Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I would feel like he is a 1%er. I don't feel like there are a lot of people who say, you know what, man, I'm about to ride over here with Eddie George.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No,
and then I'm going to stay over here with Eddie George when we get our team, a few years later. But I didn't know that. Well, shout out to you, man, about that Scott Milner. I accepted his friend request.
That's nice of you.
I mean, it'd be a hell of a deal you leave him out there hanging that long.
I thought about it.
Well, why would you do that?
I thought about maybe give him maybe give him later on in the day.
make him sweat it out.
Make him sweat a little bit.
Make him really think, boy, Tyler was right about this Ryan guy. He is a real jerk.
I would assume that Scott isn't sitting there looking back and forth. Let me see if this guy accepts my friend request.
Let me see what this Ryan guy's all about.
How about that? All right. We haven't talked a lot about Yainer Diaz. I got to say this. I don't know where you all are. I am a bit surprised he has not been more productive than he is, especially right now, early in the season. I thought early in the season, Clint, that we would see a Yainer Diaz that really kind of lights it up early before he gets to a space where, all right, man, I've caught 75 games, or this is the first time I've caught this many games, and it's ate up on me a little bit. I thought early on, and it was early, the first part of the year, he was one of the best hitters. You would have never ever made me believe, Clint, that he'd be batting behind John and Jake.
I still don't like that.
I knew you did, but I wouldn't even thought that it would have even come close to have been a thought to have him down there. Like right now, he is hitting eighth, at least one spot above Maldonado was.
Yeah, it's interesting, Ron, because I think when we talked about this last year, my thought on him was that he was going to lose some power because he was going to become less of a free swinger, and I don't know if he's lost power or not.
He's got 3 home runs on the season.
He's only got 3 home runs, where last year he was. I mean, I don't know what the final number was, but he was hitting at a rate a lot higher than now.
23, 24, something like that.
But at the end of the day, I mean, I like what I've seen. I don't know how the hell he's hitting 8th or 9th, but I like what I've seen from him and Pena both. I mean, just the quality of the at bat, the watching those guys go up there and know before the pitcher ever threw one pitch that, boy, this pitcher is going to try to get you free swinging on this pitch because you can't hit it. You've shown it over and over again. Those guys have really tightened it up at the plate, and now obviously Pena's having a monster year.
Yeah.
But you look at Diaz. I mean, he's second on team in RBIs. I mean, he's still clutch as ever. He just doesn't have the power that I think that most people thought that he was going to have based on what we saw last year.
I thought he was going to come out the gates like rolling.
Yeah.
And now something has happened here where he was, around the 300 range. Now he had 2 big hits yesterday, and he looked good at the plate yesterday, and he's in the 260s. I did. I thought, boy, he was going to come out. I thought he was going to come out flirt all-star worthy with his numbers. He hasn't been bad at all. I'm not saying that. Hell, he's been. I mean, anything from the plate perspective is better than what his predecessor was given. I try not to say his name because I know Maldonado's a trigger for some people. The trigger for some people. Let's go, Rocket. But yeah, I thought he would. I thought there would be more production here. I wonder what it's going to look like here, coming up after the All-Star break to see if he's affected more by the amount of time catching, the amount of times being behind the plate. But I was a bit surprised, and damn sure surprised him batting 8th. This thing I would have never, by May 21st, I would have never guessed. Hell, I wouldn't have guessed that Pena would hit in a RBI spot ahead of him. him getting 8, that's interesting. I guess really, I look at the lineup today, I probably wouldn't have guessed a lineup of 8 and 9 being Diaz and McCormick would have been something that we would have and look at. But hell, I guess here we are.
Yeah, I don't know how he's hitting below Singleton. I don't know how Singleton. Let's be honest. I don't know how Singleton. But I mean, I get it. You're talking about a big left-handed bat that brings a little bit of pop. I guess you fall into the right left thing when you can. It's funny how that just is a very convenient reason to bat. Like, why do you think bat?
Like my man Craig just texted in. He's hitting there so the top of the lineup will have a chance to drive in runs.
Who you talking about? Diaz in the eighth
in the 8th spot.
Yeah, that's
no. I mean,
it's interesting.
It would be an interesting decision where, he's got like a John Singletary spot where you got Alvarez and Bregman and Tucker like in front of that. You probably want somebody who you feel more comfortable to drive them in than to be a table setter.
Yeah.
Like I don't think they have Yiner in the 8th spot to be a table setter. Maybe Dubon in the 9 spot when he's been in that. By the way, Dubon yesterday, how many hits you have yesterday, Tyler? You have 3. I know he went deep.
I know he hit a bomb.
He gets the night off. What's he hitting? What is Dubon hitting? That one's an interesting one.
Hang on, I tell you, Mauricio Dubon is hitting 301. OPS 748.
That's an interesting one, by the way. But
yeah, and he was 3 for 4.
3 for 4 with a homer yesterday.
Yep, 2 RBI.
2 RBI, scored 2 runs.
And they make room
Scored
for
3.
White Boy Chaz.
Scored 3 runs.
He scored 3 runs. Wow. Okay.
That's a lot of work. He's got to rest,
There'll be room for him. We'll see. All right. Couldn't get him in the lineup.
White Boy Chaz is in that thing, though.
There he is, baby. Chaz going to go deep tonight.
You think so?
He ain't got no home runs on the year. I mean, I know he got injured. Damn, man, Chaz seems like he'll sell out for at least one.
You think he's going to bomb, huh?
I'm not doing this because you're thinking about trying to bet money. I'm not. No, I don't like the way. I could tell in your eyes what you were trying to do. I could tell in your eyes you're trying to. You think you got a feeling? I mean, Clint will roll with any feeling. Anybody's got a feeling, Clint.
I figure it's just as good as mine. Luck I've had. To be honest with you, Chief.
Why don't you put something on? I bet you can get some good money on total basis from him tonight. No, Tyler, throw it out there.
I'll check it. They might not have him listed.
Damn,
you talking about White Boy Chaz?
Yeah.
How they got Chaz listed?
They don't list every player.
There's several guys that have 1.5 total bases that you're a lot safer betting on, I would think. I mean, give me Jordan over 1.5, all right, instead of White Boy Chaz.
Yeah, but I feel like the payout's a little bit more like I want McCormick and Jake. Let's go.
You hear that? He's got some money in his pocket. He got a $100 bill burning a hole in his pocket.
Now I got a 1.
Yeah, McCormick's not listed.
Really?
Yep.
Nope, they can't even believe he's starting over Dubon.
But you can get Jake to hit a home run at plus 392.
Big Jake.
Tyler, stop.
Yeah, that's throwing good money at bad right there. All right,
I ain't doing that.
The Texans had a little open OTA today. Got a chance to put our eyes on the Texans at practice. I got three takeaways. 3 takeaways from Texans OTAs today that I think the fans are going to want to hear. You'd like to hear. 2 you'd like to hear. 1 you'd probably prefer not to hear. But I'll have those for you. Little Texans OTA report. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Well, fellas out there, if you need some
Wow, nice. Set your mouth on flavor with Melinda's Hot Sauces. Find them at your local retailer or online at melindas.com. That's MELINDAS.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, the Texans, they had a open OTA today, Ron. I'll be transparent with the people. I missed it. Be transparent with the people. I absolutely missed it. I had my baby girl's wife's out of town. Snuck up on me. I missed it.
We both of our ladies are out of town.
When I think you missed it too then.
Yeah.
When
I had a award ceremony.
When I miss something like that, I go to my trusted source, which is SportsRadio 610, and which is in the loop on my way in. And they had Cody Stoots out there at the OTA at the practice. He had some great things to say. Cody's solid, covers the Texans as closely as anybody I know. He's at every event we go to, every practice we go to. He's got a keen eye for what the hell's going on out there and does a great job. And he had some really, really good things to say. So what I did was I listened to In the Loop, listened to the fellas banter about, and I loved a lot of what I heard. And then I went and I butted it up against what DeMeco Ryans, what the head coach was saying about players. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. There's four things. I said three coming into this. Four things that I think the fans are probably interested in hearing and probably are aware of the situation and would like to be caught up and kept up on what's going on with a handful of players, a handful of topics. And one of them is Kenyon Green. Obviously, local kid out of Atascocita, went up to Texas A&M, got drafted in the first round by the Texans a couple years back. And, he's been a disappointment to this point. Now, you hear the coaches talk, and it's a lot about, he's been injured and he's been this or he's been that. And there some of that is true. There's been injuries, but you got to question why is he staying injured? Is he taking care of his body? Is he a true pro? Over the last couple of years, he's appeared to be out of shape every time you see him, which, yes, has led to injuries, has led to disappointing performances. At times, it's been embarrassing. Coming into this next training camp, they didn't draft another guard. In fact, they drafted a tackle. They didn't draft another guard. Juice Scruggs, who ended up playing guard last year, is going to end up playing center this year more than likely. And so that left guard position, I think, is really the center guard position with the Texans is where you kind of lean and you want to keep an eye on. But the left guard in particular is going to determine whether this team can pass protect C.J. Stroud. Ultimately, that's all I'm concerned about. I don't expect this team to turn over a new leaf and all of a sudden become one of the more physical offensive lines. I need you to be able to pass protect C.J. Stroud. Kenyon Green is going to have a lot to do with that.
Wasn't he brought in as like a physical guy?
Physical, road grading type of offensive lineman that's going to help him run the football. But again, that ship has sailed for this offensive line, for me anyway, as a whole.
Damn.
I just need you to be less leaky and apparently, really work this zone scheme without my running back getting hit 4 yards deep in the backfield quite often. But Kenyon Green, I know it's hard after all that to get to this point, but this is a positive report. When I heard Cody Stoots talking about it earlier, it was night and day, 180. Clearly, he has been taking care of his body. And a lot of times, at first glance, some folks may think, oh, well, what does that matter? He hadn't played a snap. Well, that matters with this guy. This guy's gifted. If there's a level of commitment it takes to transform your body when you're a 330-pounder, the ability to do that obviously takes a level of professionalism and commitment that we just hadn't seen from Kenyon Green to date. If he's transformed his body, he's more likely to be in shape. And so this is a really good sign for Kenyon Green. I don't know if he can play at this level or not, but this is a good sign. It beats the hell out of seeing another OTA with him being out of shape. Here is DeMeco Ryans talking about Kenyon Green, who they hope is the starting left guard for this football team.
Kenyon has done a really great job of putting himself in position, right, to compete. He did a great job of working throughout the offseason. He had the surgery last year, so he was battling back to rehabbing. But this when the beginning of the year hit, he was just able to focus on himself, focus on his body, getting in shape, getting stronger, and it's really good to see him back, being able to, play at full health. I think that's what's Kenyon's biggest thing. Once he gets over that hurdle, now we can see how good of a football player Kenyon can actually be when he's not battling and dealing with injuries. So I'm excited for what's ahead for Kenyon because he's really put in the work to give himself a really good chance this year.
It sounds like, Ron, for lack of better terms, he has been extremely professional and has been extremely committed. You can see it in his build, which will obviously give him a chance to play at a higher level, but it'll also, Ron, give him a chance to stay healthy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is, they're saying all the right things. And as you said, like if he is going to take the step that it appears that they are banking on him to take, this was the good first step for him to come in. And it's not just words speak, Clint. It is visible from everybody out there that we know report and cover on the Texans, because that was the conversation of, wow, Kenyon Green really looks different. His body looks different. And now it is not just words. It is, yes, words with action, and you're seeing it. Like, you're not just saying, hey, he's put himself in a position to compete. Like, anybody can look at him and say, yes, we can tell just physically he looks different. Physically, he has done the work.
Ron, every time we had that conversation last year, it's an easy conversation to have. I know it's uncomfortable because it's sad to watch a guy get drafted that early and then be out of shape and not take care of himself and then on top of that have injuries. It's easy for coaches, really. It's easy for coaches and general managers to discuss it because you can always say, oh well, he's been injured, instead of saying, well, he don't eat right, he don't take care of his body, he doesn't work out, he comes in out of shape, and because of all those things, he stays injured. A coach can't say that, right? It's clearly – now, there may be an injury sprinkled in there somewhere where it wasn't because he was out of shape. Clearly, this guy has given him himself a better chance to have success by being in shape. And to your point, it's always been easy with Kenyon Green. When we go to practice and you look out there – and Kenyon Green walks out of that damn locker room, you're gonna know within 10 steps. Is he a viable option at left guard? From all intents and purposes, everything we're hearing everybody say from today it's blatantly obvious he is serious about his craft right now.
I recognize the look in his eyes at times last year at training camp.
You recognize it? That
was me, my freshman year of high school.
Out of shape?
I couldn't handle it. I had never done anything like it.
Right.
I remember that first one. I said, "Oh, we're going to practice again." Game changeness.
Hard on a big fella.
I had cramps in places I didn't know. Bottom of my feet, near the rib cage.
Yeah.
Hands.
Yep.
I'd recognize that. I just know I'm surviving. And
you ain't wrong.
The way that they're making it sound that he has changed his body feels like we won't see that look anymore of not just getting work done, but survival.
I've seen a lot of dudes come in out of shape. I've never experienced it myself because I was just always. I didn't have a choice. Hell, I'd get cut if I came. But I've seen a lot of guys that were really gifted come in out of shape and try to. It's painful to watch an offensive or defensive lineman go through it.
Well, I'm not just trying to get from drill to drill.
Yeah. like these guys are out here competing.
You're talking about competing.
You want me to compete?
My first year, I'm trying to get from stretches to individuals.
Oh, that is great. Well, hopefully old Kenyon Green has gotten beyond that. Another topic that I know everybody out there is aware of is obviously Tank Dell. Broke his leg last year. Right as he was getting started and getting cranking in this offense and really starting to show promise. He breaks his leg, blocking inside the tackle box and in a goal line short yardage type run, and it was frustrating to watch. And then this year, things appear that he's coming back. A video surfaces of him working out with C.J. Stroud, and then boom, all of a sudden he's reportedly shot in a nightclub in Miami. So I think there was a lot of, or not in Miami, but in Florida.
Florida, yeah.
And there was several different reports, and nothing was really clear of what was going on. Well, Tank Dell was at practice today, at OTAs today. Again, Ron, like you said earlier, if anybody has a reason or an excuse not to be there, you'd think it'd be the guy that was shot within a month ago in a nightclub. But he was there.
Leg.
Yeah, coming off a broken leg. He was there. And apparently, again, listening to Cody Stoots on In the Loop, man, seems to be moving as good, if not better, than Cody had ever seen him. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Tank Dell being on the field today at OTAs.
Happy for Tank to get back out there. We went through a very tragic situation. Right, we're just happy that he's here, happy that he's back out, being able to do what he loves doing, that's playing football. So it's fun to see him running around, right, being the same player he's been before, just making plays, right, being a dynamic player for us. So everyone is excited to see Tank back out. Being the same player that he was before, that's all I hope. I'll be honest with you, that's all I hope. I mean, the dude has the twitch, the explosion, the change of direction. That's how he survives. It's how he thrives in the league. And to hear reports that it seems like he is the same guy. He still has that ability. Nothing, the broken leg or the gunshot wound is not. None of that has slowed him down a bit. Ron, that's refreshing to hear because let's be honest, Tank Dell, these three wide receivers, man, they're obviously a huge part of this offense, and there's some high expectations around the league for them.
It is for me like for him to feel and get back on the when you just say it out loud. Obviously, the gunshot where it was shot, the wound, and everything makes a lot of difference. But a guy coming off of a serious leg injury, shot 3 weeks ago, and he wanting so badly to be on the field and be out there on the field already is just he is somebody. If you said, all right, who's not going to be participating at OTAs today?
Tank would be
my top two would have been Tank and Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. One Tiger is not changing his stripes. The other one got shot in a nightclub.
Yes. That's what. Now, hell, I thought Tank would have been there, but not. He's strapped up participate.
Appeared to be. So,
with him and Robert Woods.
Moving well.
Him and Robert Woods.
Robert Woods, man. You think if anybody knows this offense like the back of his hand, old veteran, you think if anybody couldn't be there, it'd be Robert Woods.
I don't think he's getting cut. Anyway, go ahead.
He's got to. Ain't a room for him. All right, the other thing, the schedule dropped. We talked about it top to bottom all last week, I believe. I think the biggest thing that stands out on this particular schedule, other than just how difficult it is overall, is that on the back end of it, the Texans play 3 games in 10 days. And those games are, who is it, Ron? Miami, Baltimore, and
Miami,
Kansas City, right?
Baltimore. Yep.
Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore. 3 games, arguably the 3 most difficult games on the schedule in 10 days. We talked about it front to back. Let's hear what DeMeco Ryans, the head coach, thinks about those 3 games in 10 days.
I appreciate the question about the 3 games in 10 days. That's so far away that's not even we can't do anything about that right now. We don't schedule the games. However, they schedule. Other teams have, that's been done before. So it's not like it's something that's never been done before. We'll figure out a way to make it work.
I appreciate that good lie.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely.
It's been done before, Ron. We'll figure out a way.
And I understand the lie, but
for you, is it the 3 games or is it the opponents? Like if it wasn't those 3 opponents, if it was New England sandwich in there somewhere, would you have
it's the combination of it both. I'm just saying I believe DeMeco and his staff have talked about already how to handle that, or
what they're
at least
do.
Some thoughts. Now, obviously, you don't know what's in front of you before you get there. But these guys, it's a smart group, a very prepared group, DeMeco and his coaching staff. They've got some sort of a thought or game plan of how they want to handle that thing. But that's going to be a gauntlet. They could have made that a different. They could have got just one of. They could have put New England in one of them games. They could have made.
They could have threw Tennessee down there.
They could have slid Tennessee in there.
They could have helped them out a little bit. But hey, look, you want to play on Christmas? You want to play on a standalone game on Saturday. You want to have all them primetime games, man. What comes with that is a beast of a schedule.
That first one, the Dolphins, that could have been the Vikings.
Yeah, they could have slid somebody else on down there. There ain't no doubt about it. Speaking of, one more thing that stood out today: no Laramie Tunsil, no Titus Howard, and which is to be expected. I believe that Titus Howard is going to be in the shadow of Laramie Tunsil. Any way you slice it, I think that's just a foregone conclusion. But no Stephon Diggs. I'll be honest with you. I'm surprised Stephon Diggs wasn't there.
I was too. Like I said, I was not surprised. So I would have been more like on my ass shocked if Laramie were there. But the other guys, like if you just said, all right, gun to my head, hard to score him, I would have said Titus, and I would have said Titus will at least be there. I would have said Diggs would have been there. So I'm with you. I am a bit surprised. New team started this thing. I know he's a veteran, contract year. I was a bit surprised that he said, all right, CJ's there. All right, I'll roll it. I was a bit surprised Steph wasn't there.
Yeah, it's interesting to me, Ron. The Steph dynamic is interesting. Why has he not spoke to the media yet?
Well, I mean, at this point, that has to be deliberate.
We don't like that.
It has to be, right?
Well, it has to be.
Today, not that that's a reason to miss today, but it's interesting that Joe Mixon and Danielle Hunter talked to the media after their side, and then I don't think it's close. You're the most notable get in this offseason is Stephon Diggs.
It's when people started to take the Texans to a whole nother tier
Right.
level when they signed Stephon.
And we hadn't heard from him yet. And then the media's out there today, no Stephon Diggs, man. We hadn't heard hide nor hair. We got to look at C.J. Stroud's Instagram to see him on video.
We got to hear from
to know that
DeMeco.
he exists.
Got to hear from DeMeco talking about him. Others talking about him. Yeah, tough. All right, some updates. Joe Espada spoke to the media today, giving us some updates. We'll let you hear the latest as he speaks about Chaz McCormick. He speaks about Urquidy, and he speaks about Ronell Blanco. All of that coming up next from the manager.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks. We got 5 lodges around the city, y'all, and if you love watching live sports, the scenic views are calling your name. Sounds pretty good, don't it, T?
610 and click on Payne and Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh man, what a time, what a pleasure. What a pleasure to be 39 and 16 days old. Pleasure to be it. Love it. Loving it here.
You're 40 years old, bro. Don't be in denial about it.
I didn't. I was accurate. 39, 16 days.
Would it actually be like 39 and 379 or 381 days? So.
No, 39 or that was May 5th.
Yeah, 381. You're 39 and 381 days old.
16 days. 39 and 16 days, baby. That's where I am. All right. Some news and some notes. You get to hear it from Joe Espada, your manager, the man, the legend, Joe Espada. Let's start with Chaz McCormick. Chaz McCormick is going to be back. He has been reinstated, and old Lettuce had to go back down to Sugarland. He is actually in the lineup today, batting ninth. Here's Joe Espada with the latest on Chaz McCormick.
He's good. He's excited. We all excited. We all happy to have Chaz back. He brings the liver and level energy in the clubhouse, and it's funny. He's a good player too, so we happy to have him back. He's healthy. We just got to make sure that we control the volume on how many games in a row and stuff like that. We want to make sure that that doesn't come back again.
Oh, I didn't like the way I heard that. What's that? I wonder how long he's going to control the volume. He said we got to control the volume. Well, you know what? What Joe says, sometimes, it doesn't always happen. Because he said old Joey was going to be up here. We didn't play him, but we didn't bring him up here to sit him. I'm not saying they just set him, but.
How you doing?
Joey multiple games in a row without playing.
Yeah.
Without starting. So we'll see. But he said they are going. I would imagine they're going to monitor the hamstring. But he gets in the lineup today, baby. Big Chaz.
Well, I hope it lasts, boys. I am.
Career year last year. Come on, carry it.
Career year. I mean, what?
Carry it over.
It's like, what career?
Just don't do that.
Well, I mean, you say career year like it was like he's improving.
Man?
No, look, I am a Chaz guy. If it were up to me, Chaz would be starting in center field. But I mean, I'm not blind.
What do you mean blind?
I mean, he's been injured. Jake is raking. Dubon's hitting 300. Who in their right mind brings somebody back in that was already part of a rotation and goes, yeah, I'm going to play this guy over a 300 hitter that's clutch as anybody on this team, or I'm going to stop the heater that Jake Myers is on in center field, not you, Tyler, the heater that Jake Myers is on in center field just to get Chaz a little bit of run. It's
on the Jake thing. Here, I would say left field is his spot. He didn't lose his job due to injury. I mean, due to poor play, it was injury. Let's roll. Now, his play wasn't great when he was in there at first, but that's not why he lost his job. He lost his job because of the hamstring.
Look, I hope you're right.
Let's go, baby.
I hope you're right. I mean, it makes perfect sense for the three guys to be rotating in left and center. Dubon, White Boy Chaz, and Jake Myers. I can't lean into that because I'm not. I don't believe. I've said it from jump. Just pick one and let's ride with him. Hey, you pick Jake. Jake's riding. He's swinging it well. Leave him there. So that leaves left field. Now, I mean, Dubon has got to get some run there. Period.
Or in center. You know, that could work. Yeah, he's in center too. Okay. I mean, we're on this heater.
I hope you're right.
This heater with Jake. But, no, McCormick, he returns. He's in the 9th spot. Real quick here on Jose Urquidy. He gives a quick update on Urquidy, who is looking to try to get closer and closer to finally making his debut this year for the Astros Big League Club.
Yes, it's going to be in Sugar Land. We're thinking Friday. Trying to get him 70, 75, hopefully 80, if everything goes well.
Maybe 85. Who knows? Hello, Joe. So, yeah, man, hopefully he's one start away. Hopefully he's one start away, and then they can really get to this six-man rotation that they're dreaming of right now. Go, baby.
We'll see.
Last start. Jose Urquidy after tonight, his next start. Next start will be, or after his start Friday in AAA Sugar Land, his next start will be right here for the Astros.
Urquidy. They got a game plan? Can he stick to it?
He can't. Oh, hell yeah. He ain't veering off of nothing. Now Framber it just thinks he's able to, but Jose he ain't veering off of nothing. He gonna roll with it. And then finally, this is big news from the Astros and big coming up this weekend. Here's the latest on Ronel Blanco. If you remember Ronel Blanco, who was suspended 10 games after having that foreign substance on his glove and on his arm and everywhere, apparently out there. Here's the latest on what's going on with Ronel Blanco.
He's going to, he threw his side yesterday. He feels pretty good, and right now it's this weekend in Oakland, yes, sir. So when he's due, when? Sunday? Yeah.
All right, so he's going to pitch Sunday? There you go.
That's the plan.
There you go. All right, get him back in there. How many days is that?
It'd be 10.
Be 10, right there.
That's I saw something earlier, too, and maybe I'm just not, which is very possible, by the way. Maybe I'm just not as up on the impact that Ronel Blanco's suspension has beyond just the best, most consistent pitcher you've had this year, missing one start and having to slide back in the order a bit to get that, get that 10-day window in. I read something again how the impact of not being able to replace that roster spot and how much strain it's put on.
Yeah, they've been playing with 25.
Yeah, but I mean, what is that? You play with 25 anyway, and that 25th is Ronel Blanco, and he starts one game every 5 days, every 6 days. So how does it shorthand the Astros when he misses one start? I understand that start it does, but I don't know. I guess I knew you missed the start obviously with a guy that's pitched really well, but I just didn't realize, and I can't figure out how it creates this shorthanded team.
How many starts? Did he end up missing 2 starts? Yeah, he ended up missing 2 starts. So twice they were shorthanded from the pitching perspective.
Gotcha.
Shorthanded there. All right. So that is the latest there. With it. Also, by the way, if you missed it, Luis Garcia, he is throwing off the mound as well. So they are starting to get some of these guys back. McCormick's already back. Urquidy could be close. Blanco will pitch Sunday, and we'll see on Luis Garcia. So a team that has had some injuries is starting to get even more healthy. All right, DeMeco had something to say about the running back situation with the Texans that has pushed me, which I would call a bold prediction. And I'll admit it's maybe a little hot, a little heat to it, but a bold prediction after listening to DeMeco talk about the running backs. We'll discuss that next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. Got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, y'all. Look, if you are considering building your dream home,
800-858-0815. Again, 800-858-0815.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up here in just a second, you hear from DeMeco, what he talked about with the running back room. And, Clint, I know you have some thoughts, but it also created some thoughts for me that, and I know I should. I know I'm supposed to just get out of the running back business. I should get out of even talking about the running back business, as we have one loyal listener who reminds me of the David Johnson thing on a weekly basis, sometimes daily. And my 1,300 yards that I thought that Damen Pierce was going to get last year. I probably should stay out of the running back business, but come on, I can't help myself. I feel like I'm there real quick. But fellas, I want to get to that here in a second. Let you hear from DeMeco. Wendy's is offering a 50-piece nugget bucket.
I just saw that in the break. Wild.
Why?
The question is, why do you know that?
I just saw it come up. 50.
Come up on what?
On my social media platform. Did you just see it on yours too? I just saw it come up.
Yeah, I saw it on Twitter.
I saw it on Twitter, X, whatever you call it.
Appreciate people enjoying nuggies.
Yeah, 50-piece bucket. I've never had Wendy's nuggets.
Really?
And I'm a nugget. Like, I've never thought they're
good.
nuggets. Are they?
Yeah, that was my go-to order in college.
Really?
Yeah, they're good. They got a nice crisp on the outside.
I never thought of nuggets with them.
No, they're good.
How much do you think them jokers are?
A 50-piece?
How much do you think it is?
Man, I bet they're cheaper than hell. I bet it's $15.
I mean, on the money.
Makes 50 nuggets, $15. It's too.
Need to get on the prices right here.
$15.
50 nuggets.
They're
$15.
available, spicy or regular.
I mean, I ain't never had a Wendy's nugget, y'all.
I've never had a Wendy's nugget.
Good,
I have never. When I go to Wendy's,
of course, the king in there has.
he said it was his college meal.
I didn't
even know that
nuggets. They've always had nuggets.
That's what I was going to say. Damn, are we just old? God, I mean, you're in your 40s. I'm 39 in 16 days. I didn't even know they were selling nuggets that long ago.
Yeah, my go-to on the old Wendy's value meal. There was a Wendy's right across from my apartment in College Station.
I bet you weren't getting 50 of them for $15.
He would now.
Nope, I was getting like 6 for $1.
Could you imagine the
6 for $1?
If Tyler walked in at 2:30 in the morning with a 50-count nugget and the bucket threw it down on the table and with him and the fellas in
How
there?
many do you think he'd get out? Are they big? They're not. Are they smaller than the McDonald's nuggets?
I'd say very, very similar in size.
Are they similar, like, build to the McDonald's nuggets?
Yeah.
Or are we talking closer to a Chick-fil-A nugget?
No,
that nugget
closer to McDonald's.
Yeah, I know Chick-fil-A. I know Chick-fil-A's is at least chicken. I mean, are we sure that?
This is liquid chicken for sure.
It's
good though.
But they make them in ice cube, like ice cube, the old ice cube trays.
Yeah. It's rib meat. Yeah, like B. Scott just texted in. Have y'all ever been poor? Absolutely, yes. It wasn't Wendy's though. My poor.
I ain't never been Wendy's nuggets poor.
I didn't even know that. I've never even thought to order them. Like I've gone to Wendy's and I've gotten a junior bacon cheeseburger. I banged out them bad boys. That's my Wendy's order. When you talk about poor, I mean college. Hell, shoot, the things that I would do with ramen noodles.
I sold plasma in college.
I did,
and you had a damn Hummer. What were you selling plasma? What were you trying to get?
Money.
Buy something you didn't want to tell your folks about because they'd have gave it to you if you just asked.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'll be honest with y'all. I don't remember. Like, my childhood wasn't full of choices. I mean,
that's so depressing.
Poor or money. Like we go to we go to a fast food. Like I don't ever remember like mom being like, "Hey, y'all check the menu and get up here and tell me what you want."
Nah, you get this.
Oh, you didn't get choice?
I mean, we're pulling up and ordering something. Like it ain't like, "Hey, y'all,
Like
I'm gonna give y'all 5. Y'all check this menu out and let me tell me what y'all want." Like it was nine times out of 10. Like 9 times out of 10, like whatever we were eating was what, like Dad was getting, and we'd eaten that before. Like my brother would eat those fish fillets from McDonald's all the time.
Those are awful, man.
Awful. And but that's what my dad ate. So my brother just said, "Yeah, let me get that." Like I don't remember really just kind of studying menus in fast food joints.
We would do it like when I was younger as you're talking. We would do a lot of churches, KFC, Popeyes. Just get a whole bunch. Yeah,
Hearts.
And my dad's like when you talk about poor. Like I mean, I guess. Not dirt poor. I mean, well, I had a 3-year run where I've had a few syrup sandwiches toasted. But my dad and his uncle and my uncles would go to churches and just get chicken, and then make green beans and make other stuff, but just get chicken.
Right.
That's it. And just get and do that. But I didn't know Wendy's. I've never had a Wendy's nugget. I thought that was a recent thing. I thought that was like in the last decade that Wendy's was banging out. Well, I guess that would be college years. I guess you're not that old.
Yeah, I was in college not too long ago.
Someone texted, "I'm so disappointed in y'all. I'm 47, and I used to order Wendy's nuggets all the time. Way better than McDonald's nuggets. 6 for $1.
Agree.
Didn't have it.
The only nugget that I've ever ordered personally more than once is Chick-fil-A's.
They're the best for sure.
Yeah, strong.
But Wendy's is good. Give them a whirl, man. Give those nuggies a whirl.
Who said, man?
Give those nuggies a whirl.
Who said, man? We need to get 50 of these jokers.
Clearly, there's a demand.
We're gonna sell them for $15.
You gonna slide through and get you 50 of them tonight and take one of the kiddos?
I'm not getting 50 nuggets. Hell no.
What about in your 320?
Do they still serve? They still serve 6 for $1?
I doubt it. Inflation.
Yeah.
Would you? Your 320 days? Would you have scooped it and got it home and kept half of it for yourself?
Man, 50 seems strong. Now I was relentless on the 20-piece nugget from McDonald's. I
think you taking 20 and then giving your wife and your 3 kids 30 that would be
maybe.
It ain't but about 8 apiece.
Maybe Wendy's is talking about doing parties. Maybe that's what they're out here doing. I ain't with that. All right, here's DeMeco Ryans talking about the running back situation, the running back room, and in particular with Damen Pierce.
Yeah, what I've seen from Damen this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. As you mentioned, he's changed his body, right? He's strong. He's been working out every day of the offseason program. Damen, not only here just working out, man, I'm proud of Damen for him going back and finishing his degree at Florida. So, I mean, just a complete man, just working out as a football player, but also finishing that degree means a lot to him. And I see Damen having a very clear headspace as we're out working, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. And he has everything it takes, right, to be a really good running back for us. And I think having him and Joe as a 1-2 punch would be very beneficial for us all.
1-2 punch. Tyler, I know you're not asking me this, but if you were to ask me to make a bold prediction for the Texans, my bold prediction would be like something nobody would think would happen at all, would be surprised, almost shocked. My bold prediction would be that by the end of the season, that Damen Pierce is getting the bulk of the carries.
Oh my God!
I would say that's bold.
That would be a little
bit hot.
Got a little sting to it. Got a little steam. Got a little fire to it. I think it is a potential possibility because Joe's going to be 28 coming up in July. That's around the time where we see running backs kind of hit a spot. I still to this day don't find it when you look at the Cincinnati Bengals, who are trying to win a Super Bowl themselves and are in the window right now, that they just went ahead and let him go for a guy that costs just about the same, that has far less pedigree but is younger. That is something that's always been in the back of my mind. But I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying if you were asking me to make a bold prediction, that would be one that Damen Pierce is getting more carries than Joe Mixon by the end of the year.
I think it's hot.
It might be a little steamy. I like for me right now, and I know it is a big thing. If Damen can figure this thing out, whatever that was last year, and I've said it before multiple times, Clint, I don't know that I necessarily agree with people on the vision and the scheme stuff. I think he was up in his head upstairs thinking and not just playing football and reacting. Thinking and had so much in his head, and not just reacting and playing ball like we saw him do the year before, like we've seen him do in the past. And he figures that out. It could be a 1-2 punch at the very least, but I could see we sitting here later in the season like, they have more success when he gets the ball. I could see it being. I came in. I said it's a little warm. That's why I said it is a bold prediction. But we got a running back moving to a certain age, and this kid still is extremely, extremely talented. I don't care what you like. That dude, and Clint, you've alluded to it multiple times. That dude who ran in the Lovie Smith year, who when he got injured was a top 8 rusher in the league, did not just absolutely completely forget how to run the football in 13 months.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Lovie Smith and that crew, they never ran the zone run scheme, which I'm joking, by the way. All of a sudden, Bobby Slowick came in here, and that's all he knows how to call, and Damen Pierce can't do it. But yet, Nick and DeMeco, here we are year 2 talking about 1-2 punch. Last year was a bell cow. Now it's a 1-2 punch, and he's going to be productive.
Dang it, Bobby.
So, yeah, I can't get with you on that. I really like Joe Mixon. I think Joe Mixon
you like
is a
Joe.
dude. I think Joe Mixon is a different level player all the way around. But to me, it's this again. This is year 2 of DeMeco Ryans really bought into a running back that some people believe doesn't have vision. I mean, it's just like to me, we got to put to bed the silly stuff about Damen Pierce. I mean, if you are just a firm believer for whatever reason, which I am not, that Damen Pierce is not a good scheme fit, Damen Pierce doesn't have vision, Damen Pierce can't be a good running back in this league, in this offense, but yet Nick and DeMeco make him the second option behind Joe Mixon in this offense, it appears to be the plan, and are willing to step on a podium and talk about how excited they are and about how ready they are to see him produce.
Because he's going to put in whatever work.
Well, yeah,
and work as hard
but it don't. But Ron, I don't even like the folks that think that this guy doesn't have vision. Like, how silly does DeMeco and Nick look if this kid doesn't have vision? I mean, how silly? Like, what coach in their right mind would go, "Yeah, this dude ain't got it, man. He's a bad fit for our system." The next year, we're talking about him being productive in the system. Yeah, and we're choosing to have him as our 1-2 punch. It doesn't make sense. We got to put to bed this silly stuff about Pierce, man.
Lineups are out, and somebody comes right off the IL to get right into the lineup. We'll give you that and get you prepared for the Astros as they host the Angels in Game 2 of this series. And the latest and Eastern Conference Finals start tonight. And Houston Rockets fans, there is a clear team you should be rooting for. We'll discuss all of that coming up next. But before
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully your ass is off work, but luckily for you, old dirty the Dilf.
The big Dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. You still in a good spot?
Yes, sir.
Still making a little cash? I didn't know. I mean, last night the Astros lost, so I just assumed maybe you. Well, they did score some runs, so you might have been able to hit on a few things.
Can we jump back into your bets maybe later in the show? I got to figure out what I'm going to piggyback.
Sure thing.
You got a few tonight? Well, there you go. 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Stay tuned for that. All right, the Astros, they take on the Angels tonight. They lost a game. To me, quite frankly, I just think you got to win. And that is a setback. Now, you got to flush it. But that one hurts when you're trying to dig yourself out of a hole, when you're leading 6-1, when one of your quote-unquote aces is on the mound and has given up one run through 4 innings. You can't give up a damn, 7-8 spot in the 5th. So that one was tough, but they got to get back on it because, Clint, they can't afford – you can't lose – a series to this Angels team.
Yeah, look, that game last night I chalk up to baseball, and it happens. I mean, when your starters' wheels come off for unacceptable reasons, but when the wheels come off the way it did with Verlander a couple starts ago, the way it did with Fromber last night, that is just a very difficult storm to weather when the wheels come off to the degree of 8 earned runs in 1 inning. And it's going to be tough to win those ball games. Now, how does it? To your point, you can't afford to have that happen multiple times in a 6-game run against the Angels and against the A's when you need to be making up ground. You can't afford that to happen when you're up 6-1 going into the 4th or 5th, whatever it was, and you're rocking and rolling. So, yeah, you gave one away, but I personally I can look at that one and say, hey, that's baseball. Every now and again, the pitcher's wheels come off, the other team gets paid too, and you just gotta weather that storm. Now you got to come back and win 2 in a row and take this series. You got to come back and win multiple games moving forward. The next 5, if it's me, but at least 4 of the next 5. If you're gonna make a move on the Mariners again, the Mariners are playing the Yankees right now. They had a lead last night in the 9th inning. They ended up coming. I'm sorry, they were down. In the 9th inning, 4-1, ended up coming back and winning that ball game. So they got a game right there on you. But they're playing the Yankees. The Rangers are playing the Phillies right now. So again, you gave one away last night, but you come back and you handle your business against the Angels these next 2 ball games. You ought to be able to pick up one on at least one of those 2 teams, if not both of them. And then you got the A's, and hopefully you can pick up another game here or there and continue climbing.
Yeah, got to find a way, man. They got to get this one in. And Christian Javier, who had a really good start, his second start coming back off the IL with the neck issue, he gets the ball tonight. And here is the lineup, Clint. Altuve is leading off with Tucker behind him. Yordan Alvarez is the DH. Bregman at 4th with Pena behind him. John Singleton is at first base with Myers in center. Yainer Diaz batting 8th. Boy, I mean, you would have never been able to sell me that Yainer Diaz would have been hitting below John Singleton and Jake Myers. But he is. He's hitting 8. And then the return of WBC. Mr. McCormick. Chas McCormick is back in the lineup batting 8th as he comes back from the hamstring issue. This is big. And Clint, listen, I said I think Chas is going to get, opportunities, and I think they're going to play him the way I think they intended to. But to at least the point you've made, it is kind of a little bit more important that he get going. And doesn't come up here and just gets to an 0 for 20 or a 1 for 26 to now force the hand of Dana. I'm sorry, force the hand of Joe to say, hey.
You said it right the first time.
You're right. First, force the hand of Dana Espada to say, all right, let me go with these other options. So, yes, Chas is just coming off, but Chas got to swing the bat. I mean, He had 72 plate appearances. He was hitting 236, no homers, and 8 RBIs. Like, that's got to pick up.
It's definitely got to pick up. I mean, hell, look, the margin for error is slimmer now than it was when he got hurt. At that point in time, at least they were willing to keep the turnstile going in center field with Jake Myers. Right now, Jake Myers is hitting 290. He's got 5 bombs. And right this second, it may not last, but right this second, he's hotter than a firecracker, and Espada and company would be crazy to disrupt that to any degree. And Dubon's sitting there hitting 300. I don't know how you're going to keep him on the bench. So, white boy Chaz, at the end of the day, he better come out of the chutes hot, or it's going to be hard to stay on the field.
Yeah, last year Chaz hit 273 with 22 homers, 70 RBIs, 19 stolen bases. Like, he had played his way to have earned himself to be, as they said before the year, a starting outfielder, whether that be in left or in center. And he got injured. I think he deserves to get the opportunity to maintain his position. But as I said, Clint, he can't come out here rolling at 0 for 20. He can't come out here struggling and swinging the bat the way he was, because, one, they don't have time to wait unless it's Jose Abreu. They don't have time to wait, and they definitely need to win ball games. They got to put the best group that they can out there. So
it feels huge.
Javier, they got to have the ball. This feels the pressure, man. You can't lose a series to the Angels. I know it feels. So nasty.
It feels huge.
5 o'clock fire.
I wonder if Jeff knew this was going to happen. All right, some updates prior to the game, as Joe Espada spoke, Clint. As we talked about, Chaz is back from the IL, but Jose Urquidy, he is going to make a rehab start in AAA Sugar Land, and they're going to be looking to try to throw between 70, 75, 80 pitches with him. And I don't know about you, it felt much more urgent for him to come back like last week and a half ago. But it does feel like the starters have kind of settled. Now Hunter has been Hunter, but it doesn't feel like there is a need that you got to run Spencer Urquidy out of there. He's kind of seemed to get used to the major league level and has pitched a lot better. But it does seem like they want to run with this 6-man rotation for a little bit, and this could be his last start before he comes back up, which would help this team. I think Urquidy pitching in the rotation right now obviously helps this team.
Well, look, I mean, when it's all said and done, a 6-man rotation, if doable, is best for this baseball team, especially when you're playing.
You think?
Well, yeah, when you these runs where you got to play as many games as they've played now, and they will over, I guess, the total of, I guess, what is it, the next 20 games, I guess. It's good to have a 6-man rotation that you can trust in that particular instance. And right now, I think Jose Urquidy obviously allows you to do that. Any way you slice it, Hunter Brown and Spencer Urquidy are going to be involved to some degree. So, him getting back and him getting healthy reinforces this rotation and gives them some options for sure.
And even more with this rotation, what could happen in more immediate than Urquidy, Joe Espada spoke about Ronel Blanco. Ronel Blanco, obviously, who was suspended for the foreign substance situation that he had last week, has already missed 2 starts at this point now. Here's an update on Ronel Blanco from Joe Espada.
He's going to, he threw his side yesterday. He feels pretty good, and right now it's this weekend in Oakland, yes, sir. So when he's due, when? Sunday? Yeah.
We haven't discussed this, but I'm wondering, around the horn, people, Drive family as well, you can chime in on this. Any concern that this was something that has been helpful for Ronel Blanco, and that now that he potentially got caught, if this is more than just, it just happened to be really hot that day and I had a lot of rosin, or I do wonder if anyone is looking like, are we about to see the same Ronel Blanco who has been dominant to start this thing? I wonder if this was something that has helped him
Hopefully a legal substance that's readily available on the back of the mound. Hopefully, like having that in your glove underneath your offhand. Hopefully that's not why he's been so good. To me, I mean, they wouldn't have done it if it wasn't effective, obviously. But surely having it right there readily available and legally, you can put whatever you put it on your hand. I mean, surely that's.
Yeah, because I heard Sean Pendergast the other morning saying it like, what if this was the first crew that really cracked down a little bit harder on him and checked him a little bit more to find that sticky substance, and he has been relying on this. I don't think he has been, especially as sticky as they're saying it was. I don't think he has been, but that is going to be something to watch. I wonder if this messed with his rhythm or messed with his head at all in terms of how dominant he has been, because he's been dominant. He's been this team's best pitcher. But we'll see. We'll learn Sunday against the A's. We'll certainly learn Sunday if Ronel Blanco, if that was something he depended on, if it looks different. Hopefully it doesn't. But with all that being said, he does return against the A's on Sunday, and they'll get him back in the rotation, which you got to have him get as many starts as you possibly can. You would have loved to have been able to have him in this rotation thus far, but you'll get him back on Sunday. So Ronel Blanco back. We'll get to see what he looks like when he returns.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, tonight the playoffs start. Eastern Conference Finals start tonight. Boston and the Indiana Pacers. And I'm gonna tell you what right now, fellas. If the Boston Celtics don't win this series, if they find a way to blow, really, to be honest with you, if the Celtics don't win the championship, I mean, they have, especially if Porzingis comes back. Now that's a big deal. They expect him to come back, but this group has gotten here a couple of times. They got to the finals and lost to Steph and company, even though they had a lead in that series. Last year they were upset by Miami, an 8 seed, even though they were up 3-1 in the series. They've had an easy time. I mean, this is an easy route. The Cavs in the last series, they had injuries there with their best player. The Pacers, good, solid team, but I don't think ready to stop a team like the Celtics, who've been together and have the talent they have. And, the Nuggets are gone, so they don't have that in front of them. The Celtics ought to win this thing, and they should really handle the Pacers rather easily, to be honest with you.
I can't give you a good reason why, but I don't like the Celtics.
You just don't.
In general, I'm rooting for the Pacers in this series.
And I think you should be. And I think Rockets fans definitely should be rooting for the Pacers. Because everything that I just talked about, Clint, if the Celtics don't win this series, like it's time to make a move now.
Yeah.
Like it's like the Jason Tatum and the Brown, that situation, like you've got to make a move. They've added Porzingis, if they can't win it through this.
Yeah. It's always something with
if they can't win it with Embiid having 14 injuries to him that stop maybe the second team that you would think would give him problems, or Miami with the injuries they had, if they can't get through it with them, the Pacers, the Timberwolves, and the Mavs left, I think they have to break it up, which means there would be a star out there, Tatum, Brown, whatever. There'd be a star out there that could be on the move.
Don't they strike you as a team that just, it's always something? The two stars clearly, I'm sure they get along, but they clearly don't jive. They don't play. They don't seem to play well together.
Sometimes they have very similar games. So they
butt heads.
They need the ball at the same.
It just seems like there's always some Bush League excuse, and always, as you laid out, the underperforming. I don't know, man. I hope the Pacers kick their ass.
No, I don't think there's.
I just said I hope it happens.
I don't think it's going to someone text in the Pacers are deep now. Yeah, I know they're deep, but I mean the Celtics aren't the Knicks unless the Celtics run through a rash of injuries. I mean it took the Knicks losing 5-6 guys. Jalen Brunson broke his hand in the middle of the third quarter.
Damn the luck.
Now it's going to be. Now I'm not going to say they're going to get swept. I think it will be a fun brand of basketball because the Pacers, they hell with defense. They're just trying to run it and get that thing up and down. So, but the Celtics should take a lot of control of this. All right, Clint wants to put some things to bed. He wants to put some things to bed about a certain player from the Houston Texans, and I love it. He's passionate about this thing. I don't think though, Clint, that some of the people at least, want to put these things to bed. I think they think they're very, very real in a way that maybe you don't. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, it's one thing you don't have to put to bed. It's year round. It's truck season, baby. It's
Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, I want to thank everybody who participated, came out, hung out with us for our 1000th show out at Home Run Dugout. I think it seemed like they really enjoyed us yesterday. Like I was asked multiple times, "You gonna come out? You guys got to come back out again. You guys got to do it. You got to do it, man. Come out on Mondays. You got to do it. This was great." No, we had a great time. We again, as I said, man, everybody who decided to take the time out of their schedules to come hang out with us, had some drinks afterwards. Clint let me eat that damn hot dog that I had.
I couldn't even tell it was a damn hot dog.
It was so good. Tyler did too. Tyler practically threw it in my mouth.
Got you a glizzy, huh?
And I mean, it was so good. It really was. Lord knows I didn't need it. It was so good. And then that heartburn kicked my ass. So many good meats today. I mean, I had to pull over to CVS, and I was almost on my hands and knees in the heartburn now.
Gotta take you some Nexium, bro.
I went another way, but yeah. Not nothing crazy. Another type of a heartburn medicine. But that dog, man, if you can handle it, baby.
What all was on it? If I wouldn't have seen the tip of the weenie, I wouldn't have known it was a hot dog. I mean, I looked down there and it was just a plate full of mess, and all of a sudden there's a little tip of a wiener hanging out of there. I guess that's some kind of hot dog.
Well, first off, it was not a little tip. That's big.
Well, it's all relative. It depends on what you're used to looking at. But
it feels huge.
I guess it was.
Well, I know what you're used to looking at, so that was not, as I said, a little tip.
I guess that was a big tip.
That was a big tip. No, it had some chili on there, like a little queso cheese, and the jalapenos. I think that the jalapenos, which I knew was there, and I probably should have moved off. That probably did me in.
You think it was jalapenos? I mean,
well, all of it. All.
How many different items do you think were on that? That entree you had there.
Pull it up, Tyler. Are you pulling it up? I would say 6. If we're going to go with the bread, the wiener, the chili, the jalapenos, there was some sort of a cheese component on there. It was just 5. I thought 5 or 6. You got it, Tyler?
Was it called the Big Unit?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, who sits down at a restaurant and decides to order a hot dog called the Big Unit?
Well, Matt had it first, and Matt had it the first time we went out there, and he thought it was good. Came back for seconds. I said, God, man, let me go ahead and try one.
The Big Unit is as follows. It is a foot-long dog, dinger sauce.
That dinger sauce, that was it.
Chorizo chili.
Yes. That's heartburn waiting to happen with that dog.
Spicy jack cheese.
You hear that? That's 2 different.
Crispy onions.
Oh, crispy onions. I forgot about that.
And pickled jalapenos.
Yeah, man. That hurt.
That sounds like a recipe for heartburn.
I mean.
Yeah, a tad bit. Just maybe. Just maybe.
Right there,
man. I just got heartburn reading that.
Yeah. Someone texted in, Payola enjoyed it. Thanks a lot.
That was great. That is a top moment of the second 1,000. I guess that's the first 1,000
still in it.
I mean, that is great. Payola. I mean,
Payola, man. Payola felt right. I just dove into it. What was it again?
It's Paola.
Was it Paola?
Yeah,
way off. Samson.
It's very similar to Paula in I assume in English.
Fresh.
It's a Latin name.
As
hence Cervantes in the backside of that
LeVar
thing.
Burton would say, I'll take your word for it. It was, yeah. Had fun with her, man.
She was, look, they had a good time, and her and her old man were good with it, man, so it's all good. But I ain't never heard that one.
Someone texted
Payola.
In. Damn, Ronnie, it's Ron. I'm surprised you're not still on the toilet. It hit me late. I didn't eat another thing after it. The rest of the night
happened to me
until
Sharkville.
Yeah, I didn't even get cavalier with one, and I got up and I said it surely wasn't the piece of toast, wheat toast, egg whites, and avocado I had. I got to driving on the way here, and I mean, I felt like that was about to lock up.
I mean, you should eat that. You can go sit in that car, have your little 45-minute drive home with that dog just sitting on your belly.
Ooh, wow. I said, man, I am not going to make it. And that medicine finally kicked in when I turned in.
Hold on, so.
When I turned in.
You know there's a pill out there you can take before you make those kind of poor decisions that'll help you.
I know.
Nexium.
I did not know. I've got it. I did not know I was going to make that. I just winged it.
I take one of them purple pills every day.
As somebody at the time yesterday, I was 39 in 15 days. I got to know I got to be able to wing it. I can't just wing it. I got to know it. And don't worry, I got it now.
How many pills you think you take in a day, Tyler?
Oh, I got one of them containers that the old folks got, so quite a few.
My wife does too.
Yeah.
I don't take any. I think I probably should. I don't.
I got heartworm.
Do you?
I got heartburn.
He's really a dog.
I got my seizure medicine.
You take a daily pill for heartburn?
Mm-hmm. I started getting badass reflux when I was like a teenager.
I probably should.
Is that what the doctor tells you to do?
Mm-hmm. It works. As long as I take my pill in the morning, never experience it.
They don't tell you, like, maybe change your diet?
Well, my thing is I literally have had acid reflux from when I was a teenager, like foods that shouldn't have been causing it. But, yes, I tend to stay away these days from the extremely spicy food and stuff like that.
Except for when you go to the great Twin Peaks and you always order the spicy buffalo.
Well, that ain't that spicy. It's just some buffalo sauce. It ain't like jalapenos.
All right, tell the people, man. Tell the people, Clint, you're ready to stop and put some things to bed. Silly things to bed about Damen Pierce. I know you had gotten started a little bit earlier, but I want to give you your chance to really.
Yeah, I mean,
because you want us to stop doing it.
It just comes on the heels of DeMeco Ryans talking about Damen Pierce and excited about watching him have a productive season and uses the phrase, the 1-2 punch with him and Joe Mixon. And look, I just the people that get paid big money, the professionals that get paid big money to put a roster together to decide what they're going to do at each and every position, they're looking at their running back position. And DeMeco Ryans, the head coach that everybody loves, is willing to stand up there in front of God and everybody, and for the second year in a row, and talk about Damen Pierce having a productive year and him being an important part and him being a 1-2 punch. Last year he was the plan was for him to be the every down back, the workhorse, and Devin Singletary to be the 2-punch, if you will. Now Joe Mixon is the workhorse, and he's the 2-punch. But DeMeco has stood up there 2 different years and said this. Nick Caserio has stood behind it for 2 different years and is willing to go into camp, at least to what we see right now, is willing to go into camp and looks like another season with Damen Pierce as the number 2 running back on this roster, which every team in the NFL, there's expectations of that guy to produce and play well at the running back position if you're in the 2 deep, not just a utility guy that plays special teams, right? It's clear the way that DeMeco Ryans talks about him and the way that Nick Caserio built this roster, they believe in Damen Pierce. And I just say, look, it's just time to put the silly stuff to bed about he doesn't have vision and he's not a fit for this system. I mean, think about what people are saying, right? This guy is not a fit for this system. He doesn't have good vision. But the guy that's responsible for building the roster is saying, this is our number 2 guy. The head coach that is facing the most difficult schedule that you could possibly face damn near in the NFL is sitting there saying, no, this guy's our number 2 back. He's looking forward to a 1-2 punch, looking for him to be successful. Meanwhile, folks right here talking about, oh, this guy's done in the NFL. This guy doesn't have the vision. This guy stinks.
Well, you can't run. Maybe not done in the NFL, but can't run in this scheme.
Can't run in. It's not a good fit in this scheme. Bobby Slowick and company are like, no, let's keep him here and let's make him our number 2 back. But if you believe If you believe that this guy doesn't have the vision and he's not a good fit for this scheme, it's funny the way that everybody in NRG believes that he's a fit, to the point of where they're not bringing in other running backs, at least to this point. They'd have to bring in 2 more running backs, if we're being honest, for what folks are saying about Damen Pierce to be even remotely close to true. You think these guys sit over there, the best in the business, you think they sit over there and go, damn, man, this guy ain't got it. This guy ain't it. And then the next year go, yep, let's hang our hat on him. Let's take this. Let's run with this. It's just silly, man. It's time to put the Damen Pierce doesn't have vision. Damen Pierce doesn't fit this system. It's time to put all that crap to bed. Look, he may not be as productive a back as he was his rookie year. He may never do that again, right? He may not be as talented a running back as we all think. But the don't fit the system, the doesn't have vision stuff is plumb ass silly.
Well, let's come to the other side because I got a few texts coming in. And I think one is fair, and we'll let you bring this up on the other side, Clint, is, well, why was he so bad last year? Why did he struggle so much in the Bobby Slowick system last year? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, you don't have to go the whole summer missing out on life. When I say that,
world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's jump right into it because people are jumping in. It's Clint, and Clint's not talking to me because we've been there. Some things we don't see eye to eye on, but the Damen Pierce, we couldn't run the ball. It's over the top to me, and as Clint said, let's put this stuff to bed. Someone texted in Clint, and I said it on the other side. Why do you think he had struggles then? What was the issue last year? Why didn't he have the success? And then you saw Singletary come in and seem to have more success.
Well, I think it's an easy answer. I think it's low hanging fruit to just say, well, he doesn't fit the system kind of deal. But I think if you look at what was going on up front, there was never a game in this season. There were some games where there was some success and production in the run game. But there was never a game where I was like, boy, they got this outside zone thing really rocking and rolling. They're blocking this thing. They're blocking it up really good, really nicely up front and giving these running backs a lot of space and a lot of opportunity. There was never – or let's say they went away with that and started doing some of the different pin and pull and using some of the different schemes. There was never a game where you were like, man, this run blocking up front is solid. It's not what he did or didn't do. It's that in my opinion, it is clearly that Singletary was a shiftier back that gave the offensive line the very leaky offensive line a much bigger margin for error. His ability to start and stop because a run scheme was blown up. His ability to make a guy miss when that guy penetrated, which is not part of a scheme. I know some folks may overlook that, but it's not part of a scheme. Like his ability
to get your ass kicked up front.
Correct. His ability to cut the ball back and make something out of nothing, in my opinion, is why Singletary was the guy. That is not Damen Pierce's forte. Damen Pierce is not a guy that's going to start front side on an outside zone. In his mind, you want your running back to stay committed. You want your running back to be patient. You want your running back to stay on track. And when he sees that crease, let the offensive line work in unison. When that crease naturally happens, boom, you want to put your foot one cut back and get north and south. Damen Pierce can do that. What Damen Pierce can't do is that when it's consistently not blocked well up front, have the ability to start and stop, change direction, and then turn the corner on NFL linebackers and NFL safeties and things of that nature. Now, if you want to hold that against Damen Pierce, we can have a conversation. But the thought that that
don't have anything to do with the vision.
It has nothing to do with the scheme. It's because the scheme sucked. It's because the run game the Houston Texans put out there was unreliable, inconsistent, and the better back to handle that was a veteran that has been one of the shiftier, quicker twitch, speedier backs in the NFL. It's not because Damen Pierce couldn't do something within the scheme. It's because if you're going to create if you're going to give yourself any opportunity to produce in the run game, the way that this offensive line was operating last year, you had to have the back. The chances were significantly better with a back there that could play out of scheme, that could make guys miss 2 and 3 yards deep in the backfield, versus the back that would stay committed to front side or would read his keys or would be patient or would stay on track, right? I mean, it's just, for me, it's a very easy – that's why I've never bought into the Damen Pierce doesn't fit the scheme, or Damen Pierce doesn't have vision, or Damen Pierce isn't patient. If you just watch the Texans, it seemed like every time Damen Pierce touched a football, as he's touching leather, there's a defender wrapping both legs up before he ever gets started. Like, that's the inability to make something out of nothing. We can have a conversation about Damen Pierce. The thought that this guy doesn't have vision, doesn't fit the system, isn't patient, and can't do what Bobby Slowick wants him to do, I've thought all along is silly. Now that you hear DeMeco Ryans talk about, once again, him being productive and being a 1-2 punch with Joe Mixon, and you see Nick Caserio going into the season with him on this roster, as good as Nick has been, you think Nick just is like, oh, hell with it, man. We'll leave our number 2 back as a guy that nobody believes in, that doesn't have vision, that can't play the game. Hell with it, not a big deal. No, that's not the case. Like if Damen Pierce didn't have something like one of the most important tangible abilities of playing the running back position, like some of the stuff I hear thrown around out there, then Damen Pierce wouldn't be in the top 2 on an NFL roster, especially with the team that thought he'd be better running kickoffs back and be on the sideline last year late. I mean, there's a chance that he didn't handle that correctly. You know what I mean? Like there's a chance that Damen Pierce didn't have the ability to go, okay, here's the play that's called. Here's what we want to get accomplished. 50% of the time, there's going to be a defender at your ankles, and you got to figure it out from there. Now, he may not handle that very, very good. He may have not stayed positive. That very well could be why he got in his own way. But the thought that this kid can't play football can't play the running back position is plumb ass silly.
Yeah, and as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bounce back, a real bounce back, because I know everything you explained. I also, and it really came to me when he sat down after that game. He had that big kickoff return. You and Sean talked to him. Like, listening to him there, you can tell that he is naturally just a guy who goes out and plays. Goes out there with instincts and plays. He was thinking all the time, and not just playing just fluid, not just playing the way that he could that he has played his whole life, thinking and not just running the ball. And a lot of it maybe had to do with, as you said, so much, in his face all the time, and then hearing the noise and understanding he's not as productive. I think it was a real, which you would think is odd with him when you don't hear him, but it was a real confidence thing. Yeah. I think he lost his confidence.
Well, you end up confused. I mean, right? Because you're a young back. You come into this new system. You're going to be the bell cow, and we're going to run the football like San Francisco runs it. Your head coach is up there talking about we're going to be more physical. We're going to, at the point of attack, we're going to create this. We're going to create that. And the whole time that you're going through these patty cake training camps and these patty cake scrimmages and even patty cake preseason games, if we're being honest, it's like, yeah, hey, man, stay. If it's outside zone, stay on your track, be patient, trust it. And then all of a sudden you get in a real game, and as soon as you touch the ball, there's somebody right there in your face. And so I'm sitting here being told, and it's being emphasized to me to trust it, stretch it, wait for the crease. But yet every time I go out there, I'm getting hit as soon as I touch the damn ball. So yeah, along with he doesn't have the ability to shake the way Devin did, along with the fact that it had been preached and beat into his head to do this, and this system, and this is how it's going to work. And then you go out there, and the offensive line didn't have the ability to consistently block. Go back and watch some of Wade Smith and them boys when they were running that outside zone. If you want to know what it's – and then circle back to me and say at that point in time, say, well, this is where the Texans offensive line in 2023 was creating this kind of opportunity for running backs, and because Damen Pierce didn't have the vision, he couldn't get it done. Go back and watch Arian Foster. Go back and watch those guys and how they executed the zone concepts. And tell me if there's a game. I mean, if there's one game of 17 last year that was even like remotely close to being what you would call giving the running back a consistently for 4 quarters, giving the running back a good opportunity to go out there and make hay front side in scheme as designed. Like, it's just there are a couple of games out there where they were decent regardless of what they're trying to run, because it was the worst run defense in the league across from them, and they made some hay. But consistently throughout the season, it was the same stuff. If Devin's in there, he'd have to make somebody miss to go get something to turn the corner. If Damen Pierce is in there, they'd have his ankles cuffed before he could get started. It's not. That's why it doesn't shock me one bit. By the way, I think what DeMeco Ryans is saying and doing makes perfect sense. I think what Nick Caserio is saying and doing at the running back position right now makes perfect sense. Now, I could see where they may I don't think drafting a running back in the 5th round, if they find a needle in a haystack, it may work. But I don't think that's necessarily the answer. I could see them signing another veteran running back and maybe somebody a little bit more established and giving him a little bit of competition. But to go into a season with him and your top 2 or 3 running backs when the narrative is the kid doesn't have vision and doesn't fit the system, it's silly.
On a team that has real
absolutely
aspirations.
Yeah, and Ron, if anything, like the one thing they said they would do that they haven't done is create a physical football team offensively that can run the football. So you got to think DeMeco and Bobby are going, man, we got to get that. That's one place you can get significantly better, right? Is up front, running the football, being more physical. Like they got to be hell bent on making that happen. You think they're going to waste time with a guy that doesn't fit the system? Come on, man.
They can't get it out of.
It just sounds silly even talking about it. I mean, it just I don't know. I'm over it. The people that, to me, like the folks that, and I'm not specifically talking about somebody. I don't know who it is, but like anybody that says, well, Damen Pierce can't play. Damen Pierce doesn't have the vision. Damen Pierce doesn't fit the system, right? You got to be looking at Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans some kind of way right now. If you firmly believe that, and that's what you've taken from watching the Texans play, then you've got to sit there and go, look, DeMeco, I love you, but what the hell are you doing at the running back position?
We don't like that.
Because right now you just have Joe Mixon, who's only accomplished anything. If you have no belief.
Well, I mean, Brian, you just can't sit. You can't walk around talking about how this guy right here doesn't have the vision and doesn't fit the system and can't play here, and then also going, man, I love what Nick and I love what DeMeco are doing.
Yeah, and your running back room would be him, and if you don't trust Damen Pierce, now you got rookies,
right?
Like late round rookies.
None of it adds up. If it's accurate, none of it even adds up.
Yeah,
and it would be, and if it ends up playing out that way, because I've been wrong before. If